When you see this song, when you see this video, when you hear this music, you know I am seeking those who wish to do more than just view, but to act in their own lives for themselves and the best interests of others.
We walk like warriors in Babylon. My word is born. I know we gonna spar, but still we got to keep it going. Word is born. Right upon, they bring the war. We bring the corn just like a storm. We reign supreme. This ain't the dream. All over the warrior.
What's happening, Lita? First warrior to show up. What's going on? So good to see you. Strange. It's been so long. Weird. By the way, tomorrow night, I'm changing the name of the show to hashtag Emily, where are you?
Yo, we intrigue all of those who never discipline their deeds and the chosen are few, so it's our destiny to lead. In physical form, I stone this world with conviction. I love the righteous and poor and keep our lessons non-fiction. So listen and heed, you must build like a slave to live like a king in these lands of the brave. Where the warriors run, never fear from God, from the dwelling spirit. Every taste of this time they go warriors. Come out and play.
When I play this song, what's happening, Bridget? Warrior number 2 to show up. How awesome. Thank you for being here. When I play this song, it's a call not to arms, but of minds. The warriors are us. The warriors are our spirits. Today, I'm going to go through a story that I've been reviewing for a while now, but I'm going to look at just one person, as I haven't before. Mr. Sky, so good to see you. Come on in. The stream is fine. Today, I'm covering the story of Amanda Rabb. In her own words, from the first that we meet her to the last that we see her. I don't take joy in doing this, but I think it's important to go back to where this begins, because I feel that somebody has abused and used technology somebody has taken a piece of MK Ultra and used it in a way. This is my opinion, by the way. Somebody has taken MK Ultra and misused it. Now, the proof of this is tacit at best, but the outcome is clear. Tonight, Amanda Rabb, in her own words,
Amanda, where are you from? Where did you grow up?
Inglewood, California. I was born in Cincinnati Hospital.
Okay, so you're an LA girl.
Yep, LA.
And you grew up with both parents?
No, I didn't have a mom growing up, so it was just me and my father.
Where was mom?
I don't know, on drugs somewhere.
Was?
Yeah.
And how was life at home with dad?
It was good. I had to move to my mom's family's house, so I grew up with them. They were my grandparents, so it was cool growing up with them.
So you left your dad at some point?
Yeah.
At what age?
I felt real lonely with my dad, so they took me in. We didn't really go out to amusement parks and stuff like that, so they just took me in because they had the money and they had I just went with them. It was just a better situation.
Yeah. Any problems
This
with
is the
that?
first time
No.
we've seen Amanda Rabb in the story. And I hate to say story, but all we can do is know what happened. And I think that's, other than chronicle, I'm not sure what to call it. Because she doesn't deserve anything but our respect for being pitted into a terrible situation and then forced, essentially, by the law, by the outcome of living in the street, by the happenstance of being on drugs, by the limitations of access through her life, apparently, she was left and or forced into a situation where Amanda ended up in the care of those who may not have had the best interest for Amanda Rabb. And that's why I urge us all to pay close attention to our words tonight and take heed of this terribly unfortunate story. That no one, not one single human, deserves to be used as a possible test subject for an unknown technology. My friends, it's time to look up.
I have a little issue. I think that he's doing stuff to my food. I think that he's spitting in my food. So that's an issue that we have right now. I moved back with him when I was like 20, 22, 23. So I don't know what he's doing to my food, but we gotta talk about it and hash it out for sure.
Hello and welcome. Come on in. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, Lita Caproni, my most official, unofficial sidekick, co-host, and colleague, Lita Caproni. Yeah. Lone Wolf, come on in. 3D's crimes and chaos. Love it. Oh my God, that's your new name. Took me to get to Lone Wolf. Awesome name. Come on in. Good to see you, Bridget Bowden. Once again, Mystery Sky. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. By the way, before I go into the story, or the chronicle, or before I tell you about what happened to Amanda, I gotta ask you all, has anybody seen Emily? If you don't know who I'm talking about, Smurfity Smurf? Labia? YouTube drama? What's happening, Brother Jumbi? Welcome on in. So glad you could be here. Thank you for being here. That's awesome. Come on in. Yeah, just putting the hope that she's okay. If you see her in chat, just send her my love. I hope she's okay. She just kind of fell off the map, but that can happen. It's YouTube. Who knows what's happening out there? We are but faces on a screen and names in the chat. And I want you to know that I hope and wish the best for all of you. Wherever, whomever, however, and whatever you may be. Today, once again, we are going to look directly at one story before I change any topic. We're not going to bounce around. We're just going to look at Amanda. We're going to check out what happened in the course of this white underbelly chronicle. And at the end of that, I will then share Lima. And we'll move on from there. But we're going to kind of do a deeper dive than we have before into Amanda's story. I've hopped around in these videos before. Today, I believe it's time to really look at her, since if you didn't know, BJ, the person who I've been following, who has brought this story to light, has been silenced by those who may have subjected Amanda to experimentation via VR of an unregulated and or untested version of therapy. Now, this is all allegation and all assumption. I am sharing my opinion of what I and many others, including you all, have observed over the past month or so. And this is indeed a very, very sad story. I take no joy in telling this, and it bothers me that I feel like I've had to come back to this, that it hasn't been able to move forward, because we should be able to study the twins at this point. We should be able to check out what's going on and who is Linda Mora. We should be able to figure out what's going on behind the scenes of some of this, including why. Yes, indeed, Lone Wolf, they cannot silence all of us, and they will not. That's why I played the Warriors theme at the beginning. Burning Star, one of those great bands that just never took off the ground that should have. But the theme stays. Warriors, come out to play. We're going to use our sleuthing skills to figure out a little bit further just from what she's saying, and we're going to take a look at just what unfolded. And I would hesitate to go to other people's page in this story, because I have seen now that that person is willing to silence those who criticize or point out any fact whatsoever. I am not scrubbing my past videos. I stand by what I've shared. It's all in that person's word. But I must remind the audience, please do not bother those in the video. Do not send them emails. Do not show up at their door. Do not chase them down. Please. But do put your thinking caps on together with us tonight.
And life with your grandparents was good?
Yeah, it was real good. I didn't feel lonely anymore. They bought me clothes, shoes, anything I wanted.
She's talking about her grandparents.
I was a tomboy.
She had felt lonely with her father. Her father, from what I have come to learn, lived in downtown LA on the streets. Oh, hey, look at that. Nightbot actually doing its gig. Good gig. Her father and her were estranged for a good amount of time. It appears because he may have lived on the street. Now, her grandparents took her in, and essentially gave her a sense of safety. Now, where this went awry is not fully clear. It seems to have something to do with her drug use. But it also has to do with her father coming back into her life. Now, she says her mother was on drugs and was estranged from the family as well. Fluzzy Bee, come on in. How you doing? Boy, Nightbot may need to calm down, or I need to change the timer on that one. It's a little much. Anyways. Amanda did not have the easiest of life. Obviously, she was surrounded by troubled people. And look, that's not uncommon on planet Earth, you know. Humans are fallible. I don't quote Brittany Simon very often, but humans be humanin'. You know what I mean? Not everybody gets a great start. Not everybody gets a great chance. Not everybody takes the opportunities. Not everybody's smart enough to. Not everybody is emotionally adept to. Look, we can all compare ourselves to others. We can all talk about what people could have done. But the whataboutism doesn't change the outcomes that we see. And we can blame. But here's the fact. Life is very tough. And for some, every opportunity is stolen. Every possibility is blinded. And some people are just straight out unlucky. Okay, Nightbot, you can chill out. I don't know what the hell to do about you. Always starting out like some totalitarian crazy. Last time it was the frickin' Lauren and the emojis. Good God. Yeah, plausibly. Thank you for listening. I appreciate you, Plausibly. Drive safely, please. In any case, Amanda, time and again, was taken away from safety, in my opinion. By life, by other people, by happenstance, by drugs, and then by a limitation caused by situation. You can call it manufactured scarcity of hope. But I would challenge you to say that sometimes people are just born at the wrong second, so that everything escapes them. It's not particularly their fault. And at some point, they just follow the trail of least problematic choices for them. They follow the path of least resistance. So I don't fault people who fall. Most of the time you see them attempting to get back up and the world kicking them down. There's 8 billion of us. There's likely a large percentage of people that are getting kicked down alongside failing, alongside just not being good at humaning. Personally, I'm more empathetic to those who fall and fail, and I know where Amanda lived. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've been there myself. I've smelled what it smells like, what it feels like to be there, because it is hell on earth. She was living in hell on earth. Mystery Sky Unlucky is my name. Yeah, sometimes I would say I feel so, but I do have an answer for all that. It is what we see in ourselves, what we mirror. And most of us are lenses, by the way, I believe, that we emanate, that we propagate what we feel. As the feelings inside us are associated to wavelengths from within our brain, the electrochemical activities that then respond or are responded to by tiny electrical impulses in our neurological systems, traveling down our spine and out to our extremities, telling every little organ and everything what to do, right? It's all being driven by electricity. All of that is just another form of waveform. Many failed Amanda, absolutely. Every time I see her precious face, I get more angry. And this is something of why I brought it to the table today. I started thinking about it. It was brought to my attention. I needed to go back and look at some of this stuff. And then I started to watch these. And I started to feel a certain way. Not gonna lie. Because knowing what I know now and seeing what I see from that specific person's behaviors currently towards, hey, she may be a fuzzy-eared fluffy lady with Disney eyes. But she has cold-heartedly cut through the bullshit and found the truth, in my opinion. And for her to be silenced and to have to speak through others, like down the rabbit hole, is nothing less than an injustice and an abuse of the law as it stands now. Once again, I assert as my opinion editorially. All of the material I share here tonight should be protected by Copyright Protection Order, Section 107. Fair use and reuse for the purposes of editorialization, educational purposes, lampooning, or art. Transformative purposes intended, educational purposes intended. All original master rights reserved. Let's get at it. Hello, everybody. I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Look Up, the Remix, where I interject myself into a conversation that most people don't want me anywhere the fuck near. And that's because I tend to take it somewhere they really hate it going. And when I say hate, I mean that word, because I know for certain there's people out there tonight that don't want anybody covering this topic or this person or anything surrounding the matter. Now, they got a problem looking at the sisters. They got a problem looking at the alleged mother. Sure, no problem. We won't look at your business. We won't look at any of that. Maybe we might look at you quickly or a little bit. But you know what? Let's check where this comes from. Let's check the originating source. Let's hear it from her. So tonight, once again, but only and specifically, I'm going to share Amanda Rabb's story, and we're going to watch what happens to her over the course of 8 to 9 months as she lives on the street and then proceeds to get involved with a certain healthcare organization who puts her in some kind of form of conservatorship where she later passes away. Now, when I say that, I must specify that she was in the care of those people, under their overview, under their auspices, that she did not have her own agency. Now, you will come to hear that she, Amanda, died of one cause, but we know that she died of another. Now, the person who says this says she's reading directly from the autopsy. And we come to find out that she is not reading directly from the autopsy. She is just saying what comes to her mind, as far as we can tell. But before we get there, which is a long way off, let's hear more from Amanda.
Yeah.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I have one autistic brother.
I'm sorry, I missed this. Come on, I apologize. Lone Wolf says 3D's crimes and chaos, aka Lone Wolf. There are so many pieces to this puzzle that intertwines with others in so many communities that we all know or have watched at one time or another. It is true. We can stretch this out to Adam 22. There's so many other situations. We can stretch this out to, oh goodness, I'm blanking on his name now, the interviewer, who actually is the first person to get sued by the unnamed this evening. She'll name herself. Yeah, there's a lot to this. Much less the Bam Margera connection. Much less the connection of how, you know, I kind of came sideways to this, which is Dia and Dahlia. I mean, that's wave 2 YouTube, hardcore. 6 degrees. In this case, I'd say it's 4. It gets very small. These are all places I've been. These are all places I pass by. These are all places I live. Everywhere they describe in LA in this situation, I'm familiar with. So it's hard for me not to want to go to them. But it is inappropriate to do so. And I remind the audience once again, please do not follow up other than here by using your thinking cap. Please don't bother or track down or email anybody in this story. Thank you, and I appreciate it.
I had to help take care of him growing up. So it was cool.
And how old are you now?
24.
24. And so did you go to high school?
Yeah.
And where did you go when you left home?
I went to CSUN, Cal State Northridge.
Okay, so that's wild to me because she went to college. She went to Cal State, at least for a couple years, or a year. I mean, she says it right here. But
For college? Mm-hmm. Oh, how many years did you do college?
2.
She goes
Then
2
I dropped
years.
out. I wasn't really doing any work, just smoking weed. So I dropped out.
And then what did you do after that?
And I'd like to, I know Bridget, if she's in the crowd, said this last time, and it sticks out in my mind. Why didn't they give her a shirt? Why did he leave her like that? Was he just, what does he think? It's an animal subject that, not supposed to bother them? Leave them in their natural state? The hell is that? I really don't know what this person is thinking, and I've watched a lot of their videos now. And it seems, I don't know. I feel a lot of the time when I watch these videos that somebody is looking at subjects under a microscope, studying them sociologically or scientifically, as opposed to being interested in what their story is. And that's the weird thing about it. There's a clinical thing going on, and that's just my opinion, that's just my view, but frankly, it is odd when you watch the videos. She was shirtless to create the character of the perfect addict. Lita, yes. And I would agree. Yes, they could have made her look more appropriate for the interview. They did with her father. Bridget, absolutely. They did with her father. We may get to that. But I want to focus on her, as she says it, so. But there's a lot to that where guinea pigs. Yeah. Well, because you can't do this on the military. You have to go through too many hurdles with the military. Whereas people on the street, if they disappear, in LA, there was literally a serial killer who was allowed to stalk for years, known as a creep to the cops. Now, they may not have known that he was a serial killer, but they knew he was doing completely terrible things. Mystery Sky says, you find it very interesting that you never heard of this story, so be listening very closely. Thank you. Oh, Mystery Sky, are you new to the Amanda Rabb story and Aura technology? Oh, man, welcome on in. I actually apologize that you're finding this at all, because it is a rabbit hole of epic proportions that stems back to MK Ultra directly. And I say this because we took a deep dive in MK Ultra, and lo and behold, this pops up in my feed, and suddenly we're watching VR technology that's used for exposure therapy. And some component of all this therapy is giving people seizures. Now, whether that's the VR or not is not certain. And I can't say, yeah, deep hole with a lot of tunnels, Lone Wolf. True. And we're not done. We're not done with the story. There is no conclusion to any of this. It is open-ended. And the main crux of the story currently has the main investigator publicly silenced. BJ Investigates has a restraining order against her. And the lawsuit that was dropped has now been refiled with that restraining order and additional complaints with 311 pages, I believe that's the number, of some of the strangest discovery I mean, that I've ever seen. That's some weird stuff that's in there. And when I say that, it's all screenshots. Like some obsessive person has gone through and screenshotted a whole lot of stuff, some with no explanation. Oh, I forgot to add Arbit 0 in there. And you know what? I totally forgot. If I want to do that one, I need to open up that. That's what I was doing earlier. There's one of these I actually have to open up the page. That's so stupid. Why? I like to say the music can be lowered a bit. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just grooving in here. I got the in-ears, so it's like, absolutely. Some people are watching on phones. I always forget about that. Not a problem. They don't care, absolutely. They don't care to pursue the whole, is that better, by the way, Mr. Sky? Let me know. They don't care to pursue the whole truth. She's not considered valuable enough to find out. And this is what I would challenge us to have, is a greater value for her on behalf of her. I think that's what BJ gave her. I think that's what Down the Rabbit Hole has given her and others. I think that it is not to be missed that they cremated her and none of her family was present when her remains were spread at the ocean, and not legally so, apparently. Because where they let her ashes go, you're not allowed to let the ashes out there. Which, if you see the video of it, they let her ashes out at Santa Monica Pier, right next to the pier. That is not just verboten. That's like, what? Hold on a second. That takes a full tilt. What? Serious. What the fuck? Lone Wolf says that they have followed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't assume that. He or she. They have followed BJ for over a year. She knows what she is talking about. She was on it in silence because she got too close. Yes. Absolutely. I agree 100%. I think that all of what you find in the discovery itself of the lawsuit that was refiled, as shared by Down the Rabbit Hole, is telling. It leads to more questions about why the complaints are filed as they are. It leads to more questions about what the discovery has to do with the filings. And there's a fourth person, I think it's a fourth person. Yes, because there's a fourth person in there that is almost completely unrelated that seems to be a stalker of BJ's on the complaint. And she alleges that person is a stalker. I'm just saying that based off of what I've read and seen now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, there's some weird stuff going on with that. With the lawsuit and the, excuse me, my apologies. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. The holes go deep. And even weirder, there is a connection here, tacitly so, weirdly so, with some military stuff, because where one of the test facilities, or one of the facilities that we see Amanda in, that's supposed to be a healthcare facility, seems to have military images on the back, in the background. And when we see Amanda testing the technology, she is wearing, well, not fatigues, but camouflage. Girly camouflage, but camouflage nonetheless. So it's all odd. And they're laughing at her during the scene. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just signing into something here. I apologize. In any case, Amanda.
I moved in with my boyfriend. It was a.
She's talking about during
situation.
college.
I did some things I regret, so it wasn't a really good situation. So we broke up, and I moved out here on Skid Row.
What kind of stuff?
Now it's reached space words.
Well, I kind of showed him pictures of a girl in bed to get his dick hard. So
Okay, why is he
it wasn't
panning down?
good.
What the
It
fuck?
failed
I didn't
our
notice this
relationship
before.
Completely.
I apologize. Let me pull this back.
Were you doing any drugs at that point?
Yeah, I was doing weed every day.
And then Skid Row, there's weed and a lot more.
This
right?
is
Yeah,
what the
I do
hell,
crack
man.
Now, so yeah.
And how long have you been down here?
Anybody
Couple
else?
years.
It feels like there was a component of it that might have been military testing.
Yeah. I
For
stay
what
with
it
my
looks
dad in a
like.
one bedroom.
And there was
He sleeps
some,
on the floor. I sleep
you know,
in
talk
bed.
of association,
Oh, so you're in
Bridget,
a room?
from
Yeah.
Oh, so you're not in the street.
Lima.
You're in a hotel.
in
Yeah.
posts on Instagram. Now, some of those have been removed,
It's like a studio.
but
It's like
there's
a
also
studio
involvement.
And what do you
There's
do?
also involvement with a person in particular where she, and also some posts of where she was gathering technology or advertising that she was gathering technology for a Navy test facility, which is where the military comes in. He's showing goods. Bridget, I you know. Genevieve, what's happening? How you doing? Come on in. Stream is fine. So good to see you. Tonight's topic is a truly a sad one. It's not the normal wild mayhem tonight. It may be later on tonight, after I cover this section. But I've done a lot of coverage of the Aura technology, Lima from Aura, BJ Investigates, or That Surprise Witnesses coverage of it. And I've been watching a lot of Down the Rabbit Hole and reading a lot about this. I look at all the information that comes out about it and have followed the trail back pretty far. Good evening. Woke up to thunder. Thunder and lightning. Awesome. Oh, you're good. Were you sending subliminals? There you go. So, in the beginning of the story, we have Amanda Rapp. And Amanda, at this point, is on the street. And she's been found by a person who does videos of people down on Skid Row at this point. Now, he has since branched out to other people in need, essentially. And you will find hundreds, if not thousands, of videos on his page. His name is Mark Leda. He's the former main photographer for Apple. He has since retired from Apple. And he took to filming people on the street. And his methods are a little odd. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
I prostitute.
Oh, you did?
Yep, I prostitute.
Does Dad know about that?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't say it, but I know he's proud of me. Because I can't do anything else.
Can't.
I can't. I've tried. I tried working at PetSmart, Vons. It just doesn't work out. I always make mistakes.
What? How long have you been working as a prostitute?
A year now.
And you like it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Right. It supports all your bills and drug habits and everything else.
Yep.
Pretty girl like you probably makes nice money.
Yep.
So, and what do you charge for a date?
Like $20 to $30. Sometimes it depends on who you are. If you're real cute, I'll suck you up for 5 or 10. You know what I mean? I do that all the time.
And do you have oral sex or intercourse or
Everything. I do everything. Well, I just started having sex on the blade. I call it the blade. So I just started having sex on the blade.
and where?
Before I just gave head.
Got it.
So the blade that she's talking about is a 5 square mile area in downtown LA. Now, when you walk down there and you walk into it, I can only tell you that you hit a wall of people who are zombified wild and or upset, hurt, psychologically disturbed, scared, alone, abused, you name the problem. Addicted, strung out, they are there at the end of their rope. Now, the main street is 5th Street in downtown LA, and it actually always has been. It was designated as such in the early 30s. And this place has turned into a modern urban nightmare because it is where you get dumped. It is where you seek shelter. It is where all of the shelters in central LA, all of the care, all of the social services, all of the missions are centered in one long mile, with some scattered around, but they are right in the middle of the industrial world of Los Angeles, in what they call the Schmada district, where all the material is printed, and on the other side, the toy district, where all the little cheap toys and knockoff stuff is printed, and all the shipping centers and the filming areas. And when I say that, I mean all the open terrain with the train tracks and the warehouse buildings, not the studios. Those are in the Valley or in Hollywood proper. I'm talking about where, if there is a studio, it is a art studio or a brewery. And then there are those who exploit them but call it awareness and help. Yeah. Chemically induced mental health petri dish? Yes, Genevieve, and yes. It's fucking horrifying, honestly. And it's a constant reminder that when you go to that page, White Underbelly, you will see that there is no end to the people that have been interviewed and the topics reviewed of those people. And the interesting connections that come up if you watch enough of them. Now, I won't go into that too deeply because, honestly, from my point of view, Mark Leda doesn't deserve a lot of attention. He's had enough, right? You tell me.
And where do you go to do this? In the car? Or
We go to alleys. It's real scary because I feel like I'm dodging a murder, so
Yeah, you are.
it gets scary.
Yeah, it is.
Sometimes I have to stop jobs in the middle of our session just to stay safe.
Yeah.
Nightbot being aggressive. My apologies.
Your crack habit
Fix
costs
that.
you how much roughly a week?
A week? Probably like $500 a week. I'm spending on crack. Crack is the most expensive
Oh, I'm sorry,
drug.
sorry, you doing that.
So she was spending
I do crack.
$500 a week on crack.
So crack's,
Crack is an expensive drug to keep up, for real. But I feel like it's one of the best drugs ever. I've done every drug. I've done crystal, weed, speed. I've done every drug.
you try heroin?
Heroin? No, I never done heroin. I need to try
You need
it.
to? I'm not sure you do.
After I get off crack.
You might be able to find that.
Yeah. But recently the Sun, unorthodox herself to me, basically she's giving me an ultimatum. I gotta get off crack or I'm gonna get murdered. Because I'm getting extra
Wait, who did
good
she
money
say?
from the government.
Her grandmother?
So
Oh,
they
no, her.
kinda-
Wait,
they
hold on.
control what I do.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I get extra good horny. So if you come to me, so herself to me, basically she's giving me an ultimatum. I gotta get off crack. Yeah. But recently the Sun, unorthodox herself to me, basically she's giving me an ultimatum. I gotta get off crack or I'm gonna get murdered.
I don't understand who she's
Because
saying
I'm
that
getting
is.
extra good horny from the government, so they patrol what I do.
You're awesome, Flezzy B.
I get
Thank you for
extra
being here.
Good horny. So if you come to me, in session with me and prostitute and help my business, you get extra horny. You get more hornier than you would with another prostitute.
Really?
Yeah. So they govern what I do.
Wait, what?
The government.
The government.
Yeah, and the sun.
And the sun.
Yeah, the sun.
The sun of
God.
God.
Yes.
So the sun, and let me just get this straight. The sun and the government will make me extra horny if I have sex with you?
Yes.
What are you doing tonight?
Wait.
I'm just joking.
The sun and the government will make me extra horny if I have sex with you? Did I hear that right?
Let me just get this straight. The sun and the government will make me extra horny if I have sex with you?
Yes.
What are you doing tonight? I'm just joking. Just joking.
One more time.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Will make me
That is-
extra horny if I have sex with you?
That's
Yeah,
not
another
appropriate for this situation,
Yeah.
right?
So they
Am I
govern what
not
I
crazy?
do.
Who's
Since
they?
the government.
The government.
Yeah, and the sun.
And the sun.
Yeah, the sun.
The sun of
God.
God.
Yes.
So the sun, and let me just get this straight. The sun and the government will make me extra horny if I have sex with you?
Yes.
What are you doing tonight? I'm just joking. Just joking.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I've never heard that before.
Yeah. So she wants
There's
me to get
another
off
clip
track
of him
'cause it's
telling
too
her
much.
he thinks she's cute.
The sun and the government.
Okay. I'll have to think about that.
Yeah.
All right, Alan. Well, thank you so much for talking to me.
All right. Thank you.
By the way, Flezzy be veggies and cheese and yogurt, steak and shrimpies, crab, and lots of other days. Yes, yes. Ooh, cooking stuff, Lita says. And that sounds amazing. Awesome. I believe I have fixed the incredibly aggressive Nightbot now. There we go. Next phase. This is a couple months later. What you're about to see is a fairly epic transformation. I don't want to shock you. I want solicitation. Yes. Yeah. Today's word of the evening is solicitation. Facts, Genevieve. Trigger warning. There is an extreme change in this person's look.
All right. What is your name?
Amanda Rob.
Amanda?
Yeah.
And where'd you grow up, Amanda?
LA.
Tell me about your family. You grew up with both of your parents?
And I grew up with my auntie and uncle. They took me in because I lived with my dad. He turned out to be a molester, so his wife left him. So now I live downtown LA as a prostitute, and I'm a crackhead.
You do crack?
Yeah.
And where do you stay? You're in a tent?
No, I just walk the streets all night,
Oh, you do?
day. Yeah.
And
I'm a clone.
She thinks she's a clone.
oh, did I already talk to you?
No.
You sure I haven't talked to you?
He doesn't remember speaking to Amanda Rabb. And clearly, things have happened in between the last time we've seen Amanda and now. She doesn't look as clean. At least she's wearing a shirt. She's been beaten. And she's clearly either on drugs or having a mental episode. And Mark Leda doesn't remember her. Yes, Lone Wolf, that is a tough thing for those of us who have been. Yeah, Bridget, like, he didn't keep records. It's video. He had it up on YouTube already. This is only 3 months later. Like, is he just moving through people that hard that he doesn't remember who he's interviewed? Much less what seems to have transpired, or what seemed to have been going down in that video? Wouldn't you remember that? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe he was just seeing so many people. Under the standards of the American Disabilities Act, what you were witnessing is also known as environmental disability. Genevieve, wow, that is, I had never heard about that before, and I would have to agree that that is clearly an environmental disability. If you're stuck down in downtown LA and subject to the services and living on the street, you were literally being corralled and kept there. And it's like almost impossible to get out. Some people do, and when you see the images and the videos of people living under a tent with a TV and an easy chair, sometimes that's just what they ended up with at the end of the, being thrown out of the apartment or whatever. And I knock on wood, I knock on wood for the blessings of life, because I've seen how little it takes to uplift a person's life and throw it over and send them to the street or to their end. It's a very thin line. And I think we know that most Americans are 2 paychecks away, if not 1, from being homeless. So I wish this on no one, and I grieve for someone I don't know, frankly.
I think I have.
No.
So who do you stay with now?
I stay with my father, but he turned out to be a molester, so I just walk the streets day and night, prostituting and smoking. Downtown LA.
Yeah, you look very different. I think I spoke to you before.
So now he remembers her. Hey, Dave. You're not Dave. You're Dave. You're almost Dave. Yeah, that should be called Almost Dave. I know you just doxed yourself, Dave. Damn. I didn't know you were Dave. She says she's committed to walking around downtown LA, smoking and prostituting because she doesn't want to go home. There's Dave. What's happening? Hey, Dave. How you feeling? Good to see you. I don't know who that imposter was. Oh, that was you. Good God. Definitely got to call that Almost Dave. Welcome on in. I do, but it's only because I'm trying to play up the. There's a character addition I'm trying to play up, but that's and I'm smoking with the wrong hand. Good to hear. She thinks she's a clone. Yes. When she could have been helped. The last few years that just rolled by. When she could have been helped, they didn't. She was used for money, and she, like others, were and worth saving. And are worth saving. I agree with you. I mean, the point of using it for money, I mean, she was part of the, what's claimed is that no one made any money, but there was money raised, and there was almost, I'm sorry, I'm getting this wrong. There was almost no money raised. It was like $1,200 raised for her care online. And essentially hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of care given. Who paid? How? Somebody was making money. I have grieved for so many over the last few years that I've made myself ill. Oh, please don't do that, Genevieve. I love my friends and extended family. That's awesome. They help me keep things in check. Still listening and shaking my head. True. Thank you for listening, Mystery Sky. Yeah, the decline is extreme. Within, I think, 90 days is what we're looking at.
Have you finished school? How much school?
I went to CSUN.
Maybe a government
I got
grant.
accepted to,
At that moment in time, as far as we know, Aura or Lima was or had been working with somebody in the Navy Technology Division, Navy Technology basically, R&D, and she had been trying to gather technology for that lab, for this colleague, or so she says in Instagram. It was a very weird thing. So we don't know if there was funding from the government. We don't know if it was paid for by Aura or Lima, but we do know that it was Lima's Aura technology and her caretaking. She was getting disability. Now that is a thing. She talks about that. She was getting a check, and they were going to stop giving her the check if she wouldn't get off crack. Now, this is one of the reasons she ended up in the care of Lima, because she got arrested due to the fact that she didn't want to stay with her father. And her father claimed that she beat him while she was high on crack, which allowed them to arrest her and throw her into the care of Lima, saying that she could rehabilitate her and her drug use. She says, jam sandwich, lies a lot, no true. And there's a whole portion of this where she is delusional. She is clearly having some kind of breakdown and disassociation. She may be hallucinating, as far as we know. Genevieve says, grants are abused by people like these people who exploit. Sometimes all it takes is just a kind word, a firm word, and a genuine act of kindness and love. Let me repeat that last part. Sometimes all it takes is a kind word and a firm word and genuine acts of kindness and love. I couldn't agree more. The world needs more of that. It's just that simple. We spend a lot of time looking at each other's faults to make ourselves feel better. I think that's a bad habit of the 18th and 19th century. Lima bean. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, you're talking about Lima bean getting disability. Hold on a second. Conservatorship of a form, not a payee. But let me just make this reaction. Wait. What? Yes, Lima was her conservator in this case. It initially wasn't a conservatorship, but became one. And Lima became conservator for her twin sisters, one of whom signed a restraining order against other parties that may or may not be lima bean. Nobody likes lima beans, but more importantly, against Dahlia. Yeah, lima bean lies, or is at least just not consistent and untruthful, in my opinion, as well. I think there's a lot left out, and I think lying by omission or changing the story and or just generally confabulating or fabricating in order to make herself look more grand. And one of the big ones is the Harvard picture, where she's standing behind a Harvard lectern and a microphone. And it's actually the same picture as another, and it looks like somebody's just photoshopped poorly her into the picture. Is that true? You look for yourself. We can get to that, but more for
ELP, a special program. So
Nightbot, I sent you
I dropped out after 2 years.
What's going on with Nightbot?
You dropped out from where?
CSUN.
College. So you went to 2 years of college? And
Yeah, I'm
Do you
not
have
a
any
big fan.
contact
Oh my
with your
god,
family
yeah.
at all? Your
No,
mom
I have a big one about that. It's like the worst kind of lie. Because it's essentially somebody abusing your trust. In the worst way, beyond just lying, they're keeping information from you, knowing that you don't know. It's a power move. It's a narcissism factor. It's all sorts of stuff where it's like, it's literally just leveraging people's emotions and trust. And lies by omission, honestly, when you look at history, have gotten millions killed. I don't know what's going on over there. That's a famous one. I don't know what's going on over there. When very much that person did know what was going on over there. Yeah. Pure deceit. It's just another version of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Dave, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's true. There's a form of human trafficking when you become dependent. Why didn't that update? Dependent at the cost of others. If Lima had no kinship, how did she become these vulnerable people's conservator? Well, that is an interesting story. Apparently, she decided to get involved with this situation here via White Underbelly and tried to raise money via YouTube. And she got in touch with Amanda Raab's father, who then claimed to be beaten by her, which got Amanda arrested, which allowed Lima from Aura to offer Aura's services as an option to the court. Conservatorship. It's amazing how that stuff can happen, right? Just rando. Just, and when I say rando, I mean just like as a person, rando, right? Who is this person? We don't know. No. She seems to have a background. I've seen her Instagram. We can get into all that, but
my mom got killed in a fire.
I'll tell you this: down the rabbit hole, who has a background in psychology and the training for from the world of health, let's just say, and direct care for patients, like a nurse. She has been very clear that she can't find any background that shows that Lima from Aura has any business dealing with mental health, as far as like her education or accreditation. Which is odd. How does one get conservatorship under that? These are all questions where we don't have complete answers. We just have a whole trail of information that shows that there's incomplete or incorrect information within the testimony. There's incomplete or incorrect information when it comes to names and changes of names, and odd possible misrepresentation of where schooling even happened. Oh yeah, although we all hate lima beans. Oh, she knows which lima bean, I do believe. Oh yeah, she is the Duval. True. I would say the Duval is true.
But I lied to a lot of people, telling them she was in my life, just to seem normal. So, but my mom got killed recently in a fire.
And how old are you now?
23.
23. And you got a black eye?
Yeah.
How'd you get the black eye?
A date. I asked him to go get some more crack, and he just took off on me. I'm a clone, so people control me. So they use technology to orthodox him to beat me up, because they get frustrated because I'm comfortable when I get comfortable.
She thinks she's being controlled by technology in the first place. Now, she hasn't met Lima as far as we know. She hasn't been subject to any testing or anything. But she's in some kind of schizophrenia, maybe? I don't know. This is, it's outside of any of my education. What's going on here? I mean, it could be the crack causing the delusion. Sucks being a clone. True. Except she's delusional about it. You're an actual clone. That's, Dave, you may need to have a conversation with that one. It's going to have a problem if you let it outside. I mean, yeah. Anyway. Yes, Dave has a clone. Everybody calm down. Just like Lita is actually Jessica X, but that's beside the point. These are other stories we don't need to share right now. And rumors that I will propagate continuously. So Lima's 23. I'm sorry, my bad. Amanda is 23. She's been beaten by a John. She has turned the story into he was controlled because she's gotten too comfortable. It seems like it. I mean, it's a very odd language. It's a very odd belief. I mean, it is a paranoia, but she seems to take it for granted, which is, well, unusual.
Do you have any family at all? Any aunts, uncles?
Yeah, my
grandparents?
dad, but he turned out to be a molester, so.
So just your dad is all you know?
Yeah, I don't have much support.
You have no support?
No.
And the only money you get is from the guys on the street?
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Genevieve, please tell me someone has not told this woman that she had a chip. Now, we don't know if somebody did or not, but we do know Lone Wolf is correct. Genevieve, she is not with us any longer. Unfortunately.
Oh boy.
Or ask for dollars and change from the liquor store around here.
Wow.
But I do want to say, it's kind of random. You did an interview with me before, but I want to tell my country thank you so much.
She wants to tell her country thank you so much.
The whole downtown thing. I'm sorry for not cleaning myself up and really trying, but you know what I'm saying? Thank you.
How long have you done crack?
Did crack like a year and a half.
She's talking about her care worker. She says, I want to thank my country. I'm sorry for not cleaning myself up. It's a continuation from before where she was basically saying that she was warned that she needed to clean herself up, but they'd stop sending her the check. Yeah, as far as we know, nobody told her that, but, you know, she lived down on Skid Row. And the stories down there and the experiences are wild. And I don't want to propagate a lore, but one of the stories that I've heard repeatedly, and you can find this on YouTube online, is the interviews of homeless people talking about being picked up and taken away by unknown parties in dark vans or white vans with no windows. Now, what that is, we don't know. But there's all kinds of offers. Easy work, money, you name it. But when people go disappeared from Skid Row, no one makes the report. And if they do, it doesn't get taken very seriously very often. So much so that at one point, Los Angeles had a serial killer that lasted decades in downtown LA. He lived right down the way and was known to the police and the sheriffs because of the other problems he kept getting in. Burglary and the such. But they never looked at him for the deaths of the prostitutes or the disappearances of black women and homeless women. We can cover that guy at another day, on another day. We've got other devils to slay. That's because they are, Lone Wolf says, used as subjects. I think they are. I mean, that's just my opinion. It's uninformed at best. It is lore. But if somebody was picking up folks, who knows what they're doing with them? Because from down there, nobody's going to know where he went. And very likely, nobody's going to report it. And a lot of times, people aren't going to care, which is even worse. And the only people that may be aware are maybe the healthcare workers you deal with or the social worker you deal with. or the person who sees you in the bread line, or the soup line at the mission.
Only a year and a half?
Yeah.
So
Why is
you were
he-
in college just a few
Once
years ago.
again.
Yeah, like,
Why is he panning down? What is this? I gather he does this every episode. This is the state they're in.
crack is the best thing for me. It really lifts my heart, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's my everything.
Crack is your everything?
Yeah, people lean on drugs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't come
yeah.
for me. True.
And who are you hanging
If the
with
black
now? The
cars
gentleman
start
that-
showing up
I just
fast,
think by myself or
run.
somebody that has crack.
But, so he has crack for you?
Yeah, I just, I search for crack all day. I chase crack.
And sometimes the guys beat you up.
Yep. He beat me up.
Who beat you up?
It's Mexican. I'm a clone, so I'm being controlled. So the people that control me get frustrated when I'm comfortable. So they orthodox him with technology where they control other people to beat me up. So it was hard.
Amanda, there's a couple like mental health places that are right in the neighborhood here. Would you mind maybe going over there?
Yeah, I've been to mental home a couple times, but I get frustrated and there's no drugs. You know what I'm saying?
And what do you do?
She gets frustrated because there's no drugs. I mean, at this point, somebody is clearly leveraging her via the drugs and utilizing her schizophrenia or her mental illness to keep her on the street and prostituting. And she believes it's because she's being controlled. Now, by what we could argue about, what she says it is pretty wild, and is the common kind of idea that comes with a form of psychosis and or disassociation and delusional paranoia. Sometimes unbelievable information is correct information, and we're creatures of habit. Genevieve, I do believe in that as well. Sometimes these face value things are as they are said, but they're being said from a strange, skewed point of view, maybe a reference. And this is the thing. It was talked about when we were watching Dahlia's police cam footage. She's saying things that may mean something else. In that somebody who had damage to their brain said, oh yeah, I recognize this. She doesn't know what word to use. She's using this other word. And in her mind, it means X, So I think that we may be seeing something similar, a misunderstanding, a misrepresentation of something that's very real. But at the same time, I will also say this. Sometimes, unexpectedly so, the world is a more astonishing, unbelievable, unrealistic, wild, unnaturally, let's call it magical, esoteric, metaphysical space. Because if quantum physics and particle physics are true at this time in any way, shape, or form, we're living in a whole miasma of waveforms crashing upon one another, forming a perceived reality upon other realities. No, I feel you. You don't have to yell it. True. It's definitely not mumbo jumbo. I can assert that the technology that may have affected her, or that at least was used on her, is associated to MK Ultra. I've looked at the Senate report repeatedly. We can look at it again. I'm going to read it at some point coming up here soon. It's a very boring piece, but it's worthwhile. I'm just going to sit there and read it like Chud did Max's report. It'll be more interesting, by the way. Maybe I can make 10 grand. No. Pay me to read. You can read it yourself. But I'm going to share it and, Hopefully make it interesting. The technology. Oh, yes. I understand. I feel the same way. By the way, I need a little button that, like, little dude shaking his fist at the sky. Was the old man shaking his fist at the sky? It comes up. I feel you. Yes. Sometimes I do want to scream that. Be like, you fucking motherfucker! Yeah, true. Because people will look you in the face and not believe in the amazing, magical world that we live in. And I say magical because there's just some unknowns. There's amazing unknowns. We keep finding wild shit about the universe and the world, and there's so much outside of just our simple knowledge. Yet they'll believe in something that they were told when they were a child as certain because there's a book. Well, I got books about Bigfoot. I was told about that as a child. Does that make Bigfoot any less real? The unknown. The unknowable. Our ability to suspend disbelief, to give the wild things in the world its credence or possibility or plausibility. These things give us the ability to comprehensively see the world. Because if you don't take into consideration the things you don't know or can't see, then you're missing some of the dimensions. As allegedly, there are 10, not 3. 10. Look it up. Decadahedron. And with that, I would also point out that there are 10 positions, 11 if you count death, in the tree of life. Once again, decadahedron. Old as time. Only sand older. I think I've already digressed enough, though. Let's get back to someone explaining themselves, and let's try to make some sense of it, because, frankly, she deserves it.
I get frustrated there.
Oh, yes! I will. You know, I'm going to look into that, actually.
You know what I'm saying? That 2 or 3
You know, I can
days.
get bobbleheads
I
made.
say 2 or 3 days.
Unlike some other certain people. Hold on.
I'm a clone, so
It's not fair for me to not give a little reaction to this one. Unlike some certain people, I should just get some bobbleheads made. I have a store, I just haven't put it up. It's on my website, which I'm not going to share with people yet. I'm almost there. I just want it to be right. I want it to be right. I want this shit to be like, what? Where's this been hiding my whole? No, it's gonna be good. If the blue-haired one sold his underlying technology for $50 million, I should at least get $80. I swear to God. But yes, bobbleheads. That's a fucking just me like this. Or it needs to go like this. Yeah, wait, which direction? Hold on a second. Wait, which way would work? Yeah, it just needs to go like this. Yeah. I have to see if they can get an armature that does it too. That'd be harder. That's it, because the spring has to go in there and then they print. It's all about the head just being on the spring, so yeah. Actually, the place that I know of, they'll do small batches too, so. Yo, you know what'd be great? If I made a bunch of Lightning Tiger action figures, just like a small run. There's a place in LA that does it. Sorry. Oh, Neve, I'm sorry. I'm not on Discord right now. Hold on a second. What's happening? Welcome on in. I see Tex. I see Neve. Where do I see things? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. If you hit me on Discord, it's normally like a once a day, twice a day kind of thing. I'm trying to not live terminally, although it's a great, and it doesn't notify me anymore actually. Oh, Discord is chorting on my phone. Do I need an update? Hey. Oh, thank you so much for sending me that. I appreciate it. The answer is not as far as I know. Neve, by the way, that is my answer to your question. There's not as far as I know. And I'm not going to tell the audience what you're asking me. No. He was talking to his clone. So, yes, he was talking to himself, essentially, but he was talking to his clone. And I'm waving to you, Neve. But you're not a liar. They got that report spam button really big now. They're like, report that shit. Not as far as that is the correct. Neve, who is not as far as I know. That's correct. Okay, sorry. I'll move back. Sorry, it's all in everybody's face. Thank you so much, Neve. No, I love that. And Angela, I love her panels. I really love her attitude. I love that she, when she really doesn't like things, she just starts painting her nails. Oh my God, I have 200 notifications on what is going on Discord. I have to just turn, that almost makes me scared. When I turn on Discord, there's 200. Breathe. All right, cool. I appreciate you, Neve. I love your work, by the way. I wish I had more time to watch. I am following too many stories. Please hop on more panels I'm watching, which you do. You tend to. And sometimes your reactions are amazing. If you, by the way, Neve, please put, not that everybody doesn't already know who you are, please put your link in the chat, if you wouldn't mind. Everybody, Neve Liar is amazing, and she's a great panel participant. She's even funnier when she's trashed, but she's awesome when she's not, either way. And her aesthetic, mwah, chef's kiss. Yes, being normal is weird, and weird is normal. Every one of us has some weird little thing. I often am concerned about those who don't have some obvious little mild picadillo weirdness. You know what I mean? Because what are they hiding? What person do you have in a closet somewhere? Really? What's going on? And yeah, Neve's channel's awesome. Thank you, Fuzzy B. I appreciate. Yes, teamwork makes the dreams absolutely work, and with emojis. That's rad, by the way. I appreciate that very much, and that is very supportive. Not so erudite posts on Twitter a lot. That's gonna be a non sequitur for me, but I'm just gotta say it because it's God damn, woman. Jesus, get off. Why? Why would Genevieve be weird? Everybody here is weird. Which is normal and special. Oh. And also normal. Because people, humans be human, and humans are weird. We're little who's on a little speck. If you think about it, we are little who's on a speck, like Whoville, screaming out into the void. And hopefully there's not some huge elephant who might accidentally grab us. We can't, I can show you a UFO video. There's a very large thing in the sky. Anyways, by the way, Nightbot, I'm about to fire you, buddy. Just extensively overbearing Nightbot, and I apologize. I'm not that hard up that I want people to send me things like that. Every once in a while. And you're awesomely weird, Lita. Fluzzy B, let me just give a shout out to the parkour. Yes! I celebrate the awkward, the weird, the unusual. Because the unusual is only unusual because of those who feel uncomfortable about admitting that each and every one of us has something slightly unusual. We all, some people have a freaking tail, a vestigial tail. Humans. Some of them can wag. I've seen it. What? Orion on the cat's collar. True. Orion on the cat's collar. That's us. That's truly us, if you think about it. In many ways. And if the bubble theory is true. I always took it as a sign of pride, to be honest with you. And I think there's this very funny story, by the way, about, I think it's Navajo kids. when they were put in the corner and given a dunce cap. Back in the day, you know, in like the 1890s or whatever, when they were trying to indoctrinate Native Americans. Apparently, in Navajo tradition, and I believe I'm getting it right, the higher the hat, the more prestige you're being given. And it is often that the tall hat is given to those who have done well in the tribe and are being adulated upon. And so those kids that were stuck in the corner and given the dunce hat, which is a tall cone hat, would sit there prideful all day long, like, yeah! Dunce! Yes! And I'm all about that. The speck in the eye. True. The dust in the wind. That it is the normal people who may very well be the normal people. Now, I want... let's address this for a brief second. What is normal? Normal is a perception of a generalized mean value, meaning that it is often a colloquial suggestion, just like common sense. Common sense is not common sense. Common sense in California, in Los Angeles, is not common sense in Louisiana by the bayou, is not common sense in Amsterdam by the Gracht, is not common sense by the Moskva River, is not common sense by the Ganges, is not common sense in Beijing. It's all colloquial, based off of what we know from the surroundings. And trust me, it's easy to make a goldfish look like an idiot when you shove it in the tree. That's Einstein. But I would ask, and I would have asked him this, well, who's the idiot who shoved it in the tree? And I think Hockenberg said that. But my people didn't get hats. They got smallpox and blankets. Yes, indeed, mine too. Truth. My grandfather, my mother's side, was born on a reservation in the South, no less. So, I believe at the border where Georgia and Florida, is that where? Georgia and Florida, something like that. The dude we watched yesterday was weird in a bad way. Oh yeah, there is definitely a bad weird. Like the dark side of weird, where it's like you just went too far. Awkward is only endearing to the point that it has its intention is kind. And kind awkward weird is wonderful. Subgenius. Pranks. Bad jokes. Terrible movies. Faux ice cream. Foam dog poop. Whoopee cushions. These are... thank you, humanity. Thank you. And many of us don't ever figure out what normal is because what is the mean value of 8 billion people? Yeah, we need a new name for that kind of weird, true. Juice, yeah, wow! Yeah, I would be, I'm sorry, I always get it wrong. I always want to say it's Jesseminal? That would be Jesseminal. The Jesseminal. And you're a Jesu. You're actually, oh, damn. Genative enemies. True. Yeah, Nightbot is unsettling at this point. It's like so aggressive. I tried slowing it down. I said 15 and 20 minutes. Did I not set it right? Did I not store it? You just double check because no. I just that long has transpired, I guess. Jesus. Holy mercy. All right. Let's find out what's going on with the man.
Also hurting someone else because they use animals to, that's part of the technology they use.
Oh, no, he was a fickle. He was definitely a fickle and definitely specule. I'm sorry. I'll run it back, but because we need to focus on Amanda. But yeah, last night that was both a fickle and specule. I was amazed. I don't know if you guys caught my moment. I don't know if you caught my moment. I just jumped in to be like that. Remember when you watched WWF? And like you'd be watching the match, it'd be two guys, and out of nowhere, there'd be this other guy who'd just jump in and be like, Rowdy Piper, what's he? Oh my God, he's at the top of the ring. He's done a backflip. Oh my God, he just suplexed him after the backflip. Oh my God, he's plowed up with his anus. Yeah, true. I might have ended up a little dirty with my elbow. 'Cause my hand was pretty far up there, I felt like. Yes, and I think your theory is absolutely correct. But I also think that there's a severe creep factor in just the background that I did very... I mean, come on, I instigated that. Oh, thank you, Plausibly. I appreciate that. I had waited until the right moment. I had been waiting and waiting until people had gotten him a little pressed. And I'd been doing background the whole time from the moment this show started. And it wasn't that hard to find like discrepancy and crazy lies. And I say, can I say lie? I'm like untruths, just flat out like, bro, you said this, now you're saying that. When did he first drive a sports car? He said 23 on the live. Well, in a video where he threatens to hurt somebody, he says 16. The fact that he admitted that he threatened to hurt somebody and not the car, it's crazy shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's so yeah, WWF, there were, I didn't know until I got into production full tilt that like, yes, that's a show. And met some of the guys who they do security, like body people or executive security. And a lot of those guys, if they're not making it big time in the WWF or one of the smaller circuits, they go into security because they're huge. They're just monsters and they keep in shape and they're all really smart, very talented people can take a beating. Oh, holy shit. Mystery Sky, you are the very first person to, wow, you're the very first person to actually directly tip me. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. I appreciate that, and thank you so much. Did my alert not go off? Something came up. I don't know how to do those, by the way. I'm so, like, oh, autocorrect, yeah. Oh, not on Forbes, hiding for reasons. Yeah, okay, so that is a thing. You can pay Forbes to not cover you. But you pay them to not cover you. Especially at the billionaire level. I asked that of somebody who absolutely knew. Let me correct that. I asked a room of people that absolutely knew. And we were making fun of somebody on that list who was in the room who had lost $500 million essentially by buying a whole bunch of hardware and gear to make movies. And it was used, no less, and a lot. It's $500 million this person spent. And I did think about it now. Anyways, and when I think about it now, there was another person in the room who now dwarfs all of that. But the point being is that we were making fun of this person who didn't give a damn. He's all about the altruism and getting truth out there. And I asked, well, who's on that list? Can you pay to not be on it? And they were like, oh yeah, people definitely pay to not be on that list. Now the millionaires, it's a coverage thing. Are you making waves? Are you getting attention? Otherwise, are you on page 6? And you can pay to be on or pay to be off. Yeah. Yes, thank you for your support. That's really amazing, by the way. That's very kind. Super rad. I'm sorry, that's just a very cool thing. I don't know. Means a lot to me. Thank you.
I get frustrated there and there's no drugs.
Then you leave?
You know what I'm saying? That 2 or 3 days. I stay 2 or 3 days.
And then you leave?
Yeah. I'm a clone, so I'm also hurting someone else because they use animals to, that's part of the technology they use to clone you. So I'm hurting someone else. Also hurting someone else because they use animals to, that's part of the technology they use to clone you. So I'm hurting someone else.
Oh yeah, when he gave you the answer, you knew he was a schmuck. Man, you should see the videos. Sorry, we'll run this back a little bit. Yeah, you should see his videos. I'm sorry, we did not to get off topic, but let's talk about hair face. He thinks it's Rose. He thinks it looks like a rose. I guess it is Rose. The whole lie at the beginning outed him. I had it specially made, bruh. I love that Resto came in with a face, or the image of the face in his thumbnail. You know, my whole life, and I mean my whole entire life, I've had those who didn't understand the complexity of the people around them tell me that I was untruthful, tell me that my experiences in life never happened, denied my background, denied, I've had people deny anything and everything that they don't understand about how complex some people can be. And when I say this, I mean it from the depths of my heart. It's been since I was a child. Now, I say this specifically because in my case, I was driven. And when I say driven, I learned how to read when I was 3. Apparently, I read Star Wars, a book about Star Wars to my kindergarten class on my first day of school. I do remember helping the kids in kindergarten learn like consonants and stuff like that. You know what I mean? My mom taught me how to read. I was an actor at a young age. I had a SAG actor card. I did a lot of commercials. I did some TV show stuff. I should have gone into movies, but I didn't like the atmosphere, and I liked rock and roll. And I had access to that, and a lot of musician friends. And there's a long crossover in between there, and some wild stories and such. Not for today. Point being is that all along the way, when you tell people your story, they tell you you're a liar, especially if they were the jealous type or had limited experiences. My family is very educated and very fun and very individualistic and creative. My grandmother's an opera singer. My grandfather on my mother's side is Native American. We didn't know him, and he came back into our lives when I was a child, and my mother was an adult. My grandmother's mother was a flapper back in the day. My grandmother's, who was an opera singer, but that's my dad's mom, was an opera singer, and her husband wasn't just an educator. He was he was a theologian. He was a social scientist. He wrote books. He endeared the idea of love and happiness as the root of all things for me. He told me that I should never be weighed down by one belief and always search for the truth. To practice and understand things, but to keep moving if it didn't fit. To search out what life has given me. Now, those things alone, and then the great uncles, the great aunts, those great aunts who, one of which fought her way out of a concentration camp. And I've told the story briefly about my grandfather being sold to his oldest brother, the oldest brother of 12. This is my grandfather Louis, the theologian, social scientist, educator. Oh, he wrote the book about reform and getting people jobs out of prison, and did that in the 1950s and 60s. And the joke was the little man was being brought home by the police car every day. I'm sorry, I've missed some of these. Chia Pet. At first, Chia Pet, thank you. Yeah. At first I thought he had a short curly hair wig stretch over his face. Oh, so did I. That's what I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Is that Caranto's gone haywire? Genevieve, welcome back. I've been very lucky. I've had a lot of great influences and a lot of great mentors. My grandmother taught me how to sing. I still have her piano. Are y'all talking about the synchronized soccer player? I don't know what that is. Maybe I'll bring that up later. I'll have to look that up. But yeah, no, I start talking about how people won't believe how amazing things are or how complex people could be because they don't have the experiences themselves. My first tour experience was when I was 17. Oh yeah. Okay, I wasn't legal. I wasn't legal to get in the bars. I wasn't legal to work in the clubs. And I was providing my PA around LA. And specifically, I was providing my PA at a cop bar in Van Nuys. And when I say cop bar, I mean a detective owned it. I don't know if he is anymore. He can't be. He's got to be retired by now. So I'm just going to spill the beans. Yeah, Friday, Saturday nights, sometimes Sunday, my PA would go into a place I'm not going to share its name, in Van Nuys, just off Van Nuys Boulevard, right across the street from the police department and the I'm giving it away, but anyways. Can't make this shit up. And then I went on to work for a whole bunch of clubs that had mobster owners. Sam Mufti was one of them. Shit's weird, folks. At the same time, all my friends were getting into production. We were doing theater. We were making money off that theater. Some of my friends were writing plays. Some of my friends went back east and moved and started a whole new life. One of which became one of the world's foremost stage managers because he wanted to be a dramaturge. Another one of our friends went back east and started writing for SNL and several of the other shows. Same guy who wrote our plays. Everybody kept creating. And that's hard for some to understand because I can show you a core crew of people that never gave up their dreams. And that's hard for people to even fathom. Now, add in my own personal experiences. Add in the nuance. My grandmother was a kitchen witch, the opera singer. And she would say things to me while I was there that have ever inspired me to believe that the world is otherworldly, that the sentience and the love of life is about seeing the special little edges in the corners out of the corner of your eye. I call it magical thinking, but I've learned to find out that the metaphysics in life are closer to the quantum and the particle physics. And that's what led me to them. And I've come to collect grimoire, information, and quantifiable science. Science! Science! I'll come to believe it as science and learn how to read it as science. Through a lifetime of searching through quote-unquote magic spell books that may not make sense because most of it is allegory or belief or inference. Add in the fact that there's iconography. Sorry, I say that totally wrong every time. Iconography. Iconography? I can never say it right. Anyways, the ability to recognize symbols, shapes that mean something else, that assert themselves as, well, signs or messages or code. I've gotten very good at that because that's everything in the world of metaphysics and grimoire. Now, in the travel that I've had around the planet, that, by the way, I've been really lucky to have somebody else pay for almost the entire time of 30 years. Science! Jinx. Who owes who a Coca-Cola? By the way, you can send me food, if you guys didn't know. I think there's something actually open. It's all expensive. Don't send me food. It's bad. I looked at the prices and I'm like, holy shit. Even that's expensive. Actually, there's only one thing in there. That's the Japanese food there. I'm like, okay, that's about right. It's about right. But like one of them is like, yeah, it's stupid. You gotta really love me. Codes, true. And I've come to find over a lifetime of travel that some of these codes are true. Now, you can go ahead and believe whatever the fuck you want. Like the guy was saying last night, but there's a difference. I can share and will show you happily, without talking mumbo jumbo, how that iconography works. And I can walk you up, knock on the doors, especially when there's a flower on the, a fleur-de-lis over it. In most cases, if it's the original owner, we're welcome. Same as many other things. I could take you into a masonry temple and explain to you everything that's stated in the wall because that information is available. It's all suggestion of power structure, of associations, of history. In most cases. Oh, it's in the, you know what it is? Hold on a second. Lita, if you type ! feed Aaron, it is the treat stream. You don't have to do it though. That thing is hilarious, by the way. It's ridiculous. The fact that any of that stuff exists, I'm just like, it makes me giggle. It really does. It's like, talk about reach out and touch someone. By the way, the other day I was wearing, Bridget, I was wearing the socks she sent me. That's awesome. Hey, Nightbot. I think there's a 31-second cooldown, by the way. Anyway, I thank you. If anybody actually does that. Yeah, true. No, there's a couple of different, I got to put more commands in there. I've got a couple silly ones I'm going to do. I've got an 8-ball. Nobody's ever tried the 8-ball because I never mentioned it. There is an 8-ball. By the way, I think it's just exclamation point 8-ball. I've never seen it come up, by the way. I don't know if it works, so I'm just telling you that it says there's an 8. It says there's an 8-ball, but I think it's Streamlabs. I don't know. I like buttons. Flipping things around. I know it's not after dark yet, but I like flipping things around, buttons. Anyways. All right, enough Frivaldi. I apologize. We have taken, and I just hyperpolated on my own life. There's lots more to the story. Point being is that I can share with you all of my stories. You're either going to believe them or you're not. I can actually show you video and all sorts of other stuff, but even then, people will look at you sideways. I've shared video with people who are doubting me that I got trashed and bowled in the White House. That means nothing to some people. It's not an achievement. It's not a nothing. In fact, it's not the only time I went there. But that's beside the point. There's plenty of examples. People are only going to believe what they want to believe. People are only going to see what they want to see. And either you can consider that there's more to the world, more to the life, more to the experience of the universe or universes than you know. Well, I guess it's just easier for some. Not for me. Bothers the hell out of me when I don't know what's going on. 8-ball works? Hey! Sick. I've never seen it work before. That's awesome. I have some colloquial oatmeal in the bathroom cabinet. It's very fancy, clearly, because it's colloquial. Colloquially made. Trippy Cass, what's going on? Oh, I didn't say. Is that Trippy? I didn't see it yet because I didn't have my glasses on. Oh my God! Ladies and gentlemen, homos and tramps, Trippy Cass! If you're not familiar, Trippy is one of the greatest clowns living. He's also a cartoon, but he's also a clown. And more importantly, he does an incredible Hormaxer imitation that Hormaxer has faced and was bothered by. And let me just tell you, mwah, mwah. Yes, 8-ball, will Trippy Cass ever get his rocks off? I think it's got a, hold on a second, it might have a cooldown. That's what it is. It might have a cooldown. Yeah, give it a couple, it can't be more than 30 seconds or a minute or something like stupid like that. Anyhow. Okay, where were we at? People's doubt. People's questioning of life. People's questioning of reality. People's questioning of why someone would be describing the scenario as being controlled or being a clone. You know, we can call it, like I have, a form of schizophrenia or psychosis, but it may be a form of aphasia, meaning some brain damage causing an issue describing the scenario appropriately. This could all be a confluence of those things together as well. Welcome on in, Trippy Cast. Hey, Lita or somebody, would you mind putting Trippy's channel? Make sure to sign to go follow Trippy. I love your show, Trippy. I'm not gonna lie, I watch a lot. Even if you don't see me in there, I'm like definitely throwing peanuts in the background. Ah! Ah! You know. Anyway, go love on Trippy too. He's a large man. I mean, and I don't mean large. I mean like he's a large man. No, dude. By the. Thank you so much, Fluzzy. You rule. Thank you. Hold on a second. You're so kind. That is very kind of you. I really appreciate you doing that. That's above and beyond. And by the way, unnecessary to the stream. Very kind of you, and I love you very much for doing that. It supports the art, and it's a new thing. I decided to put it up just because, you know, I gathered some money for some of my causes, and you know, I don't know. Everybody's doing it, so might as well. And I appreciate it. I've never had a tip jar before, so it means a lot. Thank you, Fluzzy B. It's really, I've never had a tip jar. You're literally like the first person in the world who's ever tipped me. Which some people are like, go away. Here's your tip. Go away. Stream Elements, superior to Streamlabs because Streamlabs, hey, I feel that. How did you get banned? This has got to be a good story. Hold on to that, Stream. How did you get banned from Streamlabs? That is amazing. That's an accomplishment, for God's sake, sir. Especially as a clown. That is incredible. By the way, I've been practicing my home accent. I'm starting to get it, but it's, you know, the legginess of it. It's just so good. It's coming off more gay. That's why I was I was suggesting we just have a whole bunch of people come in and do their Hormaxer impression, but everybody else is just a still photo of him that unfolds behind yours. You know, yours is the original that actually moves and everything, but everything else is just, it keeps cloning. Hello, Hormaxer, and it should get worse and worse. Like there's other dimensions of Hormaxers. I'm Hormaxer from 137 BC. I'm Hormaxer from 138 B9. You know what I mean? Just keeps getting more and more disturbed. Falsely reported as a doxer when I was literally busting an actual... Oh, no shit. Man, why is it that is the thing that always comes out? That the people that are doing the wrong shit are the first ones to come lashing out and chasing and making claims. I early on, coming back online, I ran into somebody, yeah, who do you appeal with that? Is there an appeal process for, I don't even know what you would do there. That's just like, it's an app. How does one get banned? And who do they complain to? That is, you knew they were reaching. They were reaching as hard as they could. Like, did it come through there? This is so fascinating. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Bridget. I hope your computer's okay. She's like, I tried to access your website. Oh. Sorry. Lita can tell you. It takes a lot of resources. It's true. Speaking of resources, it takes a lot of resources to give people a benefit of the doubt in people's minds. It takes a lot of wherewithal to trust that somebody is telling you something that means something, especially when they seem degraded, debased, or not cognitively direct. Oh no! By the way, Fluzzy Bee, did it fail or is it just turned off? Because you can turn that back on in the controls if it's just turned off by accident, and that happens. He did try to appeal it. Streamlabs have refused to comment back. They used a ticket method and they just kept marking it as answered. Answered. I fucking hate that shit. Automation sucks. A year straight. Wow. That's crazy. That might be fixable. Computers aren't that hard when you buckle down and use Google. True. I've done some crazy shit to bring one of these computers back to life. I keep getting a notification that the fan is no longer working. Ooh. It could be that it's its temperature gauge has failed or something. There's a way to check that, actually. Yeah, and the only reason I know that is because the studio computer. It's not associated to any of the streaming stuff. Often you'll hear me play music off of it. That computer is a ancient beast, like 2010, and I had to upgrade it with some things, and one of the things I had to do was get fan control, because it was like, your fan is on! Your fan is on! And it's not good. Studio environment. It's not good to have like you turn on the nuclear reactor. It's not good. It's not good. The only, I'm sorry, I'm missing. It was good. It was Google Chrome crashed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I will definitely look into the settings and see, turn them, oh yeah, it may be in a more complex thing, but Google will have some suggestions. Like if you write in the fan not working comment and fix, it should come up with something. YouTube normally has some good stuff. The only time Streamlabs said anything to me was when a moderator on their site told Trippy, we're investigating the situation, you'll be notified. There's a moderator for Streamlabs? What? Well, I see that they're hard at work, clearly. That moderator is definitely getting to the problem soon. Oh yeah, if you haven't seen Trippy's animation, first off, his show is fantastic. And second off, he's a clown. Third, his horror maxer is fantastic, and I'm so looking forward to the new character, because now that I kind of know what the new character is, that's going to be incredible. You know that person is going to melt, right? That person is just going to fall apart. Do you have her in a BDSM outfit by any chance? Because that would be the real wingdinger. I think that's a turnaround. I think that is the turnaround, because she's the one who said she's a masochist. She's into BDSM. She likes being, the same time as the rest of the stuff, which is so confusing. It's so contradictory, hypocritical. But that's a whole other topic. Anyways, benefit of the doubt. Maybe Amanda here is having some cognitive difficulties.
Mind maybe going over there?
Yeah, I've been to mental home a couple times, but I get frustrated, and then there's no drugs. You know what I'm saying?
And what do you do?
I just get frustrated there, and there's no drugs.
And you leave?
You know what I'm saying? 2 or 3 days. I stay 2 or 3 days.
And then you leave?
Yeah. I'm a clone, so I'm also hurting someone else, because they use animals to, that's part of the technology they use to clone you. So I'm hurting someone else. So I die today or tomorrow. So you really gotta just stay productive in this country. Make sure you have a job.
Now this is odd. By the way, that's amazing, Trippy. That's... You got to see, yes. Wow. And he's been around forever. Maxer goes way back to other groups too, by the way. So there's something weird here with what she's talking about, because she's not yet involved, as far as we know, with Lima. Lima hasn't come into the picture. But she's describing something that sounds familiar to what Dahlia was describing, as if they were cloning her or taking her genes or something. Taking samples, essentially. Sniffing her, treating her as a subject. Maxi pad, true. Dead ego. Oh, it's dead egg. I thought it actually said dead egg. Ego. I'm sorry. Now that I'm reading it up there, it says dead egg. That's better than even dead ego. I'm sorry. Dead egg is fantastic. Well done. In Chinese, no less. So, yes. Let me just give you the yes.
Make sure that everything's together. You have a purpose. You're always reaching for something, because they'll kill you out here. You know what I'm saying? I have a storyline in my head. You know what I'm saying? Because my country put a storyline in my head So in that storyline, they say that America, you know what I'm saying, everybody gets murdered. So just live life to the fullest.
Okay, so the other thing that's in common here is that Dahlia says they're killing her over and over, and she says, I'm getting ready to die tomorrow anyways. Oh, you kicked yourself off? Sorry. Skit with some very large, huge maxi pads. I've been collecting them in case anybody wants them. It's fantastic. What? That video's all the way back to 2000. Oh yeah, no, he goes way the frick back, bro. And he's been around the Subgenius for a long time too, man. That name is very familiar to me. He's back in the weird days. AOL and shit.
How true that is, but I know I'm a clone, so you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, he had another name though.
Okay, so Amanda, if I wanted to walk you over to one of the mental health facilities here in Scuba?
No, I'm gonna get killed.
I know I found that shit.
So I want to be out, enjoying. You know,
thank you, Pleasant.
And just being out.
I've been listening to the Beth do it, and basically, wait, hold on a second. I've been listening to the Beth do it. There we go. Sorry. I have to be more slutty. Think about more vaginas dripping and oozing, whatever they do, you know. I also need to take my shit off and sweat profusely, but that's beside the point. The more I think about it, the more I can get into the character, and then I'm sitting here talking about Grace's lovely legs. I can't understand why, with her manly shoulders, why she would be turned down by so many men. Yeah, he's been so many things or tried to be. He just loves the boobs, though. He really does love the boobs and ass. He's much more greasy than straight ahead. That's the other thing. And there's this very strange little light lisp somewhere in there. I don't know. You really do him justice, though, Trippy. I'm just copying. I'm literally just copycatting. That's all. Anyways, because his voice is so, and he loves looking at women love him, love his cock and penises. Street Maxer, because he's all for the street. That's right. Absolutely for the street, because that's where the ladies are. Sorry, I gotta get more of his lingo down. Now I'm starting to get the voice. He's gotta get the lingo. You got the lingo and the breathing. There's a breathing in there too. It's like a nasal breathing that I always forget. Cause you know, God. By the way, I invented a character named Tim that I can never do on because it's just rude. Tim is an executive for most of the fast food companies in America. He is the official taster and he comes up with a lot of the designs. And Tim is known for things like the Double Down. And I have a whole list of them. They're terrible things. All of them are like, you know, bucket of gravy and the never-ending breakfast. Would you like another? Anyways, Tim sounds like this. What's wrong? I asked them for more turkey in my turkey gravy, and they didn't have turkey for the turkey gravy. And what? I was just looking to wear another Hawaiian shirt. God, just because people choked on their own tongues after eating the Double Down and maybe had coronaries doesn't mean. God. God. Holy mackerel, thank you. Wow. Whoever Anonymous is, you're Animos. You're Animos. That's rad. Thank you, whoever did that. Thank you. That is more coffee. That is more art. That's more time online. I will dance for your ass. And by the way, feed pictures, I'm not above feed. If you're sending me money, I'm not above feed pictures. I'm just saying. I need a manicure and a pedi, but STD to the max there. Absolutely. It's 3 max there. I'm sorry. See, it takes me a second. I gotta like settle. Trippy, I don't know how you do that so quickly. I gotta like settle into him I gotta put like a, what do they call the sack on the inside of a beetle? When it's becoming a beetle? Sorry. That is really awesome. Whoever said that, that's super kind. Thank you. Cheers to you. I hope your evening is awesome. Once again. You know, I have 4 air horns. That's 4. I gave you all 4. Thank you. That's really kind. That's super kind. Folks, I'm telling you, this is the first time I've ever put the tip jar out, and that's just out there, just a like perfunctory thing. You don't have to do that, but thank you very much, and I appreciate it. It helps, and it actually, I'm gonna figure something to do out with it. I'll do something in the studio, most likely. Just collect it and put it into some toy or something like that. I'll save it up. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna save it up for that Stream Elements thing that you can press the button and it changes. Like I can, I always got toys. I got plenty of iPads there, but I want that little box thing that I can just like hit buttons and have memes pop up. Yes, to memes. It took me like a week to get. I can see, and Trippy, that's the thing, is your voice is incredibly hard to do. You're like a Dan Aykroyd without the Chicago. It's very, very. You're all chest and throat, and it's impossible. I can't even do it, and there's an edge to it. I cannot do. Well, to you, singular voice, sir. What am I missing? You sounded like Kip and Napoleon together. Yes, true. Dave says no feet pics. I'm sorry, I missed a lot. Use of the Doc Maxo, Rada, and Dysugenic. Dysugenic Rada. Getting strong Napoleon Dynamite vibes. True. Yeah, I need to watch more. Stream Deck, thank you. Everybody loves a Stream Deck. Yeah, that's what I'll save it. I'll save money for the Stream Deck. Because then I can press buttons and have memes pop up to my responses. And of course, I would genuinely do that on debate panels. I don't know if you noticed, I've been abstaining from debates. I've been trying to keep it light. And now I'm here. All right. Focusing on Amanda Rapp. Amanda Rapp's decline has only begun, unfortunately. And in the last minutes of this interview, she describes what she says calls and describes as an expected death. The truth in that, we don't know. It took me like a week to get used to the Maxer's enunciation and inflection. Your friend Starving Artist, awesome, helped you out. Awesome. Bridget, oh, awesome. Thank you, Bridget. That's so kind. Why didn't I give you credit? That sucks. It should give you credit. Stream Deck can link with OBS and cut the keyboard out and completely if you want. Those things are nice. Oh, yes. I actually have OBS Blade that I tend to use if I'm going like freeform or walking around or something. I've used it a bunch of times. That's really nice too. OBS Blade is very good. That's so kind, Bridget. Thank you. Lita just blew your cover, by the way. Thank you, Lita. You're awesome, Bridget. Hold on a second. Bridget never gets the credit straight away.
Hardcore.
Thank you, Bridget. You're awesome. In fact, Bridget, by the way, I just drank your coffee. That was awesome. In fact, no, this is the coffee. Folks, Bridget, I don't know if you know, Bridget is the original main mod and still remains the main mod. There are 2 secret mods that are main mods. But Bridget is the one and only out front. She'll just kick your ass. Politely. Oh, it's not working again? Yeah, so be nice to Bridget. Because she's the one person with a real wrench around here. It's like that wrench. She got that extra wrench. I didn't realize that that's what you're talking about. I thought you were talking about each other. I was confused. There's mayhem and chaos. I'm drinking coffee. I'm talking about, I'm just meandering. I'm meandering at this point. Let's get back to Amanda.
So that's it. But I'm glad I got to make a second video with you.
Whoa.
So I can tell my country, thank you so much. And you know what I'm saying? The person that writes my thoughts might tell you, I had some ungrateful times, but
The person who writes my thoughts will tell you.
Video with you so I can tell my country, thank you so much. And you know what I'm saying? The person that writes my thoughts might tell you, I had some ungrateful times.
The iron wrench.
You know what I'm saying? I'm very thankful. And I'm so sorry about everybody dying and stuff. I didn't know, but when I heard about them, you know what I'm saying? Everybody, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's a phasiatic description. It's she's saying something to us that she really means. Is she talking about the virtual death? I mean, because she and Lima and Aura Technology have not run into one another as far as we know. Because Lima comes in, it doesn't make any sense as far as the story from the apparent or alleged association thereafter. So it's very odd, because Dahlia says the same or very similar thing. She expects to die. They kill her repeatedly, so she can't feel her body. Expired invitation. Oh, Sucky McSopakaton. Hold on a second. Let me put the proper one in the chat. I'll have to fix that later, because to open that up while I'm streaming will just crash everything. For Discord is that extra level of, it'll just take it over the edge and be like, fuck you, you're done now. Copy link. Hold on a second. Shares. I'm going to share copies. And Discord. This should be a good link, by the way. And my Discord is a kind of an ode to the old BBSs, by the way. Not very many people take advantage of it, but there's a place called The Construct and then Not The Construct. And you can write your own story in addition to whatever happened at the end of the last story. And that's part of the fun. Or you can create a whole new world in there. It doesn't really matter. It's for writers and creative thinking or just writing your thoughts. There's some meme Olympics as well, where you vote on memes with memes. But that's the ratio. So if a meme comes up and then you vote on it based off a meme that you think is worth 0 to 10. So, yeah, clearly. You were saying that I'm excited for that because that means like all your stuff is going to get more wild and smooth and shit, right? It does sound like she has been in touch with Lima already, Bridget, right? That's what I keep thinking. We don't know that to be true, but that's what it keeps sounding like. And you always get a knot in your stomach. Sorry, I miss who that is. Mystery Sky? Or, I'm sorry. That's, Oh, Lone Wolf. Sorry. Knot in your stomach when you hear Amanda say she's going to die within days. Yeah, it's really troubling. Especially because we hear that from Dahlia. Or a form of that. Got more RAM for your PC earlier this year and GTX 3060. I have enough parts now to build a different computer. Oh, that's awesome. You should build a transmission computer and an ARC computer. So you can feed the ARC computer via one line over the transmission computers and leave the transmission computer to just do like 60 frames per second at 720 and just be like, rah! That's actually what I do, by the way, when it's all working well. I'm not saying you gotta do that. I'm not saying you gotta do that. She could do it, you know? I mean, how does she know she's being controlled and that she is cloned? Where does that come from? Yes. Who said that to her? Where did she get that idea? Why did she get that idea? She hasn't even gone into the therapy yet, as far as we know. She's on the street. She says she's serving her country. That's very odd. She keeps giving props to serving her country. Trippycat says this reminds him of a guy who did a stream on forever ago. He believes that he's on a Megadeth album cover and dying, and that he's the one. Cover dying, and that's one of his clones. And he says he writes songs for famous artists. I forget his name. Whoever that is, that's amazing. That's even better than telling everybody you're a multimillionaire than threatening to kill someone over a couple $1,000s for a video that they put up. And then you told them you hated, so they put it back down. And then you still made 3 series of videos after that. And then also say that women shouldn't come. Cup the labia, by the way. Cup the labia. It's not after dark, but I don't care. It's never, can I just take a moment? Hi, I'm AronMSound, and I'm here giving you a public announcement for mostly men, but also women. Anybody who enjoys and wants to see their girlfriend or significant other or just practice getting other people off, having a good time. Very simple statement, and I hope you take this to heart. Hashtag cup the labia. This has been a public announcement by LOOKUP, and I'm AronMSound. Thanks for joining. Now, back to your regularly scheduled broadcast. Also, hashtag cup the labia. I think I need to get a little rainbow that says cup the labia. What do you think? Guy claims government kills his clones every night and he can feel it when he's sleeping. That's rough. Maybe the government was in touch with her first. Maybe. Maybe that's why she found her way over to... Maybe that's... You know what? There is reason to believe that Lima already had been working with a government agency or trying to at that time. The convenience of her showing up and picking Amanda Rabb, I'd be interested to search more into that. Hey, Queen, why do you always come in when I'm talking like crazy? Welcome on in, Queen. We are covering Amanda Rabb this evening and her experience before and after meeting with Lima Fremora.
I can't change things.
All right, Amanda.
Thank you.
I'm gonna see.
Thank you, America.
Thank you.
By the way, he had a mass amount of subscribers. This is a couple months later. 3 years ago. With 1.4 million views and 20,000 likes. And now, Amanda's family and I are trying to find a way to get her into a rehab, but we can't legally force her to go. Boy, that's an interesting statement. Amanda wants to stay on the street and smoke crack. We have been able to get her the schizophrenia medication she used to take, so she has schizophrenia. Yeah, you have great timing, by the way, Queen. We've been able to get her the schizophrenia medication she used to take. You can see some improvements in her behavior in these clips taken over the past month. We're still looking for a miracle for Amanda. Huh. Kishore! What's happening? How you doing, sir? Welcome on in. Taste the crackalina, right? Yeah, no, this is where it goes all right. Yes, indeed, Kashawn B, if you didn't know, the voice of Aaron After Dark. Speaking of which, Queen, I'm sorry, I am my grandmother's rebellion. If you wouldn't mind putting, or if somebody wouldn't mind putting the Queen Cascade Soul Recharger channel up. Queen's channel is another amazing channel. And Kashawn, do you have a channel yet? I've seen your channel. Well, you know what I'm talking about? Oh, Kashawn's channel's dope too, actually. He's got his voiceover work on it, which is awesome. So feel free to put your channels in the chat, folks. Self-promotion is awesome. Always share. And if you don't know, Queen Cascade has a recharger channel that is basically like beautiful ocean views and underwater views and occasionally a UFO in the frame or something, you know. And she covers wonderful topics. She's been going over MK Ultra and stuff, looking at the Wi-Fi files. I sent her down the rabbit hole. Well, you should, damn it. You should just do voiceover fun. Like just little snippets of stuff. You do amazing. Your voice is amazing, so you do well. I was just saying. Wow, that took a while. They thought people were like really slow. Yeah, so this is about 2 months later. Because the last one was in March 2020. What are we hearing? Awesome. Thank you, Fluzzy B. I appreciate you. Oh, man, you kill it. You have just like your little shorts saying interesting things and being funny.
Hey guys, man. I just wanted to say, I feel uncomfortable. The guy videotaping me right now, just sending certain messages through, basically is me, you know what I'm saying, is making me feel like he regrets.
Hold on a second. Hold on a fucking second. Hold on 1 second. Oh my God. Wait. He says they think she's getting better. She's less coherent than last time by a mile, if not hundreds. Grinding her teeth. That was her grinding her teeth. What the hell? So they've got her the meds back, but look. Look. What's going on here?
Helping me right now, so
I don't regret helping you.
yeah.
I would love to help you.
She's lost all her teeth. Or the ones that were the up front.
Good morning, Amanda.
Hey, this is my second video today. I just wanted to say my thoughts are translated in my machine, so you should think about that. Like,
Okay, so this is what he's talking about. He's not talking about the other ones. This is sometime later. I mean, the change is so drastic.
somebody is thinking and typing, so I'm not trying to make that stuff the truth. Like, they can make me feel like all of it's not the truth, so it's not healthy to really listen to me because it makes people, my last video, because it makes you paranoid and nervous. So I just really wanted to send that out, and I love Almighty, and I love Michael, Dub, everybody, Auntie Lindsay, Mark, Hood right here, and
I mean, how do you spend your day?
I just know I should be murdered because I'm just not fitting in. I'm just too much of a looker and
She said she just knows she should be murdered. What is going on? And where is this coming from? Who is feeding it to her? And at this point, yeah, the decline is startling. Absolutely. It's so extreme. Cogency, coherency. Connection to life or normalcy in any way, shape, or form. Disassociation from her surroundings. So many things. Yes, yeah, Kashan, it's horrifying. It's terribly sad. All that she's gone through, and she's still considering how her words might make others afraid. Fleshy B, great point. She's still thinking empathetically about other people, but she's in a constant state of motion, essentially. As she put it, roaming the streets and smoking and prostituting. At this point, they're getting into the meds, but she's clearly still out on the street.
You know what I'm saying? The world is on some, we don't fuck with that, so.
Amanda, how do you spend your days now?
Well, I spend my days talking to myself, basically trying to.
Do you have any friends?
I mean, I can have friends, but the system's just like YouTube.
Is the VR program Aura still going? That's an excellent question. If you go to the website, they are currently not offering their services. But it may be that has to do with the fact that they're fighting a lawsuit. Not against them, but against BJ Investigates. Now, the truth of the technology is obscured by the fact that it is associated to HIPAA law when you come to its use and who it was used on. The only reason we know about it is because Lima shared videos and sold the technology or pitched the technology. Otherwise, we wouldn't know a thing about it. We wouldn't know why Dia and Dahlia, her twin sisters, responded or acted the way they did, or if or what had been used on them without Lima telling us. We wouldn't know about Bam Margera's experiences. And by the way, he didn't have full tilt experience with Aura. I guess he used it once or twice and he was like, it's terrible. Maybe they're afraid of a search warrant. True. That could be it. That's it. Lock her in a cabin with food and water for a week straight. She'll get clean one way or another. Yeah, that may have been the best option for her. Proper psych meds. A real team of healthcare professionals looking over her, and somebody who really gave a damn about her. Absolutely, Mystery Sky. I apologize that other link wasn't working. I'll have to figure that out because I took that straight from the. Did it not come up? Hold on a second. I still have the link. Yeah, on iPhone it doesn't work. By the way, the link. So that's my Discord. That should be good. That's fresh. That's like I just pulled that off the thing. But Discord is so weird about the invites. I gotta figure that out. If it's not working, I'll change it in the Nightbot too. By the way. And although I don't often do the show from there any longer, the VC is open, and there's a funny VC that occasionally, if you're in it, 2 very stupid AI presidents will begin yelling at you. Just so you know, just one of them. I'm not gonna tell you which one, but it does happen. Also, there's a disco in there where there's literally just a couple music bots that you can turn on and hang out. Oh, you fell asleep watching part of the last time I covered it. It concerns me that they're taking advantage of the homeless and vulnerable. Absolutely, me as well. I as well. Yeah, she passed away, Trippy, unfortunately. I'm sorry you didn't know that.
I feel like everything I have to say makes the world just too...
True. Essentially, in a room.
Nervous.
Stockholm Syndrome has been groomed and conditioned to the life and crazed to fix the euphoria, the dependency of acceptance, the unfillable void.
Where would you like to be in a year?
I feel like
you hear her talking as if somebody has been talking.
I know I'm at a point where
in a repeated,
overall,
hypnotic fashion, maybe.
I became
telling her something about herself that isn't true to get her to believe it.
They continue to give people these systems because it helped me feel. I know the best me is too much of a listener and looker, so I'm just not ready for this world. If you're a listener and looker, I just noticed you gotta have money, bang, you know what I'm saying, shit to sit on. So, I mean, I'm a minority too, so I'm just chilling. I mean, my mom died, so, or she didn't, I don't know.
Her mom died, or she didn't, helpful. She doesn't know?
No, he's cool.
Your dad's a great guy.
Cool. He's cool.
So now her dad is cool, he's not a...
He can be.
You're lucky to have the dad you do.
Yeah.
Okay, so before she was saying she ran away from her father because he was a molester.
He just wants the best for you.
He's perfect.
But you're a handful.
Yeah.
You're difficult.
Yeah. It's too much. I need to go.
Okay.
I need to go so you guys can chill.
There you go.
Thank you.
She had something in her right hand. This is the following month. Oh my God, that's her teeth.
So Amanda, it seems like the medication that your dad and I are giving you seems to be helping you.
Yeah, my new name is Low, so let's just keep it low, you know what I'm saying? Let's
changed your
keep
name?
it nice and pretty. Yeah, I changed it to Low.
Okay.
So I just want to explain, like, I didn't know, I know things sometimes, so it's up to God and the people that robot me to remind me of things. So
The people
I'm so
that
sorry for
robot
any
me.
pain that I caused anybody or anything.
What the fuck?
How you guys doing? I just wanted to make another video at Mark's office because I wanted to talk about the feeling that I get when I get high and you guys get horny. It's just not good, you know what I'm saying? And how I would act if you guys didn't fix me up, America. And I think that I've been acting like that so long. It's just like, it's natural, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they should stop roboting me so I can see.
Maybe they
But it's
should
just
stop
like, I just don't
roboting.
we all gotta check out that feeling that I get when I get high. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about Michael seeing me that I'm sloppy. I mean,
True,
it is, but it's
true.
just like, I just don't like that.
Hopefully that water pistol is full of some hallucinogens so that it'll slow him down in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Not gonna hide the fact that I've had some interesting experiences as of late, but it kind of comes with my life, being frank with you. But occasionally, you know, there are upticks and some odd behaviors around. And I told Queen this. I'm outside about 1 a.m. the other night, outside my house. I live in a very, very rural area, and there is an air pattern. So I know exactly where the air pattern is because I live in the valley, and you can see it always. You can hear it coming. It's not very common. It happens every like 35, 45 minutes, if it happens. It's long spans in between them. And there'll be like maybe 2 or 3 planes. Comes over northwest, basically, and another direction that goes inland. But that passes way over on the other side of the valley. And you can't hear that one very well. The ones that come over, when they do cross, you hear them, but it's like every couple of hours, or if it is common, it'll be like every 45 minutes in a span of 3 planes a day. You know, anyways, but it's uncommon. Really, truly, it's uncommon. I even hear it. So I'm out there and I hear very low flopping sound, like, and I look up. Sure enough, I see coming from over like yonder, basically, and passing over the tree, one little tiny green flashlight. And I was like, is that a drone? So no, it wasn't a drone. If it was a drone, it was a big ass drone. And I think it was some kind of helicopter with low profile sound and no lights on except for one little blue. Not the red and blue fashion, just one little blue light on. And it didn't hover over my house. It like passed by real slow, did a turn, went over the valley, and then went off in the direction of Andrews. Or Edwards, I'm sorry. And so it must have been military, but creepy. I was going to film it today. There was a vehicle today that was moving very fast through the crowd that followed me for a little bit. That was like starting to get me to the point where I'm like, should I be paranoid? Fuck, what is it? Oh no, he's just trying to get around everybody. But boy, did it look like a Men in Black car. It was moving crazy fast, and it was like a Ford I'd never seen before. Low profile SUV thing that didn't really make it must have been electric, because this thing just flew by me like, what the fuck was that? Anyways, I live in the sticks, so. Found the guy I was talking about. His name is Donald Marshall. He believes he's been cloned and tortured for 30 years. Oh, I'm going. That Donald Marshall, I'll definitely take a look at him. Let's check it out. No chupacabra out here. I bet you the local mountain lion takes care of that one. We got it's not a mountain lion. It's the other one. It's a cougar. We've got a little cougar. He's not little. He's actually like 110 pounds or some shit like that. But yeah, apparently he's not a big guy, And every once in a while we'll find like the wolves or there'll be like a deer that gets taken down and they have to clean up the carcass that's found in the park. But yeah, and there's warning signs when he starts coming around. Everybody gets pictures of him. Yeah, the wolves don't mess with that one. It's pretty funny. It's not uncommon to hear a wolf get messed up at night. Sorry, it's terrible, but the wolves around here are like the biggest beggars. It's the craziest shit. Anyways. Amanda,
Feeling.
what is going on?
You guys gotta check it out. Indo's playing. That's it.
So that was May, end of May. This is June.
All right, Amanda, what's going on?
And I was just gonna say, like, I'm sorry for the pain that everybody's been through. If you look at my storyline, I take pain very, very seriously.
Very sorry for all the pain you folks are going through. If you look at my storyline, I take pain very seriously. What does she mean by her storyline? Donald Marshall, I gotta remember that one. When he said what he did about the meds that he and his dad were getting it for, yeah. No, you're good. I mean, like, I love that actually somebody's following up and catching things. Yeah, isn't that weird? He and her dad, like, suddenly he's involved. He didn't even remember who she was at the time before that. It's very odd. I mean, obviously, maybe it was striking to him, but, like, what caused the change?
When it comes to the media and me not being in the media, I don't care what's going on anymore. If I hear music or something, I'm just like, turn that radio off. I don't hear that shit. And I don't give a fuck what's going on. As long as people not in rooms in pain or people not in pain, I've realized now I'm like answering it directly. So it's like, maybe I did it, but it's like now that I see like scams and how people get scammed, because I feel like I was scammed in my storyline. You don't know what people done, you don't know nothing unless it's a video of them doing it. Or even that's manipulated, you know what I'm saying?
Wait,
I feel like
what?
I was scammed.
Hold on, I'm running
so
this
it's
back.
like, maybe I did it, but it's like now that I see like scams and how people get scammed, because I feel like I was scammed in my storyline. You don't know what people done, you don't know nothing unless it's a video of them doing it.
Her mother passed away from a fire, she believes. You know, sorry. I may have forgotten to do something here. Oh, damn. There it is. How did I forget that? Goodness gracious. Sorry, folks. Goodness gracious, what am I thinking? Goodness. Every once in a while, you just forget. There are things that are necessary. There we go. Sorry, folks. My apologies to bring up the OBS window right in front of y'all. Let me kill that for a second. Thank you for being patient as I get into the refresh browser, shut down source when not visible. Yep. And yep. Sweet. But Jesus. There we go. I should have probably done that some other time, but I didn't realize I needed to. All right. Sorry. Alerts. Things to tell me to go boom. The dad was in on the scheme with Lima. It seems like it, because he was apparently getting the checks once she went into jail and with Lima. That's allegedly what it was going on. Now, whether or not that's true, we hear that through BJ Investigates. She tends to be very accurate. She was an attorney. She did have a license at the bar. And if she didn't lose it, she dropped it so she could work on this stuff. So, yeah. Trippy wrote all the Beatles hits even though he's only 35. Then the government cloned you And they sent his songs back in time to the Rolling Stones. Clearly, that's clearly what happened. And I'm going to just say, yeah, that's obvious. God. Duh. Duh. Okay? Bruh. Who didn't know that, bruh? All the leaves are clowns, the leaves are clowns. I mean, come on, it changed everything. Oh, that's the Mamas and the Papas. See? But still. Mama Cass with the ICP makeup on, you know. Changed the world. The GoFundMe for who? For BJ or for Lima? Or the GoFundMe for this that only raised $1,200? Because the GoFundMe for this only raised $1,200 when Lima put it up, which is shocking because you know it was $34,000 a month to keep Amanda at the care center. Yes, I did know that. I also am told that I worked, my last band is mostly made up of people who've changed their faces, including Biggie, Smalls, Tupac Shakur, Kurt Cobain. Yeah, it's shocking. I was on tour with all those guys, even though they were dead, but they had their faces changed and were the living versions of the people that I've known for 25 years or more. So, absolutely, I was shocked to find that out. Especially Kurt, because I'm like, Lucas, you've been Kurt the whole time? More. She said she only raised $1,200. What do you mean by more? There was more, Lone Wolf. More than one GoFundMe. Oh, well, that's interesting. I was not aware of that. I was aware of the first one. I didn't know there were others. Let me check something out here. I'm actually I might try this thing just because. Sorry, looking at my treat stream, I'm like, man, I'm kind of hungry. I might send myself something. But then I wouldn't hear it. That's the other test. Will I hear it when somebody comes? Oh, what's that? Oh, wait, that's not the right one. What the hell? What the hey? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so that's a bummer. Sorry, folks, I'm looking at something else. How did that happen? I'll have to figure out what happened there. I think it was set up for only Twitch. All right, I'm gonna have to change that too. Man, you know I do these alert things, and I never do them. I don't know what's going on. Anyhow, that's awesome. I would be interested to see that. By the way, Lone Wolf, I would be interested to know all about that. I don't know anything about the other GoFundMe. I'm aware of the one that only raised $1,200 that Lima Jevravovich, Lima Mora, Tikali, Jevramovich told us about. But I'd be interested to know. Feel free. Yeah. Once you're in Discord, make me your friend and send me a message. Absolutely.
Even that's manipulated, you know what I'm saying? People know how I am with no life, you know what I'm saying? It made me see things that other people don't see. And I feel like people seeing me low, they got used to it. So they probably reorthodox themselves, you know what I'm saying, with certain things. because they can't sleep with it. But that's not me getting on them right now, you know what I'm saying? Just overall, I don't give a fuck what's going on in the media. I can't even watch TV, that shit hurts me. Like, turn that shit off. They just send a feeling, I don't know what that means. All I know is the storyline in my head, they like making me look stupid and they don't want to see me in a certain way. And there's certain times where they're like, do this now or this will happen. Do this now or this will happen. So I don't be doing those things. I'm like, fuck it, I want to get some crack. Like, I be lazy. You get me? Like, this now or this will happen.
Who is she talking about?
A certain way. And there's certain times where they're like, do this now or this will happen. Do this now or this will happen. So I don't be doing those things. I'm like, fuck it, I want to get some crack. Like, I be lazy. You get me? Like, do this now.
The healthcare workers. She's talking about the healthcare workers.
Do this now or somebody gonna die. Do this now and you'll be up $2 million. I don't be doing that stuff in my storyline. Like, I'm just like, it's always a situation. And then they have Gabby in my head right now saying,
What'd she say about $2 million?
I don't be doing do this now or this will happen. So I don't be doing those things. I'm like, fuck it, I want to get some crack. Like, I be lazy. You get me? Like, do this now, your whole world will change. Do this now or somebody gonna die. Do this now and you'll be up $2 million. I don't be doing.
The fuck? Do this now. Somebody gonna die. Do this now. You'll be up $2 million. Do this now, you're gonna be in trouble, but I'm too lazy. But she hasn't met. According to what we know, she has yet to use the Aura VR system at this time. But she's still describing the scenarios that everybody seems to describe coming out of the experience. There's a new component to this story that is starting to seem very concerning. Yeah, because we know that there's another connection beyond all this. Lima trying to sell technology that didn't even belong to her, looking for it, farming it from the crowd on Instagram on behalf of the Naval Sciences Program, which she may not have even been directly associated with, but trying to impress upon somebody that she wanted to work with. And maybe it's the programming. True. It is hard to understand. Yeah, maybe they had been working on it earlier than we knew. Maybe this was how they were finding people. Because don't forget, the first person that they tested Aura on, from Lima's description, was an alcoholic. By the way, some of the news, I should report that in the restraining order against BJ Investigates, or specifically that surprise witness, it is mentioned that Dahlia's mother has lost her job as a programmer for an undisclosed company. Now, the woman in the video didn't seem very computer savvy, much less to be a programmer. There's a lot to be concerned about in all this. And it's an odd situation at best. Yeah. Do you know you can get life insurance policies for under $35,000 for family and or people you've... Oh. one of the things is reported by each of the people who's gone into the therapy surrounding Miss Jovovich, formerly Takali, Degali, or Taquali, or Mora, is that they all experienced seizures not long after meeting her. So much so that it's so common that Bam Margera made a joke about it and approached her about it, and the fact that he had never had a seizure before meeting Lima. Now, what caused that? Could it be the supplements she was giving them and selling online? We don't know. Who is the beneficiary of Amanda's policy? Yeah. Who is the beneficiary of Amanda's policy? What's in the supplement? What is the supplement? It's not being sold anymore as far as we can tell. But we do know that there's a similarity between the stories, including Dahlia and Tia having seizures. They seem to be the first test subjects, starting in 2018, if we're going to use the term. Because they were suddenly ruled to be incompetent on their own. Now, as of today, there seems to be a restraining order, not a temporary one, a restraining order against, and I'll say this again, one of the sisters. We don't know which one. Supplements being sold. They're still being sold. I thought that she took that down. They all had seizures. Bam Margera. Oh, yeah. No, exactly. There's a lot in common here. Woohoo, Joe! Yes, Bam Margera. She died of a seizure. Heart attack. According to the actual autopsy. Not as far as we know. There's no... Oh, who else is selling? I'm going to have to figure that one out. I'll go look into that. I haven't looked further than that. That's an interesting question. Betcha it's going to be something really fucked up, huh? It always is. I'll trade you one. Sartorial shooter Andrew Tate and oh, now I'm blanking on the kid's name. DeVito. Oh my God, why am I blanking on his first name now? Oh, I hate when this happens. Don't get old, kids. Get old, but don't get old in your brain. Colby. Colby. Colby DeVito. Colby DeVito. Sartorial shooter. Andrew Tate. Taint. Sorry, I always get his name wrong. Andrew Taint. Cambridge Analytica. That should be enough. Once you get there, you just go like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that could be a whole other section of this stuff, is control. Soma. Don't forget about Soma. I've shared many times here the idea that there is a component that can take away our own freedom that we'll give to ourselves because we're too damn lazy. Now, I've shared that component many times. It has a metaphoric name and a metaphoric symbol that is in every major city that holds power on the planet. It's called the obelisk. That obelisk is a funnel that channels power up to a disconnected pyramid called the Binben. That Binben that sits atop a nothingness of imagination that it is created to convince you and I and everyone else that somehow we need to be more and work more and strive more and take the pain more and fight our neighbors more. but I'll remind you right now that the reason the show is called Look Up is because I'm here, as well as many others, like Trippy, like Queen Cascade, like Lita, with her multivitamins, like Speakeasy, like Resto Chesto, like Angela, some days, like Neve, like everybody in chat, like Bridget Moten. We're all here because we earnestly believe the world can be better, that we can see it better, and it takes one person at a time. I'm not a leader. I think we all are. We're part of a legion, long term, that believes that abuse of someone like this will not go unnoticed. That's why I reach my hand out, as I wish you would, person by person, to those who are stuck in that mental prison. Offer the sledgehammer of mirth. Tell them it's fucking imaginary. Break on that, through that shit. You don't have to be a part of it. Once you step away, the funnel goes away and the Ben comes crashing to the ground. We kick it to the curb and it becomes a doorstop. But it's one at a time, folks. Enough. Anyways. Or unpunished, true. Yeah, I'm not sure. I will come closer. I'm sure that it's like, it has to do with her husband. I've yet to really tie her husband in. There's foreign countries involved, clearly. There's intrigue and espionage somewhere in this, but I've yet to go into the thing that seems to be not mentioned the most. The vacuum. And the vacuum is like a black hole. And in this situation, it's the supplements. We looked at the VR pretty hard. And we found, and I know for certain, that there's control factors and, of course, shock factors and exposure factors, frame rates that can cause aphasia or symptoms like aphasia or put people into all sorts of psychosis and cause seizures for those who have a disposition to do so. True.
That stuff in my storyline, like I'm just like, it's always a situation, and then they have Gella in my head right now saying, I don't know what's going on, what y'all think. Storyline, like I'm just like, it's always a situation, and then they have Gella in my head right now saying, I don't know what's going on, what y'all think. I don't know, like I'm just like, it's always a situation, and then they have Gella in my head right now saying, I don't know.
She had somebody in her head right now saying, no. Somebody, she says a name. Jerry? Jerry? I had Jerry in my head? I don't know.
What's going on? What y'all think? I don't know who's scamming. It's probably a celebrity that thinks that I'm gonna see something in the media and get mad. I don't give a fuck. As long as people not in pain, I don't give a fuck. Kim K, you wanna put me in pain? Take me out of pain right now and we'll talk. We'll talk business about money.
Oh, Kim K.
Money, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure you wouldn't mind giving me money if you did that to me and you're over the whole situation. So that's just it.
She has yelling in her head, yes.
It might be somebody else. I don't know. I'm just talking about my storyline.
Amanda, what pain are you in?
I'm in mental pain because...
Yes, Queen. It's like doing some value meal MK Ultra, using VR on broken people, calling it exposure therapy, creating more psychosis. Someone in particular like this who has schizophrenia. I mean, we'll see more of her after Aura, by the way.
I get a hit of crack, and then I hit it, and it's like, it's not enough. And it's like, I realize I try to treat crack like it's crystal or weed, and that's a mistake. So I might get on crystal or weed. All I know is I'm always on my way to my last hit, and then I'm supposed to be electrocuted or whatever. If I'm dying and they cloning me,
She's supposed to be
then I got a
electrocuted
problem
is
with
what
that. I don't want to be cloned. And I especially don't want to be cloned on the low in bedrooms where people having sex. I seen some white girl yesterday. They said the same thing was happening to her. She was being compared to another girl on some sexual. And they're saying I think I'm cool because I said that. That's what I'm saying. Somebody is scared of me being cool, and I get that. Whoever you
Somebody
are, I
is
get
scared
that.
of her
You know
being
what I'm saying?
cool.
That's it.
What do you see for your future?
For my future, I see myself getting electrocuted to death so that all this pain will stop. They said that switching worlds and all that until I'm dead. I know I died before.
She sees
you know what I'm
herself being
saying?
electrocuted.
I don't
to
know if
death. What?
I'm not being seen on the low key, so this boy can see he's putting me in forever pain. That's what I'm saying. I just noticed right now. Now I got a problem with the girl. I just thought right now.
Amanda?
Just know I don't know what's going on.
Whoa, I got a problem with a girl, and I just realized right now, and I don't know what's going on. That is something else. I gotta try my treat space. Oh, it says I'm not in? Hold on a second. I'm online. What you talking about? I'm gonna send myself a treat because I'm hungry. I want to see if this works. Electrical shock therapy. Yeah, that's what I think she's talking about as well. I think that she's actually... Oh no, they're all closed! Damn, I missed it. I'm lame. Wait, hold on. What is this? Yeah, they're all closed. Damn, I missed it. See how I am? Now I have to make some food for myself. Just gonna munch on things over here. Though there was a gyro spot open. Actually, I bet you there's a gyro. I need to add the gyro spot. That's new. Hold on one second. Gyro? Yeah, gyro. Definitely gyro. Gyro. Oh, is it open? I'm sorry. Should I go gyro, by the way? Because that shit was rad the other time. I'm not gonna lie. It was so good. It was so good. Gotta look at my orders. I don't even remember where it is. Is it open? Please be open. Please be open. Please be open. No! No! Okay, it's fine. I'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. My life, yes, it'll be fine. The Cluckin' Chicken is open, by the way, just so you know. Euro. It is. It depends on Cluckin' Bowl. Or you got a Cluckin' Combo. Come on, who doesn't love a Cluckin' Combo? I don't know what this place is. I'm gonna go for the Cluckin' Mild. Oh, I know what this place is. I didn't know we had a Cluckin'. Oh, I'm gonna choose the cheese. I got a brioche or French roll. French roll or brioche, people? Brioche, French roll. Anyone? Yeah, you can't go wrong. And this was amazing. They let you put the fries in the gyro. There's nothing more amazing than a place that was like, would you like fries in that? Yes. Yes, I would. I don't care what it is. Nobody's answered. Yes, lamb. And it was like a mix, too. So good. I'm getting some plus. And, oh, definitely some smacking cheese. Yes. Oh my God, they have cream puffs? This whatever this ordering thing is, it knows me. It's like, oh, I know you. I know you very well. Brioche, yes, that's where I went to. Good, you're in my mind, Fluzzy B. You're in my mind. Cluckin' Mini Cream. It's called a Cluckin' Mini Cream Puffs. I have dessert here too. I don't know what I'm doing. Schmack and cheese. I've got fries and schmack and cheese. It's about the same price. Yeah. Do I want any of these things? No, thank you. I have those things. Meet at my door. And no lobby. Yep, that's good. Standard. You guys know what I'm doing, right? I'm ordering food. Because I'm hungry. All this food talk makes me hungry. So, okay, clucking chicken. There we go. I hope I didn't lose you all. Now that that's out of the way. And I'll be fed in about an hour.
So the way people are scammed, it's like, I don't even talk. Like, nothing's gonna add up to
schnitzel.
the feeling. And I have no body. That's why I see things people don't see, and that's why I be orthodox in new stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, we need a word to this. We need a feeling to this. So I don't know what I'm saying ultimately overall with all this stuff.
Yeah, she's confused.
I just know they send the feeling. I think I was given a machine with a storyline because I had no friends. I definitely can make friends. That's what I'm saying. I know I can make friends.
By the way, yes, I got the mild sauce. Last time I got the clucking normal, the clucking sauce. The next day, my ass was on fire. I'm sorry, I don't mean to undermine the seriousness of the situation, but it just made me think about it. Sorry.
We need a word to this.
Unrelated, non sequitur.
So I don't know what I'm saying ultimately overall with all this stuff. I just know they send the feeling. I know it's
some Hindi.
I think I was given a machine with a storyline because I had no friends. I definitely can make friends. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, I was given a machine with a storyline because I don't have any friends?
I think I was given a machine with a storyline because I had no friends. I definitely can make friends. That's what I'm saying. I know I can make friends.
Oh, it'll make me cluck. After I'm done, it'll make me cluck, 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 cluck.
This, but it's also helping me, you know what I'm saying? They gave me a waist surgery and all this stuff.
Oh, no, just, you know. When the O-ring is feeling the spice. The second time, you know what I'm saying? When you're sitting hot, when you're sitting on hot, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Just saying.
They're saying in the surgery, they put something around my heart so that when I'm
you're talking about the clucking sauce. Oh, yeah, it made me cluck. I will cluck after this as well, in happiness, but yeah, that time it was making me like, fuck! Had to put a cool pad.
Not gonna die.
Just saying.
I'm just being forever pain, just sitting.
Protect your O-ring, okay? You only get one. Once it's used up.
So I don't know if that's gonna happen.
It's ugly.
Overall, some shit. Like, I got over a nervous condition, so I don't wanna die. But I see what y'all be on, y'all faces, what be going on. So I'm like, I can't be here, and I don't like being uncomfortable.
Yes.
So
That technically is true. The effects of capsaicin on, you use booty button, I would say, yes, your rosebud or your puckering starfish, yes. Either way. True.
I wait till my last hit. It gives me like a big ass speed.
By the way,
I sit there and I do run away.
You will be Putin
sometimes
and
I get into
Schnitzling.
conversation.
Yes.
I don't exactly. I don't know why every time I get high it's in your head. That's the machine. I try to tell the machine be on some. I'm just about to crack. I'm like, no. How you give me crack? It's like I need it for water or food. You know what I'm saying? So the next time I take my last hit, I'm gonna get on some turn shit on the machine, and hopefully it'll kill me. They saying in my...
She's on a machine that's telling her things. She's afraid that it's going to kill her. I'm still a little lost here because we've never gotten this far in this video particularly. So I've never heard this. I don't think I've seen it in any of BJ's videos either. Once more, this is before she has met, as far as we know, Lima from Aura. She's describing the scenario of being in a VR environment, basically, or some kind of environment where technology is telling her what to do. True puckering starfish, yes. Oh, you never heard that term? Yeah. I'd be on that lamb hard. Give me some mint jelly all day. Yeah. No, she said hopefully it would kill her. Yeah. Isn't that wild? Like she wanted the end of pain. That's what it sounds like.
A surgery that they put something around my heart. So yeah, be on the lookout for the ambulance or somebody with a gun or something to come shoot me to get me out of pain. I definitely didn't put nobody in pain. If you see my storyline, like
something, what did they put over?
How you give me crack, it's like I need it for water or food, you know what I'm saying? So the next time I take my last hit, I'm gonna get on some turn shit on the machine and hopefully it'll kill me. They saying in my waist surgery that they put something around my heart. So yeah, be on the lookout for
They told me in my weight surgery that they put something around my heart. Yeah. No, yeah. There's a similarity between that and one of the projects in the lower 100s of the Senate report.
Or somebody with a gun or something to come shoot me to get me out of pain. I definitely didn't put nobody in pain. If you see my storyline, like, nah, this girl is not gonna put nobody in pain. That's why I can't commit suicide. Because of the seriousness of the pain thing. Oh, I know people with money.
That's already a done deal on that end. It's good though.
They go through different situations where
for other
it's
reasons,
okay to kill, it's okay to molest, it's okay to steal and all this stuff. And then they reorthodox themselves to forget. And I'm still here. I don't know if my storyline.
Yeah, what weight surgery? Is it a affectation? Is this a hallucination? Is she talking about something somebody told her? What exactly is happening?
Became real to the world, but somebody just said nah. So I don't know if you're acting like me and you don't want me to see that you're acting like me. I don't care. Like, but if it's gonna give me gas because you're like a celebrity, then let me get that gas. Like, if you know my life, I need some love. I need some confidence. But
she's talking about somebody offering influence. Yeah, she was once very, very large.
Well, I'm always on my way to my last hit of my storyline. If I don't get killed, I'm thinking right now to my last hit right now, and I turn up, and you know what I'm saying? Then I'll go to the police and I'll go to the mental home.
I either go to the police or go to the mental home. Hit. So she's already. Hold on a second, because that's the option of what ends up happening. She can either go to the cops or go to jail, or they offer her a mental stay. This is very weird. That hasn't happened yet.
Then I'm either gonna go to the police, go to mental home, or go to sleep on the street until
giving
my
her
dad
stuff
gets
before
home
treatments. Yes.
But I definitely will
that's
go
what
be
she's
in the
describing.
mental home today.
Amanda, your family and I, and a few other people that have known you in the past, are trying to help you.
No, they're not.
Yes, we.
Your
Amanda,
friend and
your family and I, and a few other people that have known you.
For another hit, but I definitely will
Who's her
be
friend?
in the mental home today.
Amanda, your family and I, and a few other people that.
I get home.
Amanda, your friend and I.
But I definitely will go be in the mental home today.
Amanda, your family and I, and a few other people that have known you in the past, are trying to help you.
No, they're not.
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we are. You're the one who's being resistant.
Yeah.
And do you see that maybe you're getting in your own way in terms of maybe getting your life together?
If you think I'm a different person than who I look to you, somebody else is orthodoxing that, and they telling me to show me
Trying to
that
help
I'm
you.
nothing.
She's already
and
in it.
I'm
She's
that-
already in
to teach
it.
me, to show me what I am to the world versus what the storyline is telling me.
Versus what
But
the
I don't have no
storyline is
life, and
telling
when you
you.
don't have no life, you see things exactly the way they are. It's telling me that certain things that is boosting my confidence, but y'all gotta see that that fuel is going somewhere else, other than me thinking I'm all that. And it's telling me that in a textbook science project mathematics way, that that's what's going on. There's different me's running around here that. And it's
This
telling
is
me
stunning. She's describing a situation that she's rejecting. And she's telling him this, and he's ignoring her. Yeah. Lone Wolf, you're absolutely correct. I believe that she is already in it. Storyline in the VR. Script. Before we even see Lima, she's already in the program. They didn't pick her. They already had her. We'd have to assume what she's describing, what he's just said, your friend, they haven't mentioned her name. But she says, I have a problem with a girl, and I'm just realizing it.
boosting my confidence.
She knew.
But y'all gotta see that that fuel is going somewhere else, other than me thinking I'm all that. And it's telling me that in a textbook science project mathematics
Her brain is fighting
that
truth.
that's what's going on. There's different me's running around here, electronic, around the city and stuff like that. And I want to know who is doing that. You need to stop. Because the way I am, I'm not going to annoy nobody. I'm not going to do nothing. Exactly. Today, I said, when I was smoking, I'm like, in the cut, and then I'm going to get murdered. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm behind the scenes. I'm annoying everybody, and then I get murdered. I definitely know I'm not supposed to.
She's behind the scenes, annoying everybody, and then she gets murdered. It's a lot of odd statements.
To be here anymore. I look very young. Somebody took my growth spurt, whatever, out of my body. That's what I'm saying. Whoever this is, that's what I'm saying. For future
Electronic me's running around, yes.
For
like
future
clones of
reference,
herself
if somebody
in the VR.
is scamming you, don't get on them on.
This is the same exact language that Dahlia Takali was using in the body cam footage. To a T. This is exactly the same language being used in the other videos we find of Dahlia. Looks like the producer might need me to take a 5-minute. Electronic, like electronically signing, doing, pretending. Yeah, exactly. Is she describing in the VR? It sounds more like she's describing the Aura program. And we don't know the details of what was being done in the program at this time. There's no actual video. Oh yeah, no, he's definitely tapping his nails. Yes, he's definitely tapping his nails. Oh, buddy. All right, we definitely have to take a break. I will be back. I'm going to share one of my videos. Give me about 10 minutes, folks. I apologize. When the producer speaks, it's very important to listen. Because otherwise, accidents can happen. He's old. So, where are we? Stand by. Oh, here. Which one? Oh, which one? Which one? Which one? Which one? I've got so many. I've got so many to fill time with. Let's go with... Oh, this is fun. Wait. That's only 3. Oh, yes. Here we go. Stick with me, folks. I'll be right back.
You man. You man. You man.
Yeah, he says it over and over, but does anybody really know what that means? Come on, let's figure it out. Look up! Hello and welcome back. I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Look Up, where I interject myself into a conversation that not a single person asked me to be involved in, and shame on you. Shame on you. In any case, today we're looking at the large topic that is constant in our ever-evolving YouTube's worlds. It is the red pill, blue pill, middle pill, black pill issue. Men. What do men mean to man? And I actually had a very hard time finding any quantifiably middle-of-the-road information where men are asked questions about themselves, where it doesn't turn into some kind of crazy red pill, blue pill exchange about not men. And this is a fantastic little rendering done by the people at Cut. And I'm so very impressed with this because it gives you a kind of a roundabout idea of a whole bunch of men's idea of what they think they are. And it's something that most people should listen to, because I think we've spent a lot of time building prisons around men, telling them they should be one thing or the other, and if you're not this, then you're that. And meanwhile, men are the ones who were Leonardo da Vinci and the Bolshoi ballet makers and the everything. Men have been everything. Chefs and artists and poets and lovers. So to make it so that men are only one thing is the most limiting, stupid idea for the most versatile of the animals. And I'm not saying that women aren't as versatile. I'm saying because, and this is the other thing, sometimes just because your gender or a gender is not spoken of doesn't mean it's being excluded. Because sometimes we need to talk about the issues that do matter. Put your feelings aside about oppression and history. We're talking about now. And what's happening now is that we need to understand each other better. And that's why today, knowing that the question about men and themselves is completely ignored most of the time, and peer pressure comes into play on both sides of the scale, and all sides of the scale of, you're not as, your prison isn't as pretty as my prison. Well, we shouldn't be in a prison. And we should tear down the obelisk we're standing underneath that has the Ben holding us down so we can watch it fall, stand to the side and say, I'm who I want to be. I'm more man. I'm more woman. I'm more human. Because I'm who I am. And you can't take that away from me. And you can say that. You. Yeah, you. You. Doesn't matter who it is, male or female. Whatever you identify as. It doesn't matter. Let's find out what men have to say about what they think that they are and how they feel about what they are. And you might be surprised if you've never actually listened. And by the way, this is the other problem is you should probably listen. Because if you listen precluding about what people are, you're assuming and deciding before you even hear. And that's bad on you. Because you're not being a good person. You're not being a better person. You're not being any kind of a person. You're just being a rock. Because you're not hearing. And you're not taking it in. And you're not being empathy. You're not using empathy if you're not recognizing that another human is speaking to you. And we should all have that respect. that we're speaking to another human. Speaking with another human. Speaking from, hearing. Using our ears. And listening is different than hearing, by the way. Because you can hear what somebody says, but if you don't listen to them, then you didn't learn. So what is it? What is it, folks? What do these men have to say?
That goatee is different than learning, that's for sure.
And by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe so that I can keep doing this and you can keep watching and that I can keep finding stuff and that more things are on their way. And if you like what you see...
Boy, that was true.
The Cut channel has a like and subscribe button as well, but like and subscribe the button near my button so we can button each other's button. Thank you. Button. Like and subscribe. Button. Oh,
Shrimbo.
maybe I should actually change the video on over. Yeah.
It took me a while to learn what that meant.
Act tough. You're a man.
I want you to think about that. We ask little boys.
That's right, I gave a kid
about being
frame
a man.
face. So what?
And it's uniquely not something we do with little girls.
Gave him really good frame face,
Unless
actually.
we're intimating what they should do. And that's the issue with this whole conversation, I would say. Is that we're intimating into these children what we think they should do instead of letting them find and ask and search and experience and become themselves. And let them go through the phases that they will go through. It's part of being human. You can try to protect others as much as you want. But if they don't learn from their own lives and experience from their own lives, what is this sentience about anyhow? So when we ask young men, little boys and little girls about their adult self, we're being selfish to them. We're being ignorant of their childhood, and we're not having respect for their childhood. You saw the look in their faces. They don't know unless they've already been told, because at this age, they're repeating what they've heard or seen on TV or seen their parents say or heard out and about. But they don't have the experience to know. So when you start intimating to a child who is learning, and you don't let them be the child they are by asking them, what is your grown-up self? You're taking a piece away from them. And that means a lot. Because when someone complains that somebody's a man-child or somebody hasn't grown up emotionally, it's normally these things that has taken away from a child's experience of being themselves and forced them to grow at a pace that isn't natural, and so they never actually get to grow. They jump to a spot that is not congruent with their actual learned experience. So they imagine what it should be, and they stunt themselves with concept instead of learned behavior.
I don't know what you mean by that. Unafraid. Courage. Strong.
And notice what all the boys say when they do have an idea. Strong, courage, not afraid. So we're telling our boys that a man, the only thing a man is some kind of unnatural idiot. That there's no fear, and that they should be stoic, essentially, or a stone, because you better not be afraid. That's horrifying. And for those of you that pass this around, you should be ashamed of yourself. Because are we telling our little girls this? I don't think so. We probably should and see what happens. when we shouldn't be telling any of our children this. We should be telling them, you're a child, you will learn, grow up, and be you. You may not be a hero. You may not be a stone. You may be a soft poet. Maybe you're a ballet dancer. Baryshnikov was a very manly man and was an incredible ballet dancer. Men can be whatever they want, just like women. Emotionally, creatively, identifiably. And the only people who don't want that are the people who are afraid that there might be something out there that's not like them.
Like if somebody dares them to do something and they won't do it, they say be a man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Insult.
See, now that's great. The one boy who says awesome, somebody's been blowing him up. And that's what we should be doing for our children. You're a little man, you're a little boy, you're awesome. Which, by the way, I try to stay away from saying infantilizing our children, because we really shouldn't be turning them into adults and telling them they're adults before they're adults. Give them their childhood. Ours were stolen from us, okay? Give them theirs. We don't need to tell them the things we told people 200 years ago. We live in the most comfortable time in human history. They don't need to become an adult by 12 anymore. They're not marrying their first cousin at 15, okay? Okay. By the way, that didn't happen very often. Most people got married around the age of 22. And actually, there's a big misunderstanding about that nowadays. Everybody thinks that...
yeah, I did some looking into it back then.
When you were
Turns out people got married at normal times.
By the time you were 25,
unless you were like out in the boonies.
No.
That whole like married at 14 thing, that's some like 16th century shit.
Unless you live
in
rural farming.
You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? No, I'm saying.
Why? Because most people got themselves educated and or had to work.
Educated.
And saved up, and then they got a home.
True, Queen.
Hey,
it depends on what community you've been brought up in and how that programming has affected you. Absolutely.
And then tell your children. And then tell your friends that that's the only way it's ever been.
Yeah. When somebody has
look out,
authority
people.
over every aspect of your life.
People have said be a man to me, and because I was kind of being a wuss, and they were basically telling me to buck up.
I feel like it's kind of sexist when someone just says, be a man. Well, there's strong women as well.
Yeah, did you hear that? I feel like I just had sex because somebody said, be a man. Can you imagine if that was used in the other direction? Be a woman.
It'd be kind of weird.
Have sex. That's crazy. I feel for these kids. When in reality, being a man is being the best you can be. And the issue here is that we're boiling a human down to their gender. Now, you can see yourself as your gender and identify as that. That's fine. But if you're wearing a card on your shoulder that doesn't say human first, I think you're missing the issue. Whether you're cis or not, whether you're whatever you see yourself as. If you don't see yourself as human, if you don't see others as human, you're missing the most important portion of the entirety of the understanding.
Strong. Stupid. It's almost a sexist phrase too, like if you're not being a man, it's kind of saying you're being a woman in a way too.
Take responsibility.
Insulting. Focused. Because to be a man, you need to be focused and strong and have a good understanding of the world around you so you can be a better person.
Misleading.
And so what I find interesting in those last couple comments is it's insulting and misleading and misunderstood. Why? Because it's so often used against us for what we are. When we didn't make ourselves this. I think every single human is interacting with the world and trying to deal with that as is. So give us all our breathing room. Give us all the benefit of the doubt. And maybe we can get to somewhere better in understanding each other. Because if you at first decide who someone is because of what you see them as, you're the one pulling the wool over your own eyes. You're the one creating the prism for both parties. You're the one who wants to throw poop, even if you bedazzled it at your neighbor.
I've learned that being a man doesn't mean to shut out your feelings, is to embrace them.
And that's a big point. You would be sold if you were only listening to the red pill world that men have no emotional value and that all they should do is be stoic and grumble around. And let me tell you something. We already have found out that that's not how you live a healthy life. Now, if that's the way you're attracting your partner, you're not being true to yourself or them. And that's a big problem, because what we don't need in the world is a bunch more pent up, insanely mean.
Now, this is true, Queen. I do register what you're saying.
Assholes.
But one of the issues that comes up time and time again as a man is, at least when you mention the subject of anything about men, is what about women? But as men, unless you're a moron, frankly, unless you're one of those red pillar crazy dudes, you won't be bringing up. But what about men? When women are talking about issues or concerns, it's kind of a thing. And it's like you're saying, one of those things that may not get registered. And exactly, act like a lady, sit like a lady, little girls. We tell people to behave in ways that we expect them to, but we never register the impact. But more importantly, when we're talking about any one gender, or the issues involved with, say, having sons as opposed to having daughters, it is very common, and being a man, I register this, and I'm going to say this out loud because not many do, that when you're just talking about men's issues as we experience them, whether it be emotional compression or dismissiveness of our emotions, or the fact that men are told to not have emotions, be stoic, or else you're not a winner, which, as I point out in this video, that it's kind of absurd because all the great artists are actors, all the great dancers, all the, patriarchal society, if that's true, that, everybody who ever, poets, Hemingway, everybody, women and men, humans are creative, artistic, emotional beasts. But in this topic, it was more about at a time that, like, during those months, actually in particular, you couldn't see a men's topic that wasn't red-pilled or angled in such a horrible way. And the earnestness, that's what I was saying, the earnestness of an actual, like, men sharing their emotions, men having a range, men being able to tell other men, it's okay to feel what you feel. Tends to get interjected with, what about how you affect, what about how... That's a thing too. But right now, in this topic, we're just concerned about men. Like, as if you were talking about how things impact women, we wouldn't interject how that impacts men. Anyways, it's kind of a common thing, especially in Western world. But I got clucking chicken, and we got Amanda Rabb's story. And that's more important than this. I just, to take our minds off the other stuff, I picked something very opposite of everything else that we were looking at on purpose. And it's true. People are always telling colloquial social rules, or people are always creating colloquial social rules for others to make themselves, in my opinion, more comfortable. More comfortable with what? Themselves. Frankly, I think it's a set of fallacies people tend to believe. That they assume that somehow, if they play out this idea, this role, the practice, whatever it be, they'll be better. Just like the whole thing, if I get in the front pew, I'm closer to God. Really? Really? Is that real? I don't know, you tell me. Sorry, I'm ASMRing you my dinner right now. By the way, this looks amazing. Shout out to Cluckin' Chicken. Hot dang. I don't even know what all this is. I know what I did. Oh, okay. I love when people send me, like, when you send me a printed menu, that's extra, and I like it. I'm not gonna lie. It used to be a pain in the ass, now I miss them. Printed menus are the 90s to me. Come on, meow. Okay, I'm just gonna set the scenario. You can't see me right now. I have Cluckin' Chicken in my lap. I have macaroni and cheese in front of me. There is an advertisement / menu cheaply printed to my left. These are fairly warm fries, crinkle cut. Very salt. Ooh! And with just a hint of Lowry's seasoning salt, this is gonna be good. Okay. Good God, these are good. Holy shit! Oh my God! They straight put some MSG up in this. Oh my God. Yes, dinner ASMR. I apologize, but I don't. Ah, good God. Too good. I don't want to eat in front of you all. Oh my God, they're double chicken sandwiches. How did I do that? Well played, Aaron. Unintentionally well played. Sorry, Queen. I didn't mean to make you hungry, but this mac and cheese is enough to make anyone hungry. I have to play this video for another 2 minutes because apparently they didn't send a fork or spoon for the mac and cheese, which is mildly criminal, but I'll give them the compensation, dispensation, because the printed advert with the menu. 2 seconds, folks. I'll be right back. For deba. Don't be an asshole. It's just that simple. You don't have to be mad and angry if you're just kind to others, because in the end, they'll be kind to you as well. And yes, the world is not fair. The world is not easy. The world is cruel. But what we don't need is more pissy attitudes and usurpers taking advantage because that's what somebody once did to them. You gotta turn it around and gather up all the good people, step outside of the prison and recognize that you could live a life outside of the plans that somebody else made for you. Because you can be you all you want.
Wrong. First word that popped in my head was derogatory. A lot of people feel that when you're telling someone to be something, you're inherently wrong because people can be anything they want to be.
Someone who's can be a hero to someone.
As long as you own up to it, then I think you kind of define that role.
What does that mean? Well, it seems really kind of one-sided, one-dimensional.
Now you hear how there's a lot of intimation of, oh, this is one-sided. It's one-dimensional. Well, that's because most of us have mostly heard this from the opposite gender, which is really insulting and shameful. And it's not because every single one of these men has done something wrong to deserve it. It's because it's been passed around by our friends. Oh, thank you, Queen. It's so much more fun to... And the people in society. Shove food in my face in front of everybody. Not recognizing that their brothers, their fathers, their sons, their friends, their husbands, and their boyfriends. Although I would definitely not consider this red pill because I was kind of, at the time period, focusing on all the messages that weren't coming through in the red pill. Trying to create a better sense of, or at least messaging that was a better sense of emotional empowerment, which the red pill tends to diminish and create reductive messaging over. You know, initially, when I came on, or came back on, I should say, everything I was following had to do with undermining people's own sense of self. And I think what we're watching with Amanda Rabb is no different, frankly. It's as Aldous Huxley warned us about, that we would choose to undermine ourselves. Ooh, I got myself in solid freeze face. Come on, meow. By the way, this mac and cheese is banging. Oh, clucking chicken. I don't have an advertisement with you, but damn, I should. So if anybody knows anybody in the marketing department, I am willing to test out. You can call me. Look, so long as it's not VR, I'm happy to test your food. I will talk to Tim Daly. Not Tim Daly, but Tim, the food tester guy. I'm just saying, you're gonna put extra gravy in the gravy bucket, and if you put the turducken in the gravy bucket, but then put the gravy bucket in another, like an ostrich or an emu, and deep fry it, that is an excellent option for a quick meal. Tim, people died. The fickle face tester, yes, the fickle taste fester. Fester taste, yes, taste fester. The fickle one. Oh my God. When I say oh my God, these fries have the right balance of MSG on them. It's crack. I'm literally just shoving crack in my face right now. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm going to continue this. And we're going to talk, and I'm going to eat, and we're going to watch. Because that's how I roll. And I appreciate you, Queen, because you're awesome. By the way, Queen Cascade, a.k.a. I am my grandmother's rebellion. The fickle. Everybody loves it, a fickle taste tester. Lone Wolf, how you doing? My grandmother's rebellion, what's going on? Plausibly, looking good. Sorry, I haven't heard her in a minute, so I don't have the right pacing to it. I apologize. I was getting it for a minute there, though. Because he like has this, well, you know. Why? How does he put the T's in places? Oh, poutine. First off, Lone Wolf. Poutine may be one of the greatest gifts that the universe has given humans. Secondly, yes to poutine. Always crinkle fry. Always dried meats, please. Anytime, let's go. All about the dried meats and the poutine. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, I apologize. Go to Canada, go anywhere, scream out poutine. Somebody will bring you a bowl of absolutely wonderful heaven. There's a bunch of things though. And if they say, would you like dried meats? Say yes. Say yes. The flavor is like everything you know and love in a package that you're unfamiliar with. Don't worry about it. Just eat it. That's what I bought. By the way, kids, good rule. Oh my God. I never went into full tilt. Ladies and gentlemen, hobos and tramps, if you didn't know what time it is.
Ooh, well damn, baby. Did one of y'all just turn the heat up? Or did it just get real sexy in here? Back again, baby. With Aaron After Dark.
That's our very own. Hold on a second. Let me get back into the show. Ooh.
Well, damn.
Well, damn. That's our very own Kashawn. Now I feel better about sexy talk. Because now we're officially in that time of night where I can just talk any shit. Yeah, eat some mac and cheese on my behalf. Absolutely, that's what I'm doing right now. Welcome on back, by the way. Everything I have here is ridiculous. Thinking salmon jerky. Oh my God! I've never had salmon jerky on a poutine. That sounds incredible. Who said that you're making plausibly? You make your husband poutine all the time. I'm very jealous. Well, I've got many reasons to be jealous of your husband, but that's beside the point. He's not listening, is he? Oh, good. Okay. Nothing parasocially weird. Anyways. Oh man, that sounds amazing, by the way. Oh, and the fries I was telling you about. They happen to be, like, fried just perfectly, frankly. I'm going to share them with you. And the amount of MSG on these, some of you, like, probably would have a heart attack. But I'm just, you know, I'm going to be embarrassed and eat this with a fork because I have to press buttons, so. Otherwise, I would literally just take my hand and shove the whole thing in my mouth, just like force feed myself. Oh my God, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I can't help it. It's so good. So let's see what happened with the oh, it's like beignet. I know I'm not gonna jump to these right now, but look at how pretty those look. Goodness gracious, this place is off the chain. Oh, that's amazing. Wait till you see the presentation on the main show. Booyah. Come on, meow. They give you 2 motherfucking clucking chickens. Ooh, what? Okay. True. That's why I was like, no soda, no nothing. I'm just gonna drink a lot of water. Otherwise, the lower end of me will just bloat. Everybody. Oh my God, this is like 8 pounds. By the way, if you didn't know, this is 8 pounds. I'm gonna let this run for a couple more minutes because I'm gonna do some embarrassing things with my face and this. They're not embarrassing. I'm gonna treat this like I would labia. I'm gonna put my face just all in it, and I'm gonna cup it, pretty much. So, stand by. I'll be back. I'll be back. It is after dark, by the way. If you didn't know, it is Aaron after dark at this time. Oh yeah, please drool away. Just make sure to wipe up afterwards. That's all I care about. They're talking about as if half of the world is a toy. And this is as if the rationalization is, well, you did it to us, which was never true. Men, if we built this world, we built it for our families. We didn't build it for ourselves, because we definitely haven't gotten to enjoy it unless they're the 1%, and that's a totally different conversation. Is it? Because they're the ones at the top of the business. I don't know if I agree with myself anymore. Getting us sometimes to it's good to have look this back, conversation.
Even just a couple months.
Which is why I keep saying, look up.
I do.
And forget this idiocy. Because each one of these men has a different ideal of what being a man is, which is what should be respected. That each human. Hey there, dude ladies, I'm Chad Chatterton, as you well know. Welcome back. You can find me at Demon and Gorge, Dragon Foreskin, at both 4chan and Twitch, occasionally playing some Roadblocks and, the occasional Fortnite. Anyway, today on our show, we got a great episode where this fine young lady dude teaches you all, after you're done licking your man's chode and making him a sandwich, to be a more beautiful person. So, yeah, let's get at it. Let me just show you the man intro. Mantro. It's the mantro. Yeah, so amazing day today. So glad you could be here. Make sure to check me out. I'm Chad Chatterton, as you well know. And yeah, once again, you can find me at Demon Bumpy Foreskin. I'm sorry, Demon Bumpy Dragon. Demon Foreskin. Demon Bumpy. I'm sorry, they keep blocking my account, so I gotta keep track. Now it's Demon Bumpy Engorged Dragon Foreskin 2 at 4chan and Twitch. Where you can find me playing Roblox. Definitely Roblox. And the occasional Fortnite. All right. So what we're talking about today is how, after you're done licking your man's chode, you can figure out how to make a proper sandwich and look more beautiful. And this fine young lady, dude, she has a plan. Very, very current, up-to-date ideas. So let's get at it. All right.
Clearly, you could tell from her very futuristic hairstyle.
Now, I've heard
Look at her. Look at her shoulders.
Attach too much importance to our appearance.
There's never not too much important about your appearance. Now, don't pay attention to my appearance. I mean, because hey, look, okay? I bathe. Look, men, don't believe the hype. Women love your brand.
True.
And more than 2 wipes? Are you kidding me? That's the libtard agenda.
Trying to sell you down the river.
True. After all, the way we look exerts so much influence on the way we feel. And on the way other people feel about us, that it really is very important.
See, this lady dude is speaking to preach gospel. She knows what's going on. She knows that, how you look is how I feel, okay?
True.
So how you look makes me feel a way. Get it together.
Like
Men,
and subscribe.
when she's done with your chode, make sure
specifically the
you
woman
like and
up above.
subscribe, enjoy, and have her make me a sandwich too, all right? And by the way,
I'm eating
can we
that
give her some
sandwich right
props?
now.
Yeah, can we give her some props? Can I get the chat some props?
Can we get some props?
Like and subscribe, but can we get some props for her really fashionable attire?
Serious.
All right?
Serious.
Don't forget, you can find me at, what is it now? Have I been banned again? No, it's still the same. All right, at Demon Bumpy Engorged Dragon Foreskin 2. That's Demon Bumpy Dragon Engorged Foreskin 2 at Twitch and 4chan.
When I talk about good appearance or good grooming or looking your best, you probably think immediately of clothes or hairstyle or makeup.
No, I immediately think about how you groom that nasty viscous thing you got between your legs. Ew! Ew, ladies. I mean, duh. Who wants to go to some place that you keep like they tucked down in there? You pee from that hole. Get it together, women. And men, if they call you a munch, you're probably bringing them some kind of pleasure. Duh, bruh. Duh, bruh. Okay? Bruh? Bruh, you hear me now? Am I making sense? Like, do I make any sense? No? Yeah? No? Look at you. Don't forget you can like and subscribe. You know where you can find me. At Demon Bumpy Engorged Foreskin Dragon 2. Twitch and 4chan.
Well, I realize that those things are especially interesting to you, and they are important, and I am going to talk about them.
Oh, good. I appreciate that she's clear with her intentions and how she feminizes the woman concept of her talking points. Because she knows that in the future, there's going to be a big problem with women not looking happy enough for my pleasure.
True, smile. You should smile more. You should smile more. God.
Just like the icing on the cake. If the icing is very good, well, that's fine. But it's the cake itself.
See, look at her smile. It's pretty like a little bird's ass.
That's right. Let me talk about this for a hot second. Let me give a hot take. Last time my mom made me a cake, it tasted like crap.
Betty Boop
and I
or
said,
something.
what's wrong with this icing? And she told me, go back down to the basement, okay? And I said, no. Mom, you can find me or like and subscribe at Demon and Gorge Foreskin Dragon 2. Twitch and 4chan. Let me know if you want to play some Fortnite.
Serious. It's live. Can play. I mean, I think if you're on
come back to the trimmings later.
I think if you're on
ladies,
Switch,
when you're talking about my chode,
you can play with me.
Which is just a metaphor. The cake is just a metaphor for my chode.
True. Lick it.
We want the trimmings, okay?
Like all the trim.
Give up the trimmings. It's just fair. It's just fair. It's just fair.
It's just fair. Serious.
I mean, I didn't make you like that. But you sure do.
And there's this great dude now
and
who
all
looks
the
like
rest of
a hairhead
of us dudes.
Wait, dude, shut up. Hold on a second. I met this great dude the other day. I found this channel. It's amazing. He looks like he's got hair. He's so manly. He's got so much testosterone. His hair grows all over his face. Real. And he's apparently worth like hundreds of millions of dollars. Clearly, because he shows us like he's got keys to Porsches, and he definitely has something. What's he called? Hair face millionaire, something like that. Lonely hair face millionaire. That's what it is. Lonely hair face millionaire, definitely. That's the channel. Check him out. For real. Like and subscribe. God.
Feel a certain way. So you should just fall in line, because that's what it's about. Okay? All right. I mean, because that's what logic is, okay?
True.
Like and subscribe.
Hair are the foundations of all beauty. We all want a lovely skin, shining eyes.
And you know what gets a lovely skin? When my chode Bangkok's on your little like pearly. You know, why don't we just get to the point? You should just be right in the face with it. You know? Just take it to the face. Why?
Liquid man love. Take the liquid man love.
Let me give you a hot take.
Yeah, give him a hot
like
take.
And subscribe.
I like this guy. Oh, that's me.
Smile and loads of pep, but we can't have them except in a healthy, clean body. And I mean clean.
Yeah, and men, that's what you want, is a healthy, clean
ladies,
body.
Girls.
Men want a healthy, clean body,
dudes,
ladies. So when you're
dude, ladies,
lady dudes,
man, women,
make sure that you don't lady dude with all the lady dudes or all the dudes. All right? Body count.
But then
matters.
her alabaster skin will not be porcelain-like and prove to me that she is frail and fragile and needs my help.
Because I'm different.
Clearly. Like it's
But I care. So dudes, ladies, lady dudes, get it together.
Ladies, serious. Get it together.
And if you follow, like, the word, you'll know. You're not supposed to be sharing women, ladies, you're not supposed to be doing the things with when you're laying down
and stuff.
Okay? Am I clear? Okay,
your mouth and things.
Good.
Viscous stuff.
I want you to understand something. Okay? Got it? Like totally? You got it? You understand? Like and subscribe.
Serious. By the way, why do they have a problem with me using the word
2?
Because all I'm saying is the word. There's nothing wrong with it's totally natural to use the word.
There's no.
Hey,
sometimes you just want to say.
Wash your bits. I don't want to smell that. It's about my smell.
I don't understand why they cut me off whenever I say you dirty.
This is what's real, okay? Deal with it. If you can't deal with it, you're probably just a libtard. After I'm done oiling my guns to make sure that you don't feel fear for the things that might happen or might not, okay? Because I'm doing my man stuff over here. I'm being manly for you. Let me just play my video games, okay?
Like and subscribe.
You go watch things. Look, she's talking about
Look, it's
soap.
fine. I'm just
You know
kind of
what that
hungry
is.
and need
You
a
do
donut,
that.
maybe some coffee.
With your lady
A donut
parts.
and some coffee, maybe some
I don't know
donuts
what
and
they are.
coffee.
Leave your
I've been
biscuits
taking
parts
this
to
great
you.
I've been taking this great supplement. The guy says that I will get lots of he says I will get lots of kitty, and I've watched his show a bunch. It's really good. He's like a policeman or something, or he goes after people, you know? And then he's got these supplements. Oh, brah. Come on. Bro, Cephas. Lady dudes. Dude, ladies. Lady people too. But not the females. No, you gotta check this dude out. He's got like a tiger, and he's got lightning, and it's pretty dope. It's dope. Like and subscribe, by the way. So yeah, I'm taking this like I think it's called the Woohoo Jew. Fucking hard as a rock right now. You can literally like hammer shit in with this. It says don't take as much as I am, but fuck it. Yeah, no, they said something about side effects, and I can't show you right now because there is something growing out of my back a little, but it's good. I mean, it's manly. It's cool. The dude said he'd send me my money back with a pendant or something. I don't know. It was confusing. But it's a good supplement.
I don't want to know about that.
By the way, if you want to send it like a donut or some coffee, whatever, you're good. You're good.
Just let me be my man self.
Not
okay?
that hungry. I'm
you
not that
understand? Get it together. All right? Okay. God. Sometimes I don't think that you understand.
I'm gonna have to clean up this powder here. Hold on a second. Watch this.
Why should I? Okay. Why don't you just listen to the lady. Run the water. Do your soapy bits.
Oh my
okay?
God.
Okay. Let me just keep explaining to you how to do this though.
Substitute for the daily bath as a groundwork for glamour. Brilliant teeth need brushing. Gleaming hair means...
That lady's got a lot of stuff in her hair. What's going on? It's amazing.
By using a deodorant regularly.
Yeah, lady. Look, lady dudes. Nobody wants their house smelling like anything
Absolutely.
with
Who
their
needs
own
chisel
brand,
when you have
okay?
Woo Juice?
So when you
Select
come to
your
my
power.
house,
Yes!
and you clean my house,
I'm the alpha
I want it smelling like your cleaning
Woo!
products, okay? Get it
What do these
together.
buttons do? Whoa! Yeah! Like and subscribe! Woohoo! Yeah! Lady dudes, why is this music so boring?
Seriously?
What is going on?
Seriously?
Where's my fucking music? Where is it?
When my mom does the laundry, it smells like flour.
Landlord.
And that's
She
the way
said
it
she was
should be.
driving landlord.
And this lady knows where it's coming from. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Let's go! Let's go! Like this! Like this!
Yeah, because nobody wants to sleep next to you without a full face of makeup. You better be pretty when you come to bed with me, because I'm a man. I'm a man. And when you're a man like me, you expect
Alpha male! Come on!
to feel happy because the woman next to you looks pretty. Okay? So get it together. Like and subscribe. Yeah, when you're over there, like using the words, and you're typing into the stuff, and I don't understand, and I'm feeling scared, you gotta make me feel better about myself, okay? So let's get off this old high horse where you're just pretty because you were given him a JJ, okay? I don't need to know about your viscous parts. I just need to put my things in it, and for you to lick my chode and make sandwiches, okay, lady dudes? Let's get it together with you. Let's get it together, okay? Can we get it together? You understand? You know what I'm talking about? Okay, thanks. Just thanks, man.
I definitely know what you're talking about. It's so fucking rad.
Why'd you get it
It's
together
rad.
for your man? Okay, for your man.
Like and subscribe.
Let him play
Don't be a
Roblox in
bitch.
peace.
Sacrificing swing records at bedtime. Mind you, I'm all for music in its place. But there is a lot of sound sense in that old expression, beauty sleep.
Yeah, I need my beauty man sleep, okay? Okay, so when you're listening to your Cardi B, it upsets my...
Shut up, dude. Only bitches need sleep. Let's go! Yeah! Hold on, wait! No, hold on, wait! Yes! I'm feeling it! I'm pressing buttons! Yes! There it is! Now I feel better about me! Hold on, this is even better! Stand by! Like and subscribe! Get on Roblox, play a lot, work up your scores! Don't be such a lady dude, ladies! We're getting it on! Let's go! Hardcore. Oh God! It tastes like gasoline! It's so good! Chat, what are you doing here? Bro, the door was open. It's cool. Get the fuck out of here, bro. What did I tell you last time? The hell? Bro, it's all good. No, it's not. Dude, bro. Now, get the fuck out of here. What the hell are you playing? Holy shit. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god, people. I'm so, well, I don't know what's going on. What the hell is happening? Excellent question. Which of the Monroe tapes are actually real? Well, strangely enough, the Monroe Institute still exists to this very day. And you can find the recordings or the reading, the material for the Monroe Institute book on the Gateway Project is available. Oh no. Oh yeah, the ones that. By the way, my nose is dribbling because that sauce was spicier than they said it would be. I love spicy, but I was trying not to have this happen, so I'm just like. It did work for you know. It works well for the Chad sketch though, because you know Chad is schneefed out a little bit. Oh yeah, you don't want to listen to things that are gonna drive you cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. True. All right. Speaking of which, not to be derisive in any way, but somebody was interested in driving this young lady.
But it was like, it was set up.
And you
They
hurt
use
your-
Cuckoo, for
mathematics and
certain.
all types of technology.
Or maybe they were
You hurt
just
your ankle.
testing.
to hurt my ankle enough to, you know what I'm saying, hurt it enough.
And then you ended up in jail for 3 days? 4 days?
I was in a mental hospital.
Yeah.
I was feeling like a motherfucker.
How was that?
My crack hits are very good from the center that gives me hits. They gave me the situation.
But you went without crack for how many days?
Basically, somebody who looks over this is what's going on. Basically, somebody who looks over the United States is on some. I got on some in my storyline, like, if you're gonna be here, you can't just be lollygagging or something like that. And I guess they saw it and was like, ah. And then they started. But they definitely targeted like bad people and stuff like that. So.
Oh yeah, that would be the place to go.
I like the whole situation.
Because the
Like, I
Monroe
see you guys
Institute
walking
is
around,
very
like,
legit.
Y'all supposed to be here, so it's a blessing. I like the situation at the end, like seeing people walking around.
Genevieve,
looking
I'm
at
so
them,
glad
like,
you're still here. Thank you for
now
sticking with us.
It's where it's supposed to be.
Can I ask you a question? So you went without any crack for how many days?
2 days. They didn't want to feed me either.
Now, is it me? But
Oh,
she
no.
seems a lot more coherent at this point. She's been back on her psych meds for some time, clearly. Except for the fact that she's got a cloud shirt on, which means that that's an advertisement shirt for a vaping lounge. And yeah, Queen, that would be a good place to go. It's the Monroe Institute's own page, because I'm sure that they have workbooks and all kinds of stuff there. They take themselves very seriously. The stuff on YouTube, hit and miss. A lot of people are, trying their own versions, reinterpreting, misinterpreting. You can find Dr. Monroe speaking on the subject and showing you the recordings and showing you how they're working. But binaural audio is a thing, and it's not that hard to reproduce. But, people do all kinds of wild stuff with it. His work, though, is quantifiably the one, as we well know. And we're talking about the gateway process, by the way, folks. The ability to transfer yourself to other states of consciousness as well as other dimensions, likely. Seeing through the veil and remote viewing, time travel, all kinds of fun stuff. Also, helped along by the Komarov mirror. Combining the two technologies allows one to break through the veil and end up in the place of the null where the all-being exists. Now, if you're hearing me going, well, that's a lot of hoo-ha. Yeah, he'd be likely shocked to find out that I'm getting this hoo-ha from a military report that's backed up by government programs and billions upon billions of dollars spent. But yeah, Monroe Institute is a very legit thing. Sorry. Coughing on Mike.
But I'm murder though. I claim myself as murder. That's my name. Anti whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Genevieve is ready to go. Let's
You
go.
seem more clear-headed than I've ever seen you.
Okay, daddy.
And I'm wondering if maybe the
Good
fact that you didn't have
morning,
crack for a few
stars
days.
shine. The earth says hello. This early morning singing song. Shibby-da-boo-wee-bee-ba-da-ba-doo-wee, la 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 lo. Something like that. All right, sorry. Shibby abby ooby ooby abby lo wo 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 wo. Sorry. All right, Jack. Back to the story. The little stars. Good morning, starshine.
This might have helped you.
Yeah, the
Just
whole
remind
thing's
me,
gonna
you know.
stop with everything I'm saying right now. But
do you see that maybe
in
that
life, it's no secrets. It's no secrets. Once you're in a situation, you gotta get out. It's no secrets. If I tell you everything in my storyline, you're gonna be like, honey, you know what I'm saying? Take a sip of liquor, hit the blunt, but it's not gonna do nothing to the world anymore. So I think I really think that's true.
That's a good place to start,
You know,
for
anything,
certain.
it's not gonna do nothing. I think I'm the last of discovery and all this, you know what I'm saying, chit-chatting.
If you want to change your consciousness, you're going to want to head down towards 6.7 to 4 hertz, a subharmonic. That can be created by 432 if you know how to do it. But the subharmonic and non-dissonant sounds are the key. And making sure that you aren't putting any of the harmonics out of phase. It's a very tough thing to do, but there are those recordings of proper subharmonic binaural audio that really will affect you and change the way that you see and cause out-of-body experiences and all kinds of stuff. That's really what the Monroe Institute is specialized in. Good morning, starshine.
Trying to figure out
True.
stuff, unorthodoxing. So I really do believe that. I think this is it.
You're so cute.
I don't see nothing else. We got cars, freeways.
Amanda,
Make that shit happen. You know what I'm saying?
let me ask you a
So,
question. Do you see that you're a little more clear-headed right now?
Yeah, like
And do you-
21 Savage, you know what I'm
and
saying?
do you-
We gotta have the skinny black guy. I think
Do you like that?
Kim K and all of that.
Do you like the way you feel right
and
now?
then you watch
Amanda,
this video.
Amanda.
Then they gotta make anti.
He's
So
trying,
they
but she's only so
Let's have a
coherent.
conversation. Do you like the way you're feeling right now and thinking, the way your brain's working?
I don't feel nothing. I think I'm a robot. I don't know.
Whoa. I don't feel anything. That's exactly what Dahlia said. I don't feel anything.
They're like, we gotta
just-
bring this down. I was in the car driving with my date yesterday, and they're like, I don't feel nothing.
He is. I mean, in general, I feel like Mark is
You wanted knowledge.
Let's have a conversation.
kind of creepy.
Do you like
in
the
my
way you're
opinion.
feeling right now and thinking, the way your brain's working?
I don't feel nothing. I think I'm a robot. I don't know.
I think I'm a robot. I don't know.
They're like, we gotta bring this down. I was in the car driving with my date yesterday, and they're like, our people are too smart. We gotta bring it down. Like, just seeing, cause I'm Pinala. I'm just like, okay, crack money, sleep,
Well,
crack money.
this gives me hope.
Nobody gonna rip me off. I got 20. Let me get a dime. Come back and get another dime so I can get the most from my pay, and then that goes into y'all. You know what I'm
And
saying?
that goes into
ET
y'all.
and
What is
all
she?
that,
What the fuck? What is she talking about there? She's back on her medication, depending on what she's on. Can suppress her feelings, etc. Makes sense. Yes, I do. GHB, LSD, microdosing, several other things, including DMT. I'm a big fan of Josie Kinn's work. She has a YouTube channel. I'm gonna have to work on an iPad. It's so aggressive. I apologize, folks, if it's like overly aggressive.
I don't know if any of this is true.
I love your personality.
I don't hang out with
when you're
nobody.
clean, I love your personality.
But that's what I'm saying. White people
cleaner.
are real niggas, Chinese, Egyptians, whoever came up with how I am, how I feel and stuff, it's no error, you know what I'm saying? So whoever
You're cuter than
they
cute.
real niggas. You know
You're
what I'm
so
saying?
cute.
I mean, there's something being said here that there's a lot of language being left
So I
out.
get the most from my pay, and then that goes into y'all. You know what I'm saying?
It goes into
Between all
y'all.
of that, so
What does she mean by that?
I don't know if any of this is true.
I love your personality.
I don't hang out with
when you're
nobody.
clean, I love your personality.
I don't think she is to the point where she's disassociated from what is happening, and she doesn't know if it's true or not. This is exactly like Dahlia Takali. This is exactly the way she sounded. This is exactly what she was saying. She can't feel herself. And if it's the meds, then boy, that's a wild similarity. And GHB. True. That's nice. Somebody tried to marry Jin? And she doesn't hang with anyone. It's all the language. She's trying to say something, and it's just, I have to hear it again. I apologize if you know, have a problem with me running it back.
EBT and all of that, so I don't know if any of this is true.
I love your personality.
I don't hang out with
when you're
nobody.
clean, I love your personality.
But that's what I'm saying. White people are real niggas, Chinese, Egyptians, whoever came up with how I am, how I feel and stuff, it's no error, you know what I'm saying? So whoever
you're cuter than
they
cute.
real niggas, you know what
You're
I'm
so
saying?
cute. I wish you could get clean and stay clean. Who's that blonde?
Hi, I got great.
Queen says, I've heard other artists who are on medication symptoms can make them feel numb, and sometimes they talk about their creativity has been blocked. I've heard this as well. Especially medications that are meant to keep you from becoming depressed or, being manic. Because of them, meds. But she does sound like Dahlia. Yeah, that's the thing that strikes me is her language. The things she's describing are the exact things that Dahlia was describing in that video.
Hey, I'm an old lady. Yeah, I just want to say I'm so happy to know, excited to know that Michael's been watching me my whole life. Oh my God, so happy. Like my day is old lady. Whoever.
What is she exactly talking about?
You're so cute.
there?
I wish you could get clean and stay clean. Who's that blonde?
Hi, I got gray. I'm an old lady. Yeah, I just want to say I'm so happy to know, excited to know that Michael's been watching me my whole life. Oh my God.
Michael. Somebody's been watching her. And she's so excited. Is she talking about her boyfriend? The old boyfriend that she lived with?
I'm so happy. Like my day is set. My whole life is set. I just wanted to say sorry to everybody in Pomona, where's downtown, for having to listen to my thoughts and my make sense, my little whatever. Thank
She
you to the
apologized for everybody in downtown Pomona. Why is she in downtown Pomona now? For hearing her thoughts. She's probably standing in a corner yelling or something. Does she only have a shirt on? What is going on in this picture? She's supposed to be on meds at this point, right? Michael has been watching her whole life. That's right. The grandfather. Thank you for clarifying that, Lone Wolf. Wow.
that does my voice and talks to me while I'm faded. So thank you guys. I love you and you guys' family. I love you guys so much. Thank you. You guys are always there. So that's it.
And those are people that we've never seen in this story. The grandfather and the grandmother, who took care of her whole life, who lost her to her father again.
Okay.
I'd agree. Queen, I think there was something going on for certain, that they were already using it on her. And she was already experiencing it. Yeah. What's going on here?
Oh my God, so happy. Like my day is set, my whole life is set. I just wanted to say sorry to everybody. Pomona, where's downtown? For having to listen to my thoughts and my make sense, my little whatever.
My make sense.
Thank you to the lady that does my voice and talks to me.
Thank you to the lady who does my voice. I mean, if you're just to listen to it without context of the other people around her, it would sound like disassociated babble. Absolutely delusional, paranoid, hallucinations, if anything. Did she say touching? Let me run it back and we'll double check.
Downtown for having to listen to my thoughts and my make sense, my little whatever. Thank you to the lady that does my voice and talks to me while I'm faded. So thank you guys. I love you and you guys' family.
That's odd. What is she talking about there? Because each time, this is the thing, is I'm starting to feel like there's good reason to take what she's saying at some face value and not believe it's a hallucination, but to recognize that, like Dahlia, maybe she's having an aphasiatic moment, meaning that she's trying to explain something, but her brain is not letting her describe the words because either those words have been wiped out by something, drug use, the experience, trauma, you name it. She's telling it in her own way as best she can because there are words clearly she's not capable of using. And instead it's coming out as a jumbled mess. This is exactly what we heard from Dahlia.
I just wanted to say sorry to everybody. Pomona, where's downtown? For having to listen to my thoughts and my make sense, my little whatever. Thank you to the lady that does my voice and talks to me while I'm faded.
Talks to me while I'm
I love
faded.
you and you guys' family. I love you guys so much. Thank you. You guys are always there. So that's it.
While she is faded.
Thank you
While
guys.
she
I love
is
you
faded.
and you guys' family. I love you guys so much. Thank you. You guys are always there. So that's it.
She doesn't look happy. She doesn't look comfortable. She looks mad.
Okay, Amanda, how are you?
She's faded.
Amanda, what's going on?
Whoa, what is happening?
What's going through? What's on your mind today?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm feeling. Let's see.
Okay.
I just wanted to address my voice or whatever. Somebody does my voice, so I am a full robot. So
Wait, hold the fucking phone. No. That's not in order. Those two aren't in order. I want you to notice something.
Because I'm Pinala, I'm just like, okay, crack.
What's going through? What's on your mind today?
Look at how skinny
Yeah,
she
I
is.
Let's see.
How the shape of her hair. Why does she have money in her hand?
I just wanted to adjust my voice or whatever.
You can't
Somebody
see
does
her
my voice.
neck bones.
So
This is
I
from
am
an earlier
a full
time.
robot, so I just wanted the
The
world
wig.
to know that. I'm not trying to put my actions on somebody else, but
She's
I am a
coherent.
full robot, so that's it.
Good to know. Amanda, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So, how do you spend your day? I see you walking around, but you're.
Smoking crack all day.
I know, but
When I smoke crack, the energy of the crack goes throughout the neighborhood, so people don't like giving me crack. Hey.
Hey, beautiful.
Hey guys, I just wanted to apologize about the thing downtown or whatever.
This
with
is,
the animals or whatever, and I forget.
She's lost
I
so
forget
much
my
weight.
mom, I forget my dad or whatever for not wanting to be around me. And
You can
I
tell this is
apologize to
more about the
everybody.
time
There's
period
stuff
that
people
she
close
came
to
in
me
with
don't know, and
no response.
hopefully eventually they'll find out. I'm not the people are helping me out, so I don't really want to tell them. So eventually you guys will be proud of me, and once you guys hear the word on everything and the background story on everything, you guys will know that I'm a leader, not a follower, and that I really do love you guys, and I really do fit. But I think because of my nervous condition.
Okay, so she's
It all
already
doesn't
being
matter.
vetted for the program because
Have you ever
she
had
thinks she
a
has to fit into
situation like-
something.
Where something's going bad, but it's like overall you're just like, it don't matter. So that's what that's all I want to say.
That's a good attitude.
Yeah. So
What
thank
happened,
you
to,
guys.
what happened to your nose, Amanda?
I got beat up by 2 crackheads in a motel room. I got away. I'm Orthodox 24/7, so I didn't really remember what happened, but I remember going into
Orthodox
the room.
24/7.
So you've been using the word
She's
orthodox
probably-
quite a bit lately.
Yeah,
What-
I'm Orthodox all the time, but
Orthodox
in
what?
a good way. In a good way.
When you say
Yeah, what
orthodox,
does she mean?
what's your definition of orthodox?
Because they're helping me hold they Orthodox people to give me dates and stuff. It's kind of embarrassing.
He's a pimp?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I want to be my
What
old
the
friend
fuck?
Jordan or whatever. She's a real class act. So I really like her. And when I'm dead and gone, just look to her as for how I want to be and me.
So you got a bloody
know what
nose?
I'm saying?
Think
I
she was
feel like
getting
I'm just
pimped out to
miniature her,
Orthodox
you know what I'm
Jews?
saying?
Yeah,
In a
but-
way, with knowledge,
But
dressing.
These guys
When
gave
she
you
was
bloody
first
nose?
nosed, she was well over
I'm
200
worried about you getting
pounds.
beaten up. Tell me about what happened when they beat you up.
I got away. The paramedics came to the gas station, but I didn't want to go to the hospital, so.
Amanda, I'm worried about you getting, I hate to say it, but I'm worried about you getting killed out here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Important people know the background of my story, so I feel comfortable. Certain people that are close to me don't, but it's just
Yeah.
so everything can stay comfortable
No,
and everything
exactly.
can stay good. So I feel good about everything, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's so crazy dangerous out here.
Yeah.
For you to be walking around with no shoes like you are right now.
Yeah, I'm a
I mean, you're walking around you're wearing a tank top
I had some
and no
Reeboks,
shoes.
but I'm a,
How many times have I seen you wearing a tank top and nothing else?
yeah.
Pretty much that's your uniform.
Like I said,
And a
Jordan
wig.
Washington
Tank top and a
is the
wig and no
class act.
shoes.
And just look to her when I'm dead and gone. That's it. All right, bye.
Gorgeous.
Bye,
I
gorgeous.
just want to say that I want to start my video real fast because, I just wanted to show off my new hairstyle, so that's it.
Amanda, what are you going to do with your life?
I'm gonna go get my card from my glass house so that I can get my own apartment and get a wig, my own wig.
How can you get your own apartment? You can't even support yourself.
Rent down here is like $56.
During a series called Pimpology,
$56.
which is to do with basically how pimps behave and victims
So
are
you're gonna
abused. I
keep
saw
using
one of the
crack?
videos which I played
Yeah,
when she was
You want to get
heavier.
off it.
nobody does.
She's in another video called Pimpology. I'm gonna have to.
Do you
You're gonna
any
have to send that
desire
to me.
to get clean
Queen,
and get your life
that's-
straight and all that? Or you just want to stay down here?
That could be very important information, actually. See, Queen coming in with
I
the
just want to switch
with the
hides with
unknown.
somebody and have fun.
wild card once again. Wow.
Do you have no desire to get back to your old life, like when you were in school?
Hell no. That was boring.
Oh, orthodox meaning
Everybody
conforming.
was fake to me.
She's being orthodox. Oh, I understand.
And how is everybody to you today? I don't think you have any friends today.
Yeah, I don't have friends. Everybody's orthodox to think I'm somebody else when I talk to them.
Most of the people just want to use you for...
I want to use other people. I'm kind of a vulture now. It's hard for me to make money. Clearly, they teleport pedophiles and bad people when they're doing bad things to come date me for my...
Clearly, they teleport pedophiles and bad people to come date me. The psych meds are not really doing her well, I would gather.
Clearly, they teleport pedophiles and bad people when they're doing bad things to come date me for my prostitution. So I try to
you're doing
make
a series called
them feel
Pimpology.
comfortable and that I'm not judgmental. And I'm definitely not a pedophile.
I'd be very interested to see the clip.
They wanted to make me one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she was very different.
Because I keep messing with this guy named Michael.
Take off that silly wig.
And
take it off.
Let's see. And I keep messing with him, so
that's her
I just
teeth,
want
man.
Kim K to know that I don't want Michael anymore. And
are you happy?
How y'all see me?
Doesn't want Michael.
Eye-opening, so.
Oh my gosh.
Amanda.
I'm
Kim K.
Am I
Oh
happy
my
enough?
God, she's talking. You know who she's talking about? You know who she's talking about? I think she's calling our friend Lima Beans, Kim K. I'm going to assume that if we're talking about aphasiatic states of communication, she's not able to say the name, but she sees a picture and she knows what to describe it as. She's calling it Kim K. Yes. One of Amanda's first videos is when she's in a... Oh, wait, what? Oh, you're talking about early on. Like, as she got skinny after the first one where she's got no shirt on. True. Yes. I think that he may have been putting these out of order at some point, it looks like to me. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it's just happenstance of editing. You know, non-intentional, but I don't know. I didn't know about... Oh. Underbelly behavior until I saw your stream. I didn't know enough about him. I utilized some of his pimp and prostitute interviews to show ladies my platform how pimps suck you in. Yeah. I didn't know there's any other stuff of her beyond this. It must be buried in there. Remember the name Kim K. I thought she was talking about Kardashian. I mean, it hasn't come up elsewhere.
I know that I'm like kind of
at least
like
in the Lima
F+
information
prostitute, student, whatever. So
prostitute, student, or whatever.
I kind of make jokes out of it and make everything seem like the best thing is going on, but it's not.
Your family and I are trying to get you taken somewhere so you can get treatment, maybe get clean, and we're all hoping that maybe...
Your family and I are trying to get you taken somewhere to get treatment and hoping to get clean. Well, we know where they were intending to take her. There's definitely a fix in this, it feels like.
When you get clean, you might be able to think more clearly.
Yeah.
About your life, your future, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
because right now you're.
So it's interesting because we've gone all the way down the train with Lima and Aura, and done deep dives into all of that info. The people behind it, the behaviors, the pitches, all of BJ's work reviewing it all. But this is expressing a whole other side of the story. Now watching these interviews in depth and not gleaming them for the important moments in general. It's very clear that there was something going on much earlier than the Aura videos would suggest. And that raising money wouldn't matter if that's the case. This is something else. Gonna add it into the list of extreme oddities that don't fit the Occam's razor, but suggest something even more disturbing.
Be the best looking man that I can be, so hopefully I earned my look today. I want new feet, I want new butt, new face, everything. So hopefully everything works out. Being skinny, I don't know how I got skinny.
I do.
I'm pretty sure I'm a clone, so.
I think that drug you're smoking might have something to do with it.
Oh God, everybody's on it, so.
Well, look at some of the other bodies down here. There's a lot of people that have amazing bodies.
Whoa,
It's called the crack
wait,
diet.
what the fuck? What did this fool just say? Sorry, excuse me, but that's crazy.
Put a fast one on me. So Michael Jordan hurts me, but I'm gonna be okay.
Michael Jordan hurts me, but wait, what? Oh my God, man. You know what? I just gotta say, okay, so I was friends with a musician, a fairly famous musician, rest in peace, while I toured with the band he's one of 3 brothers. And he was fighting the addiction of crack, and he ground his teeth like that. Exactly like that shit. And he'd sit there for hours. Yeah, there's very deep, if you're not familiar with the whole aura portion of this, it gets very dark, and many people are affected. And if anything, it looks like this girl, this person, this lady, this organization may have used a pair of twins or more, because this sure does look like, yeah, pieces of MK Ultra. It looks like the outflow. It looks like projects 104 to 140, excluding the 3 between 136 and 139 that were never used. And frankly, there's so much of this that resembles it that I fear for people, because if this has been happening, what else has been happening? And who else got used? And who else actually made it work? Because of course, the military has this tech. But now it's being proliferated into the public. Clearly, in some way, shape, or form. Which is not unusual of technology coming out of the military. It dribbles down to us. Yes. It could very well be possibly, likely, or maybe associated to many other things, including trafficking of bodies and a way to control them so they don't know where they are. Yes. More importantly, trafficking people from foreign countries and keeping them in stasis so they never know where they've been, who they've been with, or why they've been there. This is definitely a component of this for certain, I would feel. If all of the facts that we've seen so far, all of the anecdotes, all of the storylines lead to the end of what it seems to be. Now, this is alleged. This is just me thinking an opinion. Queen says, really, they should have eyes on Skid Row and these places because so many vulnerable people can be taken advantage of. 100%. Yeah. Instead, those people who are vulnerable are utilized as a source of fodder. Not just in Cali. No. Nationwide. Now, we forget quite clearly and quickly about 29 Palms. We forget about the 80s, where hundreds of thousands of children disappeared. We forget that a lot of them would be adults by now. It's easy to forget the milk cartons and the faces. You ever seen someone you knew on one of those? I did. Even weirder, I saw a lady I knew and the baby I never saw. Even weirder, I had information and reported it. Nothing more shocking than getting a penny. Getting a penny saver and seeing your friend you haven't seen in a while's face on it. Under the "Have you seen me?" Never cool. That certain organization. Oh yeah. That's big. That's large. And the avatar usage does have me curious about a certain number of things, but I don't have enough
and I don't want no girl close
direct
to my
connection
age
yet
doing my
to pull
thoughts.
it together
And
or say anything about it.
video gaming me, so nah, I'm not feeling it. Close
She
to
says
my,
he's gaming her. Oh my God. Fuck.
and I don't want no girl close to my age doing my thoughts. And
I don't want no girl close to my age doing my thoughts. Now,
and
we've
I
seen
don't
this
want
footage
no
before.
girl close to my age doing my thoughts. And video gaming me, so
Video gaming me.
nah, I'm not feeling it. But I
Not
am
feeling
thankful.
Did you sleep last night?
But she's
No.
thankful. In other
That's 2
words,
nights in
she's
a row you
thankful
haven't
that somebody's
slept.
trying.
Nah, I don't sleep at all.
She doesn't sleep
Yeah,
at all.
don't too much.
Do you eat?
Yeah, some things shouldn't be said out loud. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I skirt
eat
the edges.
Very unhealthy.
I've got a couple passes.
I wasn't even fat before. I was just weird shaped. So that's even worse than fat. So I don't know. I hope people come during the day and not after I go to sleep. Michael, Sabrina, whoever comes, right? Not just with that crazy clone. The fucking police can't touch me. I don't know.
I think the police are just frustrated.
Wait,
by
hold
it.
on a second. Hold on a second.
I just
What
with that crazy.
What is she
not
talking about?
after
So
I go to
she's
sleep.
disassociating clearly. Meaning
Michael,
like she's separating her
Sabrina,
personality. She
whoever
doesn't realize
comes,
what she's doing when she's
right?
doing it.
Not just with that crazy clone. The fucking police can't touch me.
That's what she's talking. When I talk about disassociate,
I think the police are just frustrated by
sees
you.
herself outside of herself.
Yeah.
They know you're out there.
They don't care.
They picked you up 100 times.
They watch me all day,
Yeah, I know.
but they don't see if they looking.
As a matter of fact, Queen, yes, indeed. My understanding is he did do some PR for this. Yes. Weird, right? There's a lot of people involved
And a fake thing.
in the background.
Well, I don't think anyone knows how to help you.
Or connected.
The police, your dad, me, no one.
You can help me by
Associate.
taking me somewhere fun.
Where would you like to go?
I want to go somewhere besides walking around.
I'll take
And I
you.
want to get how you guys are about crack.
You do. Where we don't touch it. You want to stop using?
Clone and the police
You
who
wanna
have
stop
stolen her
using?
identity. True.
No.
No.
It's the same thing that
I don't know.
Dahlia said. Stolen her identity. Her sister stole her identity. Crashed a car. Somebody
Your
cloned
story's
her.
sad, Amanda.
I know.
And she won't leave her
over
alone.
today because I'm relaxing.
The whole world would like to help you, and no one knows how.
Yeah, I'm tired of black girls jumping on me and stuff because it's stupid. If they know my story. People have been passing by me saying rude things about my story, like on some, so that's stupid. When I get money from you, Mark, I give it away on some bitch shit.
Well, I think when
Just for people to get out my face.
Wait, hold on a second.
People have been passing by me saying rude things about my story.
When she gets money, she gives it to
like
Mark.
On some, so
Why is she giving Mark her money?
that's stupid.
Sorry, guys.
When I get money from you, Mark, I give it away.
Oh, when she gets money from Mark, she gives it
Well, I
away.
think when
Just for people to get out my face.
Just
when
for
your dad
people
and
to
I
get out
give
of her
Right.
face.
your dad and I give you money to avoid you doing more dangerous things for your addiction that you're gonna do whatever it takes to get your money for crack. So if your dad and I give you a little bit of cash, that protects.
I don't murder these people. They do certain things to get murdered. That are
I don't murder
crazy.
these people. They do certain things to get what the hell?
I'm on automatic right now. Today.
I'm on automatic right
call
now.
Moody
Today.
I really felt it. I really feel it. That's how she wants me to look. I had a friend tell me, you
That's how she
still
wants
look
me to feel.
fat or whatever.
Oh, look.
I can tell she's putting that on me.
Amanda, you're beautiful.
Now we got problems because you putting that on me.
Wow.
You're beautiful.
I want to teleport in somebody's body and look at myself. I set her indoors. I don't want to be hers. Just trying to. I want to be
There's nothing I'd like to see more than a clean
Kim Kardashian, remember?
Amanda.
And I'm thinking from a mechanical standpoint too. When I say Kim Kardashian and Amber Rose, so I want to be.
So she has been talking about Kim K.
I'm thinking about Michael they body or nothing.
What did she say? Something? What? What'd she say?
Kardashian and Amber Rose, so I want to be them.
She wants to be them.
I'm thinking about Michael they body or nothing.
Oh,
I was thinking about their body.
she's thinking about their body. She wants to have their body.
Janae Aiko could go. What the fuck? I didn't say that. I don't know what she's doing with her life.
All right.
All right,
we need to
going.
figure something out for you. I don't know what it's going to be, but
Today I
Yeah,
was
you do.
gonna-
It seems
Sorry,
like he
you don't
does
want it.
already, since this seems to be an ongoing thing for several months.
I need new feet. But that's it. Thank you,
Kim
America.
K. Interesting. Interesting. Not just Kim K, but Kim K. And now, October 29th, 2020. The last of the video.
Yeah, 3 months I spent.
and yeah, it's been 3 months. Now you're in a rehab,
Yeah,
kind of on the outskirts of LA.
yeah,
suburbs.
Claremont.
And how are you liking it so far?
It's okay. I get cravings a lot.
Cravings for crack?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sure. It's not easy.
it's not.
How's it gone?
3 months later, and she's gained almost all the weight back. That's an extreme weight gain for any human and loss. Your body is not meant to gain and lose weight like that, and it puts immense stresses on it. Add in the other problems. Being on psych meds. Smoking crack. So she's been in rehab, aka Aura. Or under the auspices of using Aura in rehab. I'm not really sure, to be frank with you. We assume that that's the technology being used because that's whose care she's under right now. At the point you're watching this film.
It's okay. Sometimes I feel like leaving, but I gotta stick it through. I gotta stay strong.
Yeah, basically you're building a new life.
Yeah.
So she's cogent. She's coherent. She's not chewing her teeth. She's looking directly at the camera. She looks more uncomfortable than she does delusional. There's an extreme difference. So it's a positive change, one would say.
You know, and the life you had was so dangerous and so destructive.
Yeah.
And you were going to end up dead. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So what's gone on in your life in the last 3 months, I think, is perhaps the way to get out of this.
Yeah.
You know, the jail helped, and that must have been difficult to not have anything, not have the drugs that you wanted, and not have the freedom that you were used to.
Yeah.
Was jail awful?
Jail was awful. I was always hungry. I gained like 30 pounds.
Yeah. I mean,
In jail.
crack is a good diet.
Yeah.
So
What
I mean, you were
fuck? Sorry, excuse me, but that is the least appropriate thing to say to somebody who's trying to stay clean from crack cocaine. What is he thinking? It's so unempathetic, so insensitive.
It must have been difficult to not have anything, not have the drugs that you wanted, and not have the freedom that you were used to.
Yeah.
Was jail awful?
Jail was awful. I was always hungry. I gained like 30 pounds.
Yeah. I mean,
In jail.
crack is a good diet.
Yeah.
So I mean, you were. This is about the weight you were at before, right? Before you started using crack.
No.
You were lighter, smaller.
Definitely.
Oh, you were, okay. Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, I was way smaller before I went to jail.
Well, you're going through lots of adjustments now.
Yeah.
Lots of.
Hopefully I can lose the weight.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
Just you know, you have new everything right now.
Yeah.
New routine, new life, new. Are you making friends here?
Yeah.
True, she's
Just
very
like-
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You see
Very
her
small rehab.
thumbs.
Yeah, it's a
She
it's
does
small
not
rehab.
feel
It's
comfortable
only
being in
5
that
It's
room.
only 4 people
She's
here.
moving
It's
back
very
and
luxurious.
forth.
Including me. Yeah, it's real nice. It's a mansion.
So you have to be here.
It's real nice. It's a
How long, like
mansion.
a year, right?
6 months.
Yeah, but I think a year total just before you have to be clean, I guess, for a year before you'll be free from the risk of going back to jail.
Yeah.
So.
She'll say anything to get out of there at this moment in time. I would.
Nothing. I'm just staying
kinda looks like that.
strong. I'm
I'm
counting
presuming.
my days. I want to be able to be clean when I leave.
Yeah, that would, I think. I mean, everybody wants that. Lima wants it. Your dad wants it. Your family. I'd love it. The viewers would love it.
And that's the first
But you
time
need
in the
to want it.
videos we hear the name Lima. Lima wants it. Your dad wants it. The viewers want it. Not comfortable being in there with him. That could very well be. We don't know who else is in the background. He mentions Lima. Maybe she's in the room too. Maybe her dad's in the room too. This backdrop does seem very familiar. We'll get to that though.
Too.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the key.
Yeah.
And you've also been taking all kinds of crazy medications that probably screwed with your diet as well.
Yeah, the medicine made me gain weight that
Yeah.
I was taking.
What they were giving you in jail?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're off that now.
Yeah, I'm off that.
And you're doing therapy here as well?
Yeah, her name's Susan, my therapist.
Yeah, I think that would be a great thing for you to do some therapy and work out whatever got you into this situation in the first place.
Yeah.
I think we never talked about your mom, but your mom was never really in your life, right?
Yeah, it was hard not having a mom.
That would be awful.
Yeah.
That's got to be a big deal for you.
I cried a lot over it. She did my hair once when I was 13, but I never seen her. She's a beautician. She was a crackhead too,
Yeah,
but I never knew her.
She's still alive, but...
Well, yes indeed. That would make that absolutely true, Lone Wolf. She was in jail. Then this interview. She met her before jail. She had to have. Because Lima was raising money for her right before she went to jail. She mentioned it in that interview. And the reason she went to jail was because her father claimed he had been beaten by her. Wow.
Yeah, she's still alive.
She's never been in your life.
Yeah.
So that's I'm sure therapy will.
And don't
explore
forget,
that.
she'd been saying her mother
we
had
talked about it
died
a
and that
little
there
bit.
was a fire.
Yeah, it's frustrating not having her in my life.
Yeah, that'd be hard for anybody.
Yeah.
And you're getting your teeth fixed next week, right?
Yeah. I have a dental appointment to get my teeth fixed. Get some new teeth.
So how'd you lose the teeth? Your dad and I were talking about it when you were here.
I don't remember.
Well, he
I
says
blacked out.
You got in a fight with somebody and they knocked your teeth out.
Yeah.
Or you hit the street or something like that. Do you have any moments where you're thinking that you want to go back to that life?
Yeah, all the time.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay strong though.
Good for you. Yeah, it's got to be very. I mean, I think crack is probably one of the hardest drugs to break free from.
Yeah.
And you've been clean for 3 months now.
Yeah.
She doesn't even look
And I
like
think
the
the
same
longer
person.
you go, and the more you go through therapy, and the more you get used to this new routine, the better your chances will be.
Yeah, I gotta stay sober.
Yeah, you're such a beautiful girl. It'd be so great to see you.
Thank you.
I only
away
make
from
that face
terrible life.
in this situation because of all the other things he
It's such
said
a
about her
destructive
looks
lifestyle.
and about
Yeah.
And you
how
know
cute
you're
she
gonna
is.
end
And there's a
up.
couple of outtakes and
You
things
were
that I've
asking
seen that are
trying
just
to kill yourself, basically.
uncomfortable.
Do you have anything you'd like to do with your life? You're still young. How old are you? You're 20.
I'm 25.
You're 25.
Yeah.
Oh, you're older than I thought. What would you like to do? Do you have any ideas?
Maybe like a program where I can get a
Yeah,
certificate, become a technician,
What kind of technician? Like medical, dental?
medical.
Medical?
Yeah.
That'd be
And
great.
the real question there is that true? She came in saying her mother was dead when she was still fairly coherent. But now her mother is alive and she's getting to know her? That sounds oddly familiar. Dahlia complaining that she doesn't know who that person is in the other room. She doesn't know whether it's a man or a woman. There's a lot of very distinct coincidences in the behaviors of these two parties, Dahlia Takali and Amanda Rabb. Breen, hello! Good to see you. I'm good. So glad you could join us. We're talking about Amanda Rabb, who sadly lost her life while in rehab under the care of, as far as we know, healthcare experts, and while being treated with a technology called Aura. Chaos Wolf, awesome. I like that. That's a good combo. Quick quick one, Embry. That's nice.
Yeah, I just did my basics. So I went to school. I didn't make friends because I was always under my boyfriend. He used to walk me to class. He didn't go there. He was just,
Wait, he didn't go
we
to
were just
CSUN?
always up under each other. So I never made friends in college. I didn't have the college experience.
How did you get introduced to crack? Do you remember?
Yeah, it started with Primo cigarettes, and then it leads to crack.
Primos are pot with laced with crack, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm wrong.
Did your boyfriend at the time?
Pot laced with crack.
We were broken up.
Who knew?
That's why I became a prostitute. That's when I became a prostitute when we broke up. I was like 22.
And how did prostitution come into the picture?
Not having money for the drug.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
So her boyfriend got her addicted to
You have a
crack.
beautiful kitchen. I've seen
Yeah, we do chores in the morning.
That's why she was out on the street. She was seeking it out.
There's a pool in the back. There's a big
Yeah, I've
backyard.
been in the jacuzzi a couple times. It was cool. But nothing's good as crack.
Wow.
I gotta stay strong
Fuck.
though.
Good for you.
I'm sorry. I
It's
love a
good
good
that you can
jacuzzi,
talk about
so
it, though, and admit that
that's gnarly.
A temptation for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. When is it hardest? In the morning, at night, when you're tired?
At night, because I can't go to sleep, because then my lifestyle is always up. I didn't even sleep in jail.
You didn't sleep when you were in jail?
No. Because I was always up 24/7 in my lifestyle. So it's hard going to sleep. It's hard going to sleep.
In her
What was the hardest
lifestyle.
part of getting off of it?
One of the funds raised over
The
3
first week,
G's.
the first month? Or
What the
Yeah,
hell?
The first month.
She said they only raised $1,200
Is it getting
bucks.
easier?
No.
Lima said they only
Not
raised
getting easier.
$1,200. Holy shit.
It's what?
It's not getting easier.
Oh man, there's
No.
just so many things that are
It's real
similar
hard on me.
in stories and
I
characters that
crave the
we
drug like
watch elsewhere.
24/7. Yeah.
And looking back now, do you regret ever getting involved in that in the first place?
No.
You don't regret it?
No.
Really?
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest.
Wow.
Yeah, it's real hard on me being here.
Do you think if you
She's literally telling him, I don't regret anything I was doing. It's actually really hard on me to be here. Meaning in rehab. That's astonishing. I've honestly never heard anybody say anything like that. I feel more comfortable being out on the street, smoking crack. Jesus. All right. What's going on, though, that makes her feel that way about being in rehab? That's the other question. What is making her feel that way about the challenge? She likes certain aspects of it, but you can tell she doesn't feel comfortable. She's looking at him kind of side-eyed. Ambry, no, never have to apologize for your English. Today we're covering, I'm going back to the beginning of a story and looking only specifically at Amanda Rabb here, who was put under the care of Aura Technologies, and specifically Lima Jevramovich. And there's a lot to this story, but essentially this company Aura has a technology that uses VR and some supplements, and all of the people who seem to have gotten involved with them have come out the other side worse for the wear, meaning not as good as when they walked in. And in this case, there's a tragic ending to this story. And I've covered the ending. I've covered the technology. And it looks a lot, to me, in my opinion, like some of the things I've read in the reports about MK Ultra, some of the technologies. And if anything, it seems like somebody using the technology inappropriately. So it's concerning at best. But what's wild in this story is who utilized that technology, who had it utilized on them, why, who funded it, and the outcomes that didn't seem too good, if anything, terrible for those people who had this technology used on them, including the founder, the tester, the inventor of the Aura technology, allegedly. Lima on her own two sisters. Now we know one of them has a restraining order against one of the others. We don't know whether it's Lima or Dahlia. But when your twin sister, not Lima's, but Dahlia and Dia, who you made videos with, falls off the map after she runs away, and both of you get caught after you've both run away, but only one of you files a restraining order. There are many odd instances, and Dia Takali is not in the body cam video. And in fact, supposedly she's in a mental asylum during the video that we've watched previously, body cam footage of Dahlia Takali, the sister of Lima Takali, or Mora, or Jevramovich currently, because that's her married name. So if it gets confusing, no one blames you. This story is a rabbit hole, and it goes deeply into things that I've come to believe none of us were meant to know. And the main host of the story, person who's done all the heavy lifting on the matter, the one who's gone deeper than anybody else, is being silenced right now. And I want to remind everybody, if you haven't already gone over to BJ's channels, whether it be That Surprise Witness or BJ Investigates, I cannot, and I'm sure you've seen the videos here. She's the lady with the fuzzy hair, fuzzy ears, and the Disney eyes. She's serious. Serious business. Don't let the eyes and the fuzzy ears fool you. If you look close enough, I've got fuzzy ears too, but that's just age, all right? Don't hold against me. I shave. Come on. Anyways, it's like they use some great value MK Ultra for VR for real. Yes, yes. Truth. Truth, truth. Yeah, we haven't even, I mean, yeah. We can look at the technology in a little bit. There's little glimpses of it. No one really knows the full tilt because it doesn't even show you on the website. From my understanding, I'm being told that they're still selling those, some of the technology and or the supplements. Which the supplements, that's my question. That's the one, that's the... Oh, thank you, Fuzzy. You were so quick with that. You're amazing. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I wish I want to do that quick. Yeah, BJ's channel, amazing. She does great stuff. She's most famous for Free Britney, by the way. That's her big deal. She's kind of a big deal. When she streams, there's like 1,400 people watching.
If you somehow got out of here, you'd run back to downtown and back to Skid Row?
No.
You don't think there's a risk of that?
No.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. Well, I hope you can ride this out.
She does not seem like she wants to. She wants to
I think
run.
the longer you do it, the easier it'll get.
Yeah.
Because there is a whole world out there of wonderful people and wonderful things, and wonderful things you can do, and find something that makes you happy. And man, I'd love to see you get away from that and never go back.
Yeah.
I mean, look at your mom. So your mom was using crack and probably still is.
Yeah.
But once again, the other channel is That Surprise Witness is her other channel. She actually has 3 channels, but I've only watched 2 of them, to be frank with you. That Surprise Witness is the other one. Yeah, she's amazing. She's really, really good. And her like kind of rando videos are hilarious. It's normally her on a chaise lounge with a bunch of weird stuff, just being weird, funny. She's hilarious, pointing out things, reacting to stuff, sarcastically, being bored of it. I think she's not feeling well right now, and also she does have another lawsuit against her because Lima has also filed restraining orders or a restraining order against her. Oh damn! That's okay. I won't hold that against you. I just said wrong. I've done that. Holy shit! I've done that, Trippy. You're good. I've so done that. Like, I'm so glad I've never done that in the beef sector. Somebody would come knocking on my door. Lita, where are you at? That's your fault. I'm blaming it on you. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for accidentally chatting. Yeah. So like worst inappropriate at the moment. You're good. I hold nothing against you. You're good. But it's a horribly inappropriate moment. It's wonderful. Wonderful. I would call that wonderful because that's enlightening. Bruh, I'm in places. I'm in places you don't want to know I'm in. That's what they all say, though. That's what she said. Oh. Damn. Anyway. True, Ambrine. Oh, you had the tab on me. Hilarious. Damn it, Trippy, your joke just cost me 4 people. No, it's not true. It has nothing to do with your joke. It has to do with content. There's like 3 channels that just started like right now. What 11:22? Who starts at 11:22? That's definitely what are you doing in all those places? Lita, where are you? Lita's asleep. Lita's crashed out with a game controller in her lap. A 9-year-old spread out above her. Because Jacob is always like, what are you playing? What are you playing? What are you playing? There's a 16-year-old in the next room. He's happy to have a room alone. Some shit. Eating some food he's not supposed to at this hour. Sorry, just telling you everything. Lita! Lita? Yeah, she's asleep. She's asleep. It's true. Brings back memories. Got caught up in the beef sector at one. Oh no, I didn't know it was the beef sector at that time. I was exploring the YouTube street. Oh gosh. Yeah, there's certain places where like I just immediately know where I'm at. I've found a couple of things, by the way. There's a Vegas crowd I'm so fascinated with, and I can't share it because like, yo, I wouldn't be afraid to share. I'm not gonna lie. When I say afraid, like you should be concerned to share this stuff. Like I can't believe I found this channel. It's like, yo, Vinny. Yo, you rolling them dice right now? Yeah, we're over here doing some stuff over here with the guys. I'm like, you guys are streaming? And they all have names like Knuckles, Skeleton, Will Jack, some crazy shit. Yeah, Wacky William. So, I mean, all of them have some like, and it's some Vegas stuffs, but they're all sounding like they're at a table. You can literally hear people like shuffling cards and things like that. Dude's drinking with the glass is chilling. Tinkle, tinkle. But some of the times the conversations are hilarious. Now this is, I'm just talking about randomness, Ambrine, in the sense that, yeah, there's channels that have different worlds, and the beef sector is it's a very large sector of streaming channels that are essentially like World Star if they had streaming channels on World Star. It's the best way I could describe it. To me, that's my thing. During the pandemic, you were exploring. I feel that. You know what's funny is during the pandemic, I had a gig, and I was too busy working on all the things that you could do during the pandemic to push music and stuff like that. And then that's the first year. The second year of the pandemic, I started building a website. I spent most of the year doing that, testing it, and that kind of thing. And then world came back to life, and we all started doing that shit again. The stuff, the things. Anyways, this is the closing portion of Amanda Rabb's videos.
That's your fate, perhaps, if you don't take advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah.
What do you think of Lima?
Rima's good. I love her. She's real pretty lady.
Yeah, but she's doing a really nice thing for you too.
Yeah.
And your dad is supporting you 100%, and your family back in Texas.
I definitely need support.
Are you getting letters from some of the viewers?
You know, Flazzy B, I've heard that story a number of times. That that's the time period that most people got into YouTube or started following Destiny, or really started paying attention to Abba and Preach, or really got into. There's a number of people. Brittany Simon's numbers grew exponentially. And at the end of it, after Kevin Samuels passed away, all those people that had clamored to Kevin split between what appears to me to be Melanie King and Pearly Things, looking to Pearl to be the great bullshit hope. We found out what that was. That's my opinion. Is she Pearl now, or just Pearly Things? Let us not forget. Let us not forget. And I apologize. I'm going to take a right turn. I said I wasn't, but I need to. I need to for just a brief moment, people, because I just want to remind you, just squirrely things. Now, I do have the Hitler video, but I'm not going to share the Hitler. What's wrong with Hitler video lady, because that's just propagating that bullshit, and I'm just not going to do that. At that moment in time, topically, it was humorous to point it out and be like, wow, she's doing it. She's doing it. But I just wanted to remind you that this exists and that it's in my shorts, and that if you're not familiar with it, please familiarize yourself.
Absolutely. Yes. What's the mom really gonna do? When you're at the end of the day, what's the mom really? Get the wooden spoon. Okay.
I got the wooden spoon one.
That's the Italian way.
That is the Italian way.
My mom hit me with a wooden spoon or two.
I got it once.
Give it up, Pearl.
I got a couple. Couldn't find it out. I had temper tantrums.
I was well behaved for the most part.
We can have. Get that two-step
Too many kids. It was like a.
Hold on. Hey, let me bite my lip for you.
Like sometimes we'd act up,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there's two. We have.
Do you feel awkward yet?
Based
I hope
society.
so.
It's gone too far towards the maternal. Towards
this is
the
why you
winner,
trust me with your entertainment choices.
Towards those things, we need to go back towards fire. We need to go back towards chaos. That's like what the world
Sometimes
wants.
they call her back, and sometimes they don't instead.
That's what.
True, Flazzy B. Sometimes you just need a dance break, or just like a little serenade or something.
In the old days, if people were not behaving the way they were supposed to, like horrible things would happen. Or some people are just very unlucky, they just like lose and just have luck, and they just have like a bad, sad life. And I feel like the old mentality is like, that's just how it is. What are we gonna do? They have all these old expressions. It's like, hey, like a little kid drowned in the lake. Shouldn't have been playing by the lake.
If you notice, that's Nick Fuentes' voice from her interview. Just wanted to make sure you guys knew who was rambling over the top about stuff. You listen to it carefully. He's talking about something absurd, something along the lines of, who knows? I don't really care, but it's probably something absurd. It's just something to do with like women, men. He wants to be a virgin. He's going to get a monkey, make milkshakes with the monkey, have sex with his wife. No, just kidding. No, that's what he says. But being a virgin, people ask me, being a virgin, does it make you less of a man? No, I'd say it makes you more of a man. Where's Emily to call him an ass mouth? By the way, hashtag, where's Emily? Perlina Masculina Bigfoot needs to go out under Bigfoot somewhere else. Her Kang Riches and the rest of the Walking Dead infected Dusties. Dust Apocalypse. Achoo! True. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me give that correct. Achoo! True. Speaking of which. I hope that we're all 8 in our minds. Ah, that's the smell squatch. That is definitely squatch. Yeah, and I'm down where you can tell. I'm just gonna leave it on that face for a second. You feeling it? Does your pussy taste like mustard? Trying to figure out how I can double time slow it down. Here we go. Does your pussy taste like mustard? It's either too slow or too fast. All right. We'll come back to it. I'm just saying we'll come back to it. Also, this is the last one. The last one. We'll go back. I was trying to give us all credit. I'm sorry. 4, 6. No, 6. We have the skills of a 6-year-old. I'm sorry. You have to. I don't want her to show up. I don't know if I'm making mating calls or something scary. True. Did I run that again by accident? Really? Okay, I get the point. We get the point. By the way, where's my love short? I did a bitchin' short about love. Where is it? Hold on a second. It's somewhere in hell. I've got some goodness. Welcome to the show. No. Schno. Huh. Oh, how'd those get into the shorts? Come on, meow. You ever go looking for something and you pass by it like 4 times and you know it's right there in front of you? Have you ever had those moments? The zombies will just rot to nothing if you can stay inside and alive. Especially if it's a brick structure, unless they can dig really well. Sunshine and touching grass, socializing in person, true. If I don't find it in a couple more seconds, I'm gonna just switch us on back. I'm just gonna say, people. It's kind of like, I feel like I'm doing somebody else. I can't remember who I'm doing. It's too late at night. I don't really care. It just feels like I'm doing, whenever I'm talking to you, I feel like I need to do an East Coast Jew voice. That's what it is. And I'm a Jew, so what's easy? I'm just saying. By birth, I don't practice. I'm a terrible Jew. I don't know when it's the holidays, but I enjoyed them. It's true. That Hormax, the guy, he's got a lot of taste and talent, I'm just saying. He also has fairly young, youthful-looking nipples. I'm just saying, on a trippy cast because he's here. The nipples he's given that cartoon character are just something else. It gets me so erect. All right, where? Oh my God! The image of Ava G's. I cannot find the damn thing I'm looking for. See how it is. See how all these things are. I gotta go to my channel. I gotta go look at something like what the hell am I looking at? The playlists. I'm looking at the playlist. It's the one that's only got one. Nope, I took it down. All right, forget it. Oh. No, that's not it either. No. Well, since none of those worked out for me, and I'm just going to go back to what my original plan was, and I'm not going to take the right turn that I was there specifically. Let me see. Oh, now I've got all this like Pearl in my history. I think it's time we get to
So Lima,
Yes.
as we just saw with Amanda, she's a different person.
Yeah, she
You've
is.
transformed Amanda.
Fuzzy
Because
Bee,
our
and
team
I'm
is really good at
thankful
what we
for
do.
her,
I think
whoever
you knew
she
what you were
is.
doing all along. So just give us a little synopsis of what was involved in Amanda's rehab and why it's been so successful.
Absolutely. So Amanda was traumatized on a regular basis while she was living on Skid Row. And a lot of
Why did she smile? Is it me, or are there a lot of right off the bat, within a 3-second period, there's a lot of complex, odd responses. I've watched these things a couple
because our team
times.
is really good at what we do.
I think you knew what you were doing all along.
Yeah.
So just give us a little synopsis of what was involved in Amanda's rehab and why it's been so successful.
Absolutely. So Amanda was traumatized on a regular basis while she was living on Skid Row. And a lot of times when people are in that environment and they can't escape that environment, the reason that it's called mental and behavioral health is because when they can't express themselves, they start to act out how they feel. And so the case with Amanda, she was, you know, as you had described, some of the horrific circumstances where you'd constantly have to buy her clothes and you'd find her without clothes again. There was, you know, plus the abuse and the physical violence
as
and
I've
the
said
rape.
before, she was the worst case you could find on Skid Row.
Yeah, definitely. And
took a lot of courage
like
for you to-
probably the worst case I've ever seen personally.
Wait, and how many other cases had she seen at that point in time?
Yeah, but you know, we have a lot of confidence in what we do, and I really truly don't believe in an impossible case. I think
But
that
they hadn't really
this
used the
just
technology
goes to show you not to give up on anybody.
I mean, as far as we know.
But the core factor is that Amanda's not a miracle. It's just a very structured system of how to do things. And if we can do this for everybody, we can save anyone.
Yeah, I really believe that now, because when we first started, I was like, oh man, this could go badly.
Definitely.
And I was.
Why? Yeah, let's go back over this one more time.
Confidence in what we do, and I really truly
confidence in
don't
what they
believe
do.
in an impossible case. I
They don't
think
believe in
that
an impossible
this
case.
just goes to show you not to give up on anybody.
Don't give up on
But
anybody.
the core factor is that Amanda's not a miracle. It's just a very structured system of how to do things. And if we can do this for everybody, we can save anyone.
Yeah, I really believe that now, because when we first started, I was like, oh man, this could go badly.
Definitely.
And I was amazed.
But why? Why would it go badly?
Together, Amanda.
When
is
they
now.
first started
She's so
this,
clear-headed,
yes,
she's so
exactly.
present. It's amazing.
That is language
Amanda
that.
walks up to
When did they
anyone.
first start it? It seems like
I
this
I
is.
really believe that now, because when we first started,
This
like,
all
oh,
seems
man,
sketchy.
This could go badly.
Definitely.
And I was amazed at how together Amanda is now. She's so clear-headed. She's so present. It's amazing.
Amanda walks up to the other patients when she realizes that someone's new, and she'll go and introduce herself and let them know that if they need anything to come out and reach out to her. And there's been several instances where people have given her things and she's gone out of her way to share those items. Even some of the items that were gifts that were sent to her from you guys.
Yeah, and we know why. She doesn't want them. She gives them out as fast as she can, she says. She said this about Mark Lada's money. Yeah, she gives it out to everybody around so they leave her alone. She's smiling about a misunderstanding. I wonder if she actually has been told and just doesn't care. True lone wolf, most vulnerable. They've been watching Skid Row for some time, studying people down there. True. You know they have. And like I said at the beginning of this video, the lore about people being picked up in vans and carried off and never seen again has been on and on for many years. And the talk is about military and science. It's always been that way in downtown LA. But specifically for the last 2 decades, that lore has been prevalent.
She was sharing them. One of the girls she only had 1 pair of shoes in the treatment center. And so she gave her a pair of shoes, or she was giving clothes to people that didn't have. So she's definitely just, her true character has completely come out in all of this, and she feels so blessed that she wants to share that with other people. So I think that it's been the most wonderful thing to work with her. And one of the most incredible things has been how many letters she's received. She shared with me on multiple occasions that's one of her biggest motivators. And because there's been so many people that have said that they're going to treatment because of Amanda, because they've seen her transform her life, Amanda and I decided to do a video, a day in the life of, so what it's actually like to go to treatment for a day. Because I also get a tremendous amount of people reaching out saying
one of the
that
weird
they're
things
scared to go to treatment, or they don't want to feel
we've
like
come
they're
to
in jail.
find about Lima is that she also went to treatment, that she also had some emotional problems, that not long after this video, if not within a few weeks, she found herself on the edge of a bridge in front of most of her family, or I'm sorry, most of her future husband's family, threatening to kill herself for one reason or the other. And the way she describes it on No Jumper is that they were fighting, she was having problems, she felt depressed about what was going on with Amanda, and that was 1 month prior to Amanda's death. Yes, in fact, it was. The fact that she mentioned in the No Jumper interview that that was a component is a shocking revelation, because it is an admission that they were aware that something was wrong. What that is, we do not know. We don't know the records. We haven't been able to see them. They're HIPAA law protected. But somebody knows. Somebody knows what the problem was. Somebody knows what is giving people seizures. And I'm talking about the seizures that Dahlia Takali reported. I'm talking about the seizures that seem to have affected Amanda Rabb and possibly caused her to have a heart attack. I'm no doctor, but if you read the actual autopsy, as BJ Investigates has presented, it's fairly clear that these things combine to end Amanda's life much earlier than she should have. What caused it? It could be argued about a lot of concepts, but I have yet to hear a pathologist describe exactly what the scenario was or could be that would cause Amanda's death. And likely we'll never clearly know unless one looks at the files and the post-mortem. And I don't believe it's a full autopsy, actually. I believe it's just a post-mortem. So, that said,
They can't do what they want to do. So we did that together, and I can link that on my Instagram if anyone wants to see it. But,
don't believe it was a seizure?
Yeah, that was really,
Whoa.
really incredible.
Interesting.
And she definitely took charge and explained.
Feel comfortable sharing what you think it is?
What goes on. But I think at this point she feels like a staff member because she's been there for a while.
I'd
so
be
she
interested in hearing.
finishes everybody's sentences
Alternative.
before when they're explaining a therapy or
Oh,
a
really?
technique. Yeah, it's very
So
cute.
in a nutshell, the reason Amanda's rehab has been so successful is why?
Because she was removed from a traumatic environment for a sustained period of time. So all of a sudden, you take someone who all the life that they know, I'm not good enough for this. This is where I am, and she couldn't imagine what her life could actually be like. And at the very
What does that
beginning,
mean? She
like
couldn't
the
imagine
two
what her life could
problems
actually
that
be like.
addicts have, or anybody, like even workaholics or whatever the case is, setting boundaries, so the inability to say no to take on extra projects, or to say no to drugs, or to say no to sexual advances, whatever it is, setting boundaries. And the second thing is being...
You mean regulation, self-regulation? That would be the term that generally first-year psych students would use. Okay, cool.
okay and happy with yourself. And you can't do that in 30
Emotional
days.
regulation.
So
Can I hear the word
at
regulation
the
in there
beginning,
somewhere?
When
All
you're
right.
telling someone that they're worth it, that they deserve better, that they can forgive themselves for experiences that may necessarily not have been their fault. So
Okay, I
Amanda,
understand what you're
with the
saying.
sexual abuse and
But none of this
the
is
drug abuse, plus the mental illness, in
technical
my
jargon, by the
opinion,
way.
having sex with someone that's mentally ill is the equivalent of having
None of this
sex
is
with a
appropriate
child.
language
Like someone that
for somebody
is
who's
unable to make decisions and is
running
completely
therapy.
disoriented with drugs. It's really important for them, and then they end up feeling
Important?
disgusted by themselves because of what happened. It's really important for those people to understand it's not your fault. You were taken advantage of, and you're worthy of something better. And so at the very beginning,
Oh,
their
my
brain
goodness.
is like, okay, I hear what you're saying. I'll say I
Oh, my
love
goodness.
myself and good things about myself, but they don't actually
So
believe it.
what she just said was called supplantation. Replacing one problem with another. Magical thinking. Accountability at the root is the best course to personal health and well-being, and is always what is used in the best rehabilitation, which is first to get people accountable, practicing good habits, and then forgiving themselves after they've been accountable. I'm not sure what she's talking about and what method she's referring to. This sounds to me very curious when described in detail. I've never watched the whole of this video. We've watched it edited through that surprise witness and BJ Investigates. But this language sounds to me to be someone who's trying to impress upon others that they have some system when they can't describe it in direct detail. That's troubling. I mean, I only had a couple years of psych, you know? I'm not I wasn't even a major, it's just something I was interested in taking, you know? Helped with the science. And I didn't graduate, by the way. Like, super non-graduate. No, I graduated high school, but I mean, like, super non-graduate. I audited as many classes as I possibly could until they fucking kicked me out. Straight up, I just like learning. I just like learning. There's a whole story behind that, too. I don't know if I can actually share it on air because it's fucked up. I'll just put it to you this way. I went to community college and found out that you could go audit a much bigger university, and I did. Oh, I did. I audited the hell out of that university. You would have thought I went to that university. I couldn't afford to go to that university. I mean, I could have, but I was spending my money on other things. And people. So it looks like they take advantage of people who hit rock bottom. Truth. Yeah, it seems like the weak are meat and the strong shall eat. That's what it seems like to me quite often. The story is constant and repetitive. Those with access. Yeah, plausibly, it's a funny and kind of fucked up story. The phone call of like, Mr. Mandelbaum, we're going to need you to complete your courses or stop taking them. Are you going to actually take the classes? I loved learning. I can't. Did what? Come on. I took some great classes about George Washington. I did. I took a lot of classes. I took so many classes. Anyways.
And Amanda being in an environment for 7 months where she hasn't been able to use, she hasn't been able to be abused, and she's been in a place where people are constantly telling her that they're so proud of her. She's constantly receiving letters from all over the world.
Oh, and by the way, you know what was awesome at the time period? Did you know that all the libraries at the time period, like the college libraries, had the textbooks so you could take them out of the library for free? Oh, Queen, you didn't know this is who is in charge. This is who had conservatorship over 4 different people, as far as we know. 2 being her twin sisters, 1 being Amanda Rabb, who died under her care, and the 4th being Bam Margera. No problem, I got you. Every once in a while, I'll just go ahead and just randomly. If you don't mind, I mean, if you need the
hardcore.
Is that
hardcore?
No? Yes? Does that help? I don't know. Just saying, 4 air horns. It's just fun. It's more fun than 1. Cracker Jack box degree for the beanie. True. At least I admit I was digging through that Cracker Jack box repeatedly. This chick is like, in the hoo-ha, I want to do for you my impression of her and her reading skills after being in a major university. By the way, the university that she went to. Yeah, apparently there's no record of her. But maybe she did have a different name.
She's
We don't
willing
know.
to share her story and change other people's lives.
It's one of,
and also that she's
one
making a lot of
BJ's
friends.
videos.
So in the video that we shot, her roommate really wanted to be in a part of it, so I got a release form for her. But her roommate also shared how Amanda was really helping other people there. So it's been really incredible to see her take all the positive words that everyone's been sharing, and then she shares them with others.
Yeah, it's a beautiful story.
Definitely.
Tell me, I mean, we talked about this in one of the earlier videos, but for people that maybe are new to the story, tell me how you started Aura and why.
Yeah, so I started Aura because my sisters, who are identical twins, have had some mental health struggles. They were diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, which is more commonly known.
They were diagnosed with, as if it's one person. So I looked into this because I thought to myself, dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality syndrome, is a very uncommon and very rare disorder. It is caused by extreme trauma, and normally trauma that happens at an early age. Now, the reason that a person has multiple personalities is because the personalities, what's happening, Jade? How you doing? Thank you for coming on in. The stream is fine. We're going deep into Amanda Rabb. And you probably, it looks like you just came in as the I'm looking at the replay down below me, and looks like you just came in as the fries came up on the screen, so I appreciate you. You'll be seeing this in about 35 seconds, which will be even weirder. As I'm eating the fries. Oh, so good. Yes to the whatever flavors on them. Yes. She went to a college in Canada. Well, what's really odd is how the twins supposedly graduated from a college or from a high school in Oklahoma, and that high school had an inordinate amount of twins in it. 20 some odd pairs of twins. Excuse me, as I have hiccups. That's a lot because the high school is small. Now, if it had been my high school in the Valley, the graduating class of 1,500 people, okay, that makes sense. But when you look at the statistics and the likelihood, I come back to Occam's razor again. The most common or most likely answer is most likely the truth. And the first thing that jumped into my mind was some kind of testing, or the boys in Brazil, genetic splicing, something weird, something larger, something much larger. Now this is just thinking out loud, but it cannot be ignored that 22 pairs of twins in a small high school in a small town in Oklahoma is less than usual. It is less than uncommon. It is an exception to every rule. And those kind of coincidences, they don't happen. They are no longer coincidences. So the answer there is murky. We'd have to really interview some people. I wish I had the budget to do that one. Resto! Let's make a documentary. Come on, bro. Yeah. I mean, what are we really looking at in the meta? I can hypothesize all night long. But let's focus back in again.
As multiple personality disorder. And they
pause.
were
I'm gonna get a
misdiagnosed with
coffee
schizophrenia
drink.
for over 3.5 years, given the wrong medication and developed an addiction to prescription medications.
This all sounds real convenient. So there's a lot of things going on.
Struggled
So
a lot.
yeah, DID, by the way, what I was going to tell you is DID in twins can occur in without them being together at a similar time. But its rarity level is extremely, extremely high. Now, the cause of that personality disorder is that the personalities never fuse. I didn't finish that thought, by the way. So the personalities are caused to not fuse by a trauma in childhood. That means something has to happen. And normally, DID, formerly MPS, shows up in your early adulthood or teenage years. Now, I have someone who is relatively close to me, related to me, who has a semi-historic case. I say semi because, from my understanding, people did look at her case quite closely. But I've seen it with my own eyes. I know what it looks like. I know how it acts. And what I see in Dia and Dahlia doesn't resemble that at all. Doesn't look at it. I mean, and it's pretty distinct. DID is a separation of all the personalities that one would have fused into one. Your heroic side, your inquisitive side, your angry side, your sad side, your creative side, your frivolous side, your sexual side, everything separated into its own particular complete character. All real. All as real as you. As a fused self. All as complex. But that main person is buried underneath, watching the rest from inside. Unable to reach out in most cases. And it's up to them to fuse those emotions and personalities together. Because the emotional states are what trigger it. And those personalities handle those emotional states. As I said, it's a complex disorder. Very rare. For twins to have it is even more rare. For it to be late onset is incredibly unheard of. For it to be late onset simultaneously has never actually occurred before. Similar timing, within a few months of one another, yes. Caused by external and environmental triggers. Now, could that be the case here? Is there something we don't know? Very likely. Is it true? Combined with what she says here? Once again, I go back to it sounds very convenient to me. One set of these issues, yes. But a combination? She's saying they got addicted to their meds for DID? A suppressive medicine that would keep them more lulled? But it just doesn't it just doesn't seem logical. It just doesn't math out. Math ain't mathin', you know what I mean?
That's devastated my family, and we've gone into a lot of details in the first video, so I won't go into those right now. But
which, by the way, so something very important here. Important. What was that? Was that even a word? Part of the lawsuit and the restraining order is specifically about the fact that she's claiming, using the footage, the body cam footage of her sister and the alleged mother, Linda Mora, is a infringement on HIPAA law. Now, mind you, she just told the story about her sister's health. And she's sharing the story about Amanda Rabb's health. Meds, yes, true. Meds, multiple meds.
This is to raise the bar for mental health care, because my sisters have each been to over 60 treatment centers and nothing's worked, because they're all
over 60 treatment centers. That's like millions of dollars of treatment.
$45,000 on average, times 2 for a prolonged period of time.
Why is she making these faces? Note to the HIPAA. Yeah.
Not something that the average family can afford.
Yeah, the body cam is not covered by HIPAA at all.
So it becomes who can afford to get better, and that's the core issue with our mental health care system. And then when
but
you
the
have
fact
so
that
many
she's sharing the
patients
history or the information, and that she's claiming in the lawsuit that it's HIPAA related, it's just hypocritical. You just share this footage. She's literally outright talking about her sister's medical health. What? Contradictory at best, in my opinion. In this person's opinion, I say that's some bullshit. True. I'm going to let it play for a second, and I'm grabbing that coffee. Yeah.
For such short terms, and they're all very agitated and depressed and stressed out. They
You're
end
agitated,
up being sedated
depressed,
in
stressed
these
out. No, she is.
facilities.
She looks
And
stressed
so
out.
you end up with a situation where they're pumped full of meds for 30 days, released, go crazy because they've lost total support, and they also are cut off from so many medications, and then they end up using and relapsing, and so it ends. It's a vicious cycle. There's a 90% relapse rate. One of the biggest problems for me specifically is the stigma with mental health. A lot of people don't talk about it, and for a really long time I hid it from friends and actually also family members. My mom and my sisters just kind of were very quiet about what was going on, and it's a huge problem because so many people don't understand it. And for example, with my sisters having DID, it was.
Her sisters and her mom were quiet about it. Why would they be? Would she mean they were hiding it from her? Wait. Let me run to the back. I just coffee drink in my hand, and I hear there's some shit, and there's some shit went down, and some people.
There's a 90% relapse rate. One of the biggest problems for me specifically is the stigma with mental health. A lot of people don't talk about it, and for a really long time I hid it from friends and actually also family members. My mom and my sisters just kind of were very quiet about what was going on, and it's a huge problem because so many people don't understand it. And
she tried to compare the stigma to her family not telling her what's going on because they didn't want her to know because they figured that she would.
There was an incident where I went to a friend's wedding in Chicago.
Maybe? I don't know. I'm just.
I was living and taking care of my sisters at the time, so I was going for a few days, and I got a phone call from my sisters that they were having seizures and they couldn't stop. And
what? They were having seizures now and they couldn't stop. Why would they be having seizures all of a sudden? That has nothing to do with DID. It's not related. She looks like she's looking up and to the right, doesn't she? Well, yeah, she's looking up and to the right. Holy shit. She's not looking at the camera. Hold on. Am I the only one who gets the feeling that without looking at the words, but just at the body language here, that we're looking at somebody who is just simply making up a story? That's just my opinion. It's just an impression I'm getting from the body language. Let's watch it again.
So you end up with a situation where they're pumped full of meds for 30 days, released, go crazy because they've lost total support, and they also are cut off from so many medications.
Cut off from support. What does that mean, really? She's talking about the therapy as support, or she's talking about the family as support?
Core issue with our mental health care system. And then when you have so many patients there for such short terms, and they're all very agitated and depressed and stressed out, they end up being sedated in these facilities. And
there's some leaps in logic for somebody. Like, I'm not hearing cogent explanation of how practice goes in the therapy or behavioral therapy that she's supposed to know everything about. Body language. This is because we tend to look to the right when we are imagining things, but towards the left when we are remembering. Yes, indeed, Plausibly. That is the thing. It is not always a factor in creative thought, or, I'm sorry, lying, but rather sometimes it is. And when it's as articulated, as we see this.
Have each been to over 60 treatment centers and nothing's worked because they're all 30-day short-term stays.
What? Nothing's worked. She's smiling. Hold on. Folks, you know I love to enhance. And by the way, I hope everything worked out. When you get to this point, and you're welcome for the cold fries, Queen. Sorry to hear that your young and forgot her ID. What's she doing? She needs her ID. I'm kidding. Let me just enhance her. Enhance. Enhance. Okay. I think that's pretty good enhance, right? What do you guys think? Everybody good for the enhance? All right. Eyes in the chat if you can't see her clearly. Okay, let's go.
And of course, to afford $45,000 on average, times 2 for a prolonged period of time like what we're doing for Amanda, is not something that the average family can afford to do. So it becomes who can afford to get better, and that's the core.
Who can afford to get better? Is she talking about between the two sisters?
Disorder, which is more commonly known as multiple personality disorder. And
No,
they
that's
were
the old name,
misdiagnosed
not
with
more commonly
schizophrenia
known.
for over
Thank you,
3.5
Leslie.
years, given the wrong medication and
Enhance.
developed an addiction to prescription medications. So I struggled a lot. That's 7.5 years, given the wrong medication and developed an addiction to prescription medications.
So they were given the wrong medications and then they built addictions to those wrong medications? True. Saw a few children in social services with multiple personalities. Yeah, I forget elsewhere they just still call it multiple MPS, don't they?
So I've struggled a lot. That's devastated my family, and we've gone into a lot of details in the first.
She's struggled a lot. And that's... Wait, hold on. That language is curious.
My sisters, who are identical twins, have had some mental health struggles. They were diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, which is more commonly known as multiple personality disorder. And they were misdiagnosed with schizophrenia for over 3.5 years, given the wrong medication and developed an addiction to prescription medications.
There's so much wrong with that sentence. Is it me? Am I tripping? Am I adding something in? Am I reading into it? Lita, where are you? Normally she like brings me down. She'd be like, come out that tree. No. Yes. Yes. No. Lita's asleep. She got like a pound of Cheetos, a gaming console, and a fan on real close. I don't know. I'm just making up.
Struggled a lot. That's devastated my family, and we've gone into a lot of details in the first video, so I won't go into it.
It's just lore, people. It's just lore.
But
and Jessica X is
my
a terrible
biggest mission with this is to
East Coast accent.
raise the bar for mental health care, because my sisters have each been to over 60 treatment centers and nothing's worked because they're all 30-day short-term.
That weird flippant. They've each been to 60 treatment centers and nothing worked. Like, this is 60. She's saying $45,000 times 2. It's tens of millions of dollars. All right. Lita is the one that takes the goldfish back out of the tree. True. Every time I put one up there, absolutely. She's like, what? Why did you do that?
And of course, to afford $45,000 on average, times 2 for a.
Okay, so there is just a lot of glee in her face.
My biggest mission with this is
Can
to
someone
raise the bar
explain
for
to me
mental health care, because my sisters
this
have each been to over 60 treatment centers and nothing's worked because they're all 30-day short-term stays. And
That's
of
not
course,
uncomfortable
to afford
smile.
$45,000 on average, times 2 for a prolonged period of time, like what we're
Something
doing
to
for
do with
Amanda,
money there,
is,
right? Like
not
she's
something that
smiling
the
about
average
the thought of
family
the
can
money
afford
or
to
something.
do. So it becomes who can afford to get better, and that's the core issue with our mental health care system. And then when you have so many patients there for such short terms,
We do love
and
Lita.
they're
She's
all
amazing.
very agitated and depressed and stressed out, they end up being sedated in these facilities. And so you end up with a situation where they're pumped full of meds for 30 days, released, go crazy because they've lost total support, and they also are cut off from so many medications, and then they end up using and relapsing. And so it ends.
This story is so particular. She's describing what she's calling an average, a normal, common occurrence, and it sounds so very, very particular. Is she talking about herself or her sisters, or what is she talking about? Who is she talking about? By the way, she has eyebrows here. Just saying.
It's a vicious cycle. There's a 90% relapse rate. One of the biggest problems for me specifically is the stigma with mental health. A lot of people don't talk about it. And for a really long time, I hid it from friends and actually also family members.
Oh, well. This language is very interesting. Did everybody look where her eyes went? Just see where her eyes went? This language is incredibly telling. She's self-snitching. Watch this and listen.
Specifically is the stigma with mental health. A lot of people don't talk about it. And for a really long time,
and listen to what she says.
End up with a situation where they're pumped full of meds for 30 days, released, go crazy because they've lost total support, and they also are cut off from so many medications, and then they end up using and relapsing. And so it ends, it's a vicious cycle. There's a 90% relapse rate. One of the biggest problems for me specifically is the stigma with mental health.
One of the biggest problems for me is the stigma with mental health. Is that a little contempt in her smile? Yes, that's what that's the word actually I was looking for contempt. There's contempt in there. Like ha 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 ha. She's talking about her sisters. Some kind of control maneuver. That's the weird thing.
A lot of people don't talk about it. And for a really long time, I hid it from friends and actually also family members. My mom and my sisters just kind of.
Sounds like she's talking about herself there. Sounds like she accidentally flipped the tense.
Go crazy because they've lost total support, and they also are cut off from so many medications.
Yeah, right?
And then they end up using and relapsing. And so it ends.
In fact, you know what?
You have so many patients there for such short terms, and they're all very agitated and depressed and stressed out.
Why did she point at herself?
They end up being sedated in these facilities. And so you end up with a situation where they're pumped full of meds for, and that's the core issue with our mental health care system. And then when you have so many patients there for such short terms, and they're all very agitated and depressed and stressed out, they
She's trying to
end up
express
being
agitation
sedated in
by
these
pointing
facilities.
to her
And so
herself.
you
and
end up with a
the interviewer?
situation where they're pumped full of meds for 30 days, released, go crazy because they've lost total support, and they also are cut off from so many medications, and then they end up using and relapsing. And so it ends, it's a vicious cycle. There's a 90% relapse rate.
There's not a
One of the
90%
biggest
relapse
problems
rate.
for me specifically,
Freudian
so it
slips.
ends crazy because they've lost total support, and they also are cut off from so many medications, and then they end up using and relapsing, and so it ends. It's a vicious cycle. There's a 90% relapse rate. One of the biggest problems for me specifically is the stigma with mental health. A lot of people don't talk about it, and for a really long time I hid it from friends and actually also family members. My mom.
The issue with for me is the stigma around mental health. I hid it. Now, which I know she means to be talking about her sisters, but she's speaking in the first person, where the statement before, she's speaking in the third person. This is very, very telling. I think she's telling a story about herself, frankly, in my opinion. I think that she has transferred the story to her sisters and somehow utilized that, her own experiences, to somehow, I don't know. I'm still not sure. I shouldn't say any of this, but it seems like there's some transference going on here. She's placing her experiences on others to blame them for what she did. Maybe. I don't know. It just looks and sounds like a duck. Fuck. Contempt.
And my sisters just kind of were very quiet about what was going on. And it's a huge problem because so many people don't understand it. And
yes, Plausibly, that's the other thing is you believe me, right? You believe me. Her eyebrows are going up as she gives insider info, and her forehead is forward. She's seeking approval of the listener in the you believe me right position. And Queen believes that there's nothing that she says that would let her put her healthcare in her hands. She might just trust her with the toilet roll. You sure? Look at that color mustard. Just because it tastes like mustard. Sorry.
for example, with
It's just an
my
excuse. It was
sisters
just an
having
excuse.
DID, there was an
Excuse me.
incident where I went to
Pardon
a
me.
friend's wedding in Chicago, and I was living and taking care of my sisters at the time, so
Here we go. And
there
by
was
the way,
an incident where I went, I don't understand it.
I'm going to play that whole statement back again, and then she's going to tell this story. And this story is very important to remember because this person has other people's mental health under their view and is using a technology that is not FDA regulated on these people that she has conservatorship over.
And for example, with my sisters having DID, there was an incident where I went to a friend's wedding in Chicago, and I was living and taking care of my sisters at the time, so I was going for a few days, and I got a phone call from my sisters that they were having seizures and they couldn't stop. And at the time I didn't know what these seizures were, but I found out that they are called pseudo seizures. They're caused by severe psychological and mental distress. And
so both sisters at the same time suffering seizures, pseudo seizures. Sounds like pseudoscience. At a wedding? Did she not want to be at the wedding? So she came up with some story and now she's carrying it on or something? Up and to the right. Back. Into the left. Shrimpo.
I ended up video calling them for about 9 hours, and I was trying to convince them to let me call the police. So I'd be interacting with the people at the wedding and smiling and acting like everything was okay, and then I'd go into the room and I would check, you know, my phone, because both my mom and I were on this video call for 9 hours. Eventually, they agreed to let me call the police because, of course, having additional people there could make the pseudo seizures even worse.
What?
So once they agreed to that, I called
Why
the
would
police
she call
and I
the
thought that
police?
everything would be okay.
Hold on,
And
hold
my,
on, hold on, hold
sisters
on, hold
thought-
on, hold on. Why wouldn't you just call the ambulance? Without not on the phone with them for 9 hours, having seizures? What the fuck is she talking about? She talks and moves like a young child telling a story. Yes. Yeah, that's the way I take it too. Like a little kid just like making up a story. It's fucking wild.
Immediately, or the police thought immediately that my sisters were faking it because it didn't look like a seizure that they knew, and
So, in other words, what she's
arrest my
saying is,
the police
when the
didn't
police
work.
got
Video
there,
call for 9 hours.
it was being faked,
Eventually,
whatever was going
they
on.
agreed to let me call the police because, of course,
Like
having
there was
additional
a
people
dinosaur,
there
like
could
there was
make
a
the pseudo
dinosaur,
seizures
and oh, let me do it. Like there was a dinosaur, and he was eating French fries, and they were cold, and he grew big, and you know, and there were these DID, and then they called, and I was on the phone with them for 9 hours while they had seizures nonstop. Okay, first and foremost, that's brain death. Seizures for 9 hours, that's brain death. Just, I can't believe what she's saying there. 60 rehabs, not very realistic. Possible? Maybe if you had the money. I could see it. Possible. I've heard stories of those things. But 9 hours of pseudo seizures? What is that even? Pseudo means not real. Pseudo means not factual. I mean, fuck. 9 hours of not real seizures, and then the police showed up, and then they didn't think it was real because it wasn't any kind of seizure they had seen. There's a thing called aphasia, which is a seizure in the brain, which causes brain damage. But that's not what she's talking about. I meant the section where you're zoomed in on her and she's talking about her sisters and something off with her when I look at her close up. Yes, there's something off for certain. I do agree. Once you get here, you'll know I said that, Queen.
Worse. So once they agreed to
Queen,
that,
why
I
aren't
called
you
the
watching
police
it
and I
twice
thought
speed?
that everything would be okay. And
When she gets here,
my
she'll
sisters thought
get that.
immediately, or the police thought immediately that my sisters were faking it because it didn't look like a seizure that they
Her
knew.
sisters were faking it, or that
and
you were
my
calling in a fake call and you should have been calling the ambulance?
You know, my phone, because
That's
both
a very
my mom
okay. So
and
this
I-
is the thing. Why? Once again, why would you not call the ambulance if, in fact, you think that there's a health emergency or a mental health emergency? You could even call, you could even call Health and Human Services in Los Angeles, and they'll show up with a humane social worker and a couple of orderlies who will take you in a nice, comfy car. Oh yeah, 1.75 or yeah. If you do it with my music, it's like suddenly you get doing a dance show. There's a weird joy or something going on, right? Glibness. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. It's totally just my opinion of what I'm seeing here, but sure is odd behavior.
We're on this video call for 9 hours. Eventually, they agreed to let me call the police because, of course, having additional people there could make the pseudo seizures even worse. So once they agreed to that, I called the police and I thought that everything would be okay. And my sisters thought immediately, or the police thought immediately.
Hold on there, hold on there, hold on there, go. Hold on there, go. Yeah, no, hold on. Roll them on back, yeah. You know.
Sweating and smiling and acting like everything was okay. And then I'd go into the room and I would check, you know, my phone, because both my mom and I were on this video call for 9 hours. Eventually, they agreed to let me call the police because, of course.
Because of course. What do you mean? Because of course. Why would you be on with them for 9 hours if they're having seizures and with your mother? And why wouldn't your mother just go handle it or call the ambulance? There's a lot of weird. Am I the only one that thinks that's weird? I'd call that odd. Maybe unusual behavior to do in that scenario, or to describe that and to be glib about it and smiling, making a joke about it. Oh, and I was hiding in them in a wedding, and then why were you still at the wedding? I mean, why was she still at the wedding? If it was that serious, why didn't she leave? Why wasn't an ambulance called first instead of the police? Why did police have to be brought in? There's a step in the story we're missing. There's an actual truth in there that we're not hearing. I fucking hate lying by omission, by the way. It's the worst. It's always obvious. It's like a black hole. You know something is there. But you can't tell what. You can see things are orbiting around it. But you can't tell what they're orbiting around. They're just getting swung around by some kind of gravitational force, and you don't know what the fuck it is. Because it's in the dark. Can't be seen. Can only be seen by the things around it. The absence of information does not exclude that information from being true. Because sometimes the absence of that information is the actual puzzle piece missing from a larger picture. Is it me, or does she look glazed over in the eyes? It sounds like she's mixing truth with lies. This is exactly what I feel like. My opinion is that it does not feel like the true story. It feels like she's telling a mixture of things that happened to some degree, and that when she's putting other people in there, I think it was actually happening to her. I think that a lot of these things that have gone down are happening to her. She admitted she tried to throw herself off a bridge in front of a whole group of people a month before Amanda Rabb died. So Amanda Rabb was under her care when she tried to commit suicide. How she maintained her position after that is hard to understand. Was there nobody aware of the mental disposition of this person? What, she just came right back from that and was perfectly fine and capable of overseeing other people's mental health? Is that what happened? I'm so confused by all that. The interview can be found still to this day on Adam 22. And why, by the way, if she's suing and got a restraining order on BJ, is she not doing the same thing to Adam 22, who has a full interview with her admitting and saying all the things that BJ points out? Much less the fact that this topic is covered as well. Her attempting to commit suicide. And anyways.
Having additional people there could make the pseudo seizures even worse. So once they agreed to that, I called the police and I thought that everything would be okay. And my sisters thought immediately, the police thought immediately that my sisters were faking it because it didn't look like a seizure that they knew. God. And
excuse me.
And they threatened to arrest my sisters, and I was on the phone listening to all of
Why
this.
would they threaten to arrest her sisters if they were having seizures? once again, leap in logic that just seems like, because she's just telling a story and they were threatening to have, and the police were called. Why would you call the police? Why would they threaten to arrest them? What is actually going on? There's a big lie in this story. I'm sorry. There's something very untrue here, because what? And the police showed up and they threatened to arrest them. For what exactly? Having seizures? Faking the call? Well, you're the one who called. This is bizarro. I'm sorry. You trust me with your entertainment choices.
And then as soon as that happened, their alters switched. And then the police didn't even understand what dissociative identity.
And then their alters switched. Okay, at the same time, simultaneously, their alters switched. What is she talking about? I mean, none of this sounds reasonable or logical. How has this person got any sway in the situation? I am totally confused. Let me listen to the language one more time.
My sisters were faking it because it didn't look like a seizure that they knew, and they threatened to arrest my sisters, and I was on the phone listening to all of this.
None of that makes sense.
And then as soon as that happened,
Wonder if she's just never been questioned about that. None of that makes any sense whatsoever. Her sisters were having seizures for a 9-hour period. No ambulance was called. Instead, she convinced her sisters who were having those seizures for 9 hours to let her call the police. What? Though when the police arrived, they found the two sisters having those seizures still, let's say 10 hours later, which is, that's death. That's death. That's brain death, people. The police threatened to arrest them. For what? Faking the seizures? When in fact, she has admitted that Lima herself made the call and asked the sisters to let her make the call. Convince them, she says. Convince them. Why would she have to convince them if they were having seizures? Why wouldn't she call the, let's get it, why wouldn't she call the ambulance? A lot not making sense here. I think Fuzzy B, you're right. This is the put together story of a fabricating mind. Fuck.
Switched, and then the police didn't even understand what dissociative identity disorder was. And
yeah, because they both switched. What did you? Once again, not likely, not common, very unlikely to happen simultaneously. Why is she saying they switched? I'm starting to wonder if she's the one who has DID. If she's disassociated altogether. This would be a real heavy twist if that was the case. I mean, just for observational purposes. We've seen that Dolly's in psychosis, but that's not DID. She's in psychosis. As if something horrific has happened to her. Like lobotomy or electric shocks or something horrible, you know? She's not who she was. You're just a couple minutes behind us. All right, cool. Yeah, that makes no sense whatsoever. Oh, yeah, so you have someone, a relative who has epilepsy, so you understand. A seizure for 9 hours is death.
They were faking it, and they were just calling 911.
Long before the 9 hours.
And so I spent another 2 hours that day on the phone with police trying to get them to release my sisters because they wanted to arrest them for abusing 911 and
Wait, she's the one who called the police. Why would they be arresting them for abusing 911? Does she not even know that her little story just flipped?
And to arrest my sisters, and I was on the phone.
Hold on.
So once they...
It's within the same minute, too.
Acting like everything was okay. And then I'd go into the room and I would check, you know, my phone, because both my mom and I were on this video call for 9 hours. Eventually, they agreed to let me call the police.
Video call.
Because, of course,
There it
having
is.
additional...
Eventually, they agreed to let me call the police. Interesting.
To let me call the police. So I'd be interacting with the people at the wedding and smiling and acting like everything was okay. And then I'd go into the room and I would check, you know, my phone.
Oh, she deflected away and corrected herself because she realized she put herself in the first person calling the police.
They were having seizures and they couldn't stop. And at the time, I didn't know what these seizures were, but I found out that they are called pseudo seizures.
At the time, I didn't know what those seizures were, but now I know they're called pseudo seizures. From who? Queen, you know someone who's got epilepsy. Have you ever heard anything called a pseudo seizure? Is that real? I'm gonna have to look this up because this is, I've never heard of anything like that before, by the way. Pseudo means not real, not partial. I think she thinks it means partial as opposed to not real. Pseudo seizures? Because there's a PS, so it must be psychologically related? I don't know. I'm just making fun of the moment. But what? Say? Huh?
By severe psychological and mental distress. And I ended up video calling them for about 9 hours. And
wait, she already said that though. Wait, why did she repeat that? Hold on.
Stand it. And for example, with my sisters having DID, there was an incident where I went to a friend's wedding in Chicago, and I was living and taking care of my sisters at the time, so I was going for a few days, and I got a phone call from my sisters that they were having seizures and they couldn't stop. And at the time, I didn't know what these seizures were, but I found out that they are called pseudo seizures. They're caused by severe psychological and mental distress.
I'm gonna have to look that one up. I'll do a little research into that one because that's once again, the more I hear it, the more times I hear it, the more I realize that it doesn't comport to what I know about, just on the visceral level, about trauma. It's not shell shock. She's describing something that might happen with shell shock, like a bomb going off next to you. Destroys neurological patterns and areas of the brain inside of the brain. You know, collapses brain sac and shit, causing extreme damage. But emotional trauma causing seizures? She's really reaching here. This is really reaching. I'm gonna have to do some reading on that one. All right, let's.
And I ended up video calling them for about 9 hours, and I was trying to convince them to let me call the police. So I'd be interacting with the people at the wedding and smiling and acting.
That's not an edit there. I convinced them to let me call the police. So I'd be interacting and smiling at all the people, and then listen how she deflects completely away from the subject.
Acting like everything was okay. And then I'd go into the room and I would check, you know, my phone, because both my mom and I were on this video call for.
So now it's both her mom and her are on the video call. Not that she just called the police or got them to agree to let her call the police. I have just been attacked by one of the two producers, by the way, who is basically thrust himself into my lap and is looking for love. That sounded wrong altogether. But here, I'll turn the camera on so you can see exactly. Oh, here we go. I don't know if you can see, but that's not armchair. There you go. Cat face. Kitty face. He came up here like, hello, this is my chair now. You are mine. You are my chair. Yes, buddy. Yes. Oh, goodness me. Okay. And yes, does anybody else make this voice when you squeeze kitty faces? Because this is the voice I make when I squeeze the cat face. All right. There we go. There's a lot of this story that just doesn't add up to me. And I know we've gone over this a bit, but let's keep going.
9 hours. Eventually, they agreed to let me call the police because, of course, having additional people there could make the pseudo seizures even worse. So once they agreed to that, I called the police and I thought that everything would be okay. And my sisters thought immediately, or the police thought immediately that my sisters were faking it because it didn't look like a seizure.
Oh, the sisters thought immediately. I mean, the police thought immediately that my sisters were faking it. What? Is this story turned around? Is this story turned around? Did she have a meltdown at someone's wedding? And now she's making it her sisters? And they were on the phone? Something is wrong. Is it me or the glossy dead eye is a little bit odd? That's just me. That's just my take.
I thought that everything would be okay. And my sisters thought immediately, or the police thought immediately that my sisters were faking it. That I called the police and I thought that everything would be okay. And my sisters thought immediately, or the police thought immediately that my sisters were faking it because it didn't look like a seizure.
Didn't seem to go.
They knew, and they threatened to arrest my sisters, and I was on the phone listening to all of this. And then as soon as that happened, their alters switched, and then the police didn't even understand what dissociative identity disorder was, and they thought that they were faking it, and they were just calling 911 to mess around. And so I spent another 2 hours that day on the phone with police trying to get them to release my sisters because they wanted to arrest them for abusing.
But you called 911? That makes no sense.
This is also happened at numerous hospitals where staff just thinks that if they've gone in because they're afraid of what's going on with them mentally, the staff is not really trained in the emergency room to handle mental distress.
Yeah, but why would they be going to the emergency room and not be 5150? Once again, the logic of the statements are not
really trained in the emergency room to handle
pseudo
mental
seizure
distress,
are psychiatric.
So they end up thinking that my sisters are faking it, and it becomes a huge problem.
I was making fun of it earlier, so apparently it is her thing.
Really important for me.
It sure doesn't sound like a thing. Pseudo tends to mean not real. You know what I mean?
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
So Bam and Nikki Margera, you probably know them from Jackass.
Oh my! Look at the disposition change.
All right. So Bam and Nikki Margera, you probably.
I'm done talking about that. Now Bam,
so
famous
they end
people,
up thinking that my sisters are faking it, and it becomes a
sorry.
huge problem. So the stigma factor is really, really important for me to just get people. They end up thinking that my sisters are faking it, and it becomes a huge problem. So the stigma factor is really, really.
But you're the one who called the
to
police.
just get people talking about it and
instead of the
understanding it.
ambulance.
All right. So Bam and Nikki Margera, you probably know them from Jackass. They were so moved by Amanda's story that they pledged to help support this publicly and help me fundraise for Amanda and for the scholarship to help raise more money. So in order to say thank you to them, our team has a bunch of virtual cities inside our virtual reality system. So we made a billboard for them, and that was on the Skid Row experience that we put Amanda in. And if you want to check that out, that's also on Instagram with their handles as well, if you guys want to support them. But the reason that this is so incredibly significant is because Bam
There's something
actually
called
recently went to a treatment center.
non-epileptic seizures caused by
he
mental
went
or
in for
emotional
Adderall
triggers.
and alcohol, and he
Interesting.
was very
For 9
much
hours?
vocal about
Does it say
the
anything
fact
about
that
extended
he
periods
came
of
out
time?
addicted
Or is
to
it limited
over 10
to
different
short periods
medications.
and
The
specific
difference between
triggers?
what we did for Amanda and
Drug use or
Bam's
emotional
experience
collapse?
is that treatment centers that are using tools like Aura to actually measure and track patients' feelings and identify.
Measure and track patients' feelings. Well, that's a language I don't remember her using elsewhere. And this is also the first time, technically, we've heard her mention the word aura.
Very much vocal about the fact that he came out addicted to over 10 different medications. The difference between what we did for Amanda and Bam's experience is that treatment centers that are using tools like Aura to actually measure and track patients' feelings and identify which patients are better suited for a group, which patients are better suited for one-on-one therapy, and also
Okay, so now she's saying that Aura technology differentiates like a sorting hat?
Is that treatment centers that are using tools like Aura to actually measure and track patients' feelings and identify which patients are better suited for a group.
So
which
Aura is
patients
now
are
an
better suited
identification
for,
tool? It's not a
one-on-one
process?
therapy, and also be able to provide individualized support means that they can be more responsible with medication, so they don't have to sedate everybody because they're tracking everyone through the technology. And I think that that's a huge factor.
But they're tracking it through the technology,
and so
but isn't the
last
technology
thing is that I've had an
exposure
overwhelming
therapy?
amount of people reaching out for the LPS conservatorship template. So it was really important to me that instead of
LPS
everybody waiting for a response from me,
template.
overwhelming amount of people reaching out for the
template.
LPS conservatorship template.
What the fuck?
It was really important to me that instead of everybody waiting for a response from me, we've put everything up on our website. So that way you guys can find those under resources. And if you're a healthcare provider that wants to
So we hold on a second. She's basically
saying
right there. Oh yeah, that's solid. Can also be caused by electrical problems with your brain, sometimes mental issues. Understood. That makes sense. Yeah, there's just some behavior and language here. That's
So it was really important to me that instead of everybody waiting for a response from me, we've put everything up on our website. So
instead
that
of
way,
everybody waiting for a response from you about what? About the LPS template. So you've just put it up on your website to show everybody how they can take conservatorship of somebody? Which, by the way, that's essentially what it says there. The steps on how to create conservatorship. Jail or rehab. Binary. And then the police realized. Yeah, okay. Just saying. Not saying anything. But, okay. Weird. At best.
you guys can find those under resources. And if you're a healthcare provider,
that's awesome. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate you doing that.
Into your practice, you can email us at healthcare@meetaura.io. And if you're a family member that's looking for support, you can either check out our website, or you can also send an email to familysupport@meetaura.io. Our goal is to make sure that mental health is treated like physical health, and it's really important to us that everyone feels like they're getting the same type of support. that Amanda's getting. And so lastly, if you
Think
are
about that.
able to donate to the GoFundMe
She wants everyone to
campaign
get the
so that we
same
can
kind of support that
continue
Amanda got.
covering
Interesting.
Amanda's care. And we can also, if it gets big enough, we can actually start accepting more people, including some of the viewers that are watching this. That's the goal.
Oh, so she was looking to gather
That
more
would
people.
be a dream come true.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've done an incredible job with Amanda.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I think you may have changed the direction of how rehab should. Hopefully, the world will see how rehab should go differently than it does currently, right?
Definitely. We need to bring these rehab facilities into the 21st century.
Okay.
It's really exciting, and it's really
By
transforming
doing something
the industry,
fairly
and it's
nebulous
using
with the VR
technology
technology
that's
and some
being
supplements
used in
and,
gaming or being used in fintech and pushing it into mental health care. So it's really a game changer.
Yeah.
Okay. It sure is. Sure is a game changer. Trigger warning.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We haven't seen you in a while.
Yep.
So we finally, after how many months now? It's been like
It's been since
9 months or something?
April, May.
We have the autopsy results for Amanda,
Yes, we do.
which just came a couple days ago. Tell me what you know.
Yeah, so the reason that it took so long is because there was a lot of lack of documentation because Amanda was homeless. And so basically...
Why? Okay. Amanda's last months were spent under her care. Why would there be a lack of documentation in general? There should have been a full pallet of blood work. There should have been a day-to-day roster of meds. There should have been a whole frame of information that would have been compensatory and way more than would be necessary to understand where she was at. Since not only did her weight change extremely, but it seemed like she was in remission from crack addiction. Although they did find weed in her system. How did she get that in there? She was being watched 24 hours a day. But I'm giving away the spoilers, right?
What they used was they did the autopsy, they looked at her medical records, and then
But she- I'm sorry,
Larry and
but
I also
she just said
it
there
was
wasn't
home-
enough records.
Tell me what you know.
Yeah, so the reason that it took so long is because there was a lot of lack of documentation because Amanda was homeless. And so basically what they used was they did the autopsy, they looked at her medical records. And then Larry and I also sent in
Mindfuck
your
right there.
videos
That is
to
a
kind of
contradictory
show
statement if I've ever
her
heard one.
condition from the
Oxymoron.
drug use and the beatings that she took. And we also had some.
So wait, those
photographs.
beatings and the drug use, if there were problems, wouldn't they have caught it early on? If there were problems, wouldn't they have known about it? Wouldn't they have tested her? Wouldn't there have been a whole group of tests and things of that nature? She was under 24-hour care.
And so I'm just going to read it word for word of what we got.
And I want you to remember her saying that. I'm going to read it word for word for what we got. Because that, my friends, is not true. I can say this wholeheartedly. This is not what the autopsy says. What she reads right here, I don't know where she gets this from. She's not reading it off this paper. That's not what the paper says. We can go look at this elsewhere.
Death was marked as a seizure disorder. Amanda never had seizures prior to being homeless.
It's cardiac arrest. The death is caused by cardiac arrest.
Post-traumatic epilepsy. But they couldn't mark it as post-traumatic epilepsy because of a lack of evidence.
It doesn't say epilepsy
at all. They couldn't tell if the seizures are from past drug use or traumatic brain injury from the assaults, since
it doesn't say any
the
of this, by
assaults
the way.
were not well documented.
From my understanding and what I read, it doesn't say any of this.
Or hospital records.
I don't know where she's getting this from.
And so they just marked it as a seizure disorder. If they had gone the route of doing post-traumatic epilepsy, if the traumatic brain injury and the assaults were well documented, they would have most likely marked it as a homicide.
She's reading it off of a half sheet of paper, I just realized.
That was a major wake-up call for all of us, because it basically illustrates what we were saying in the last video, that people shouldn't be allowed to be homeless, and that, you know, an Amanda's
what was that?
So they just marked it as a
herring?
seizure disorder. If they had gone the route of doing post-traumatic epilepsy, if the traumatic brain injury and the assaults were well documented, they would have most likely marked it as a homicide. So that was a major wake-up call for all of us.
Why would they mark it as a homicide when she was in someone's care?
It basically illustrates what we were saying in the last video, that people shouldn't be allowed to be homeless, and that, you know, in Amanda's case, the fact that she was allowed to use drugs for so long, and that she was abused, and that a lot of it wasn't reported or documented. These people are in danger, and it's not.
My head hurts with the amount of red herring jumps that just happened. Let me get this straight. If it had been a slightly different kind of seizure, she's saying they would have charged or sought charges for homicide. She's saying that if it had been something slightly different, she would have been charged with homicide or someone else. Are those papers blank? No, I'm not sure. It's definitely not what's written on the autopsy. I've seen that stuff. So it's pretty wild. For the show's through, I'll take you over there and we'll go take a look at it. Yeah, I am scratching my head as well. Does it make sense to you at all? What's being said there, Queen? Am I alone in this?
To just
confusing.
You know, like, let them be, because at the end of the day, they really don't know how to help themselves.
Just let them be. What?
There is a lot of things that I think a lot of people would be mind blown to know. And I think one of the things that we talked about last time, or just you and I over the phone, is how crazy it is that I have all this information and I feel like it's common sense. But when I talk to you about it, you're always so surprised. So it costs us, for each homeless person, it costs about
she went from talking about
$100,759.
I'm sorry, how long?
Keep one homeless
under
person
2
on
minutes
the street for a year.
She talked for about 2 minutes about Amanda Rabb's autopsy, and now she's talking about the cost of how much it costs. She's talking about the cost of housing
one homeless
Amanda.
Person on the street for a year.
Wow.
Or a homeless person.
Those costs
AKA
are,
Amanda.
you know, jail, getting picked up, getting put in jail, released, the police being called, ambulance, overdoses, hospitalizations, and on and on. So the homeless are high consumers of public resources. So a lot of our tax dollars ends up going to, you know, pay for them basically to remain on the street. And the best case of this was a man called, they called him $1 Million Murray. His name was Murray Burr.
What is she really selling here, other than saying that
accumulated over $1 million
homeless people shouldn't be on the street? They
in
should
the state
be
of Nevada, and ultimately he died homeless on the street. So this is a major problem. I've had a lot of people write to me and tell me, like, you know, we love what you do, we support what you do, but unfortunately, we don't think that you're going to be successful because there's so many people making billions of dollars in this industry, and you know, the big players in this don't want people to get better. And I completely disagree with that. If you actually look at, like, for example, California, as of 2020, there was over 160,000 documented homeless people in the state. So that if we do absolutely nothing, that costs us $16,100,000,000, like way over that number, to do absolutely nothing at all. So a lot of the issue with mental health is that it's an invisible problem until now, you know. Nobody's really, a lot of money is being poured into the issue, but the relapse rates are so high, and then people just get so severe.
But what does that have to do?
Amanda, how are you, darling?
Good. It's another day in sobriety and recovery.
How long has it been now?
7.5 months.
7.5 months you've been here.
Right, 7.5 months of my sentencing, but I think it's like a year now.
Almost a year, because you're a little over 2 months in jail.
Right.
So you've been clean for, you think how long?
I've been clean for like probably 11 or 10 months.
This is the second to last video.
Yeah.
And it's the last video of Amanda that I'm going to share with you.
The last time I interviewed you, which was when you were at the other rehab. And
yeah, I was craving real bad. No more cravings, so it's a blessing.
So when did the cravings fade away for you?
When I got here to, yeah.
So the cravings have faded.
No more cravings.
Listen to you, you're
no
more
anxiety.
You're more clear-headed.
Yeah, I'm more clear-headed. My mindset has changed about drugs and everything, so I
she's
feel
sober.
really great about my next step and just coming here.
Clear-minded. She's
it's been a blessing.
Coherent.
To you.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe. It's like I'm talking to a entirely different person.
You are. I mean, no more schizophrenia, no more crack, no more in the streets. You know, I'm a completely different person. Rehab has done me well.
Yeah. No, you've done great in it. You never tried to escape. You never. No
escaping. Yeah.
You never got out of control, and you'll be out of here in a few months, right?
I'm supposed to be going to sober living in Vegas. That's connected. It's a sober living, so I should be going there by the end of April, if everything goes through right.
Wow.
Yeah. So I have a little freedom, like on the weekends or whatever.
And you seem really happy.
Yeah, I'm happy.
I mean, the second I see you, you're smiling. And
yeah.
Yeah. You're
she was
cheery
very
and talkative
hopeful.
and everything.
Yeah, I'm so
She
glad
looked
you
like
picked this up with Lima.
things were going well for her. She'd taken well to the treatment, whatever was going on, and her life was changing for the better.
She feels like a mom. You know, I never had my mom, so it feels like such a blessing just to have her in my life and just have you guys for support, because I really only have my dad, so.
You couldn't pick somebody better than Lima.
Yeah, she's great. Lima's great.
Yeah. Yeah, Lima came out of nowhere and just kind of made this all happen, didn't she?
Definitely. She made a lot of things happen. A lot of things.
And
wow.
Looking back at your days
that
on
wasn't
Skid
a very
Row,
positive look.
How do you see that now?
My days on Skid Row, I just see it as a learning experience. I want people to see that it just takes time and effort. Being sober and being in recovery are two different things. I just want to put that out there, and I'm in recovery. I'm here to make action and do the things that I can do to stay sober for the rest of my life.
Good for you.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe you're speaking like
Yeah, I'm an adult.
How old are you now? You're 20?
I'm 25.
25.
Yeah.
And what are your plans when you get out of sober?
I'm supposed to have a job lined up with Lima, but most importantly, I want to become a CNA.
Wait, what? She was supposed to have a job lined up with Lima?
So that's something that I think I would be really good at. And I would
what job?
enjoy it.
That's great.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I never heard about before this moment. Never heard anybody mention that.
Yeah, that was crazy. I watched the videos on Skid Row.
The
It's
hell?
just like, schizophrenia is a true demon, and if you have schizophrenia, you gotta stop using so that you can see your true diagnosis and your true mental illness, because they can't diagnose you if you're on drugs. So you have to get off drugs first. And once I got off drugs, the schizophrenia just went away. So it was drug-induced schizophrenia.
So you see your problem as, yes, you were addicted to crack, but you were also schizophrenic from the crack?
Right, it was from the crack. Once I stopped smoking crack, it went away.
Yeah, because I've seen other people down on Skid Row.
Isn't that amazing?
That were fairly normal, and then all of a sudden they just became like you were.
Yeah.
Out of their minds, and it wasn't just the drugs they were using. I think it's schizophrenia or something like that.
I mean, I was tripping, and the things that I accused my dad of in those videos is not true. I had schizophrenia, I had a mental illness where I hear voices, hallucinations, all that, so.
Queen says that it sounds like she's trying to say they would have been charged with homicide if there was a documented record of Amanda history of trauma. I had to go back and listen over, but it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? It's odd. It's an odd thing to say. Like it's almost a slip. Like when she said, well, her sisters thought, the police thought, like that. I'm gonna let the last word stand with our friend.
I don't want no girl close to my age doing my thoughts
with BJ
and
Investigates.
video gaming me, so.
We're going to use Amanda as a case study. We did some virtual reality exposure therapy, so we put her in some triggering environments. We're going to be documenting exactly how we're getting Amanda into treatment.
She first went on there and she looked completely different. Then when the next time she go on there, she looked worse and she get worse and worse and worse.
The way that you get somebody that doesn't want to get help into treatment is through something called an LPS conservatorship. And that's what we're using for Amanda.
When I was smoking, I'm like in the cut and then I'm going to get murdered. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm behind the scenes, I'm annoying everybody, and then I get murdered.
She had passed away. They did the autopsy. They looked at her medical records.
What the fuck?
Now, as y'all know.
And so I'm just gonna read it word for word of what we got. The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder.
Yeah, that's not true.
I have those autopsy results.
She does, and she's about to provide the receipts for us. Thank goodness for her.
I call
Would we know about this at all?
As a result, I'm getting sued for defamation. Facts ain't defamation.
Facts aren't defamation. I repeat this video complies with Section 107. The first lawsuit was dropped. It was refiled. The restraining order.
In the last episode, we were discussing the sudden, unexpected passing of Amanda Rabb. Now, as you would have seen on part 1 of Virtual Reality Hell, Amanda was taken off the streets as a subject and eventually treated as a case study for an experimental virtual reality treatment program that used virtual reality that was not FDA approved for any medical purpose.
Hi, I'm Lily Abramovich, and I'm the founder of Autonomous User Rehabilitation.
And we use gaming consoles for mental health.
Help or cure addiction? I don't really know. So we're right in the middle of that investigation, and what we're about to look into.
Sorry, gaming PCs. Let me correct my
Amanda
statement.
Actually passed away. Amanda Rabb, at 25 years old, passed away in a treatment center in Las Vegas, Nevada. It was called Desert Hope Treatment Center.
Where she said she was looking forward to going.
After her passing, Lima Yevremovich, along with Amanda Rabb's purported father, showed up on Mark Leta's channel, Soft White Underbelly, in order to inform everyone in the audience that Amanda had passed.
The treatment center staff walked into Amanda's room thinking that she was just peacefully sleeping and realized that she had passed away. It's been a really
And later
really
she
big
said she
shock
had a
for
seizure.
us.
So nobody noticed her having a seizure?
And my brain hasn't really been able to comprehend it.
Now, during that May 15th video, Lima said that there was no foul play involved in Amanda's death. Remember, this is like a week after Amanda died.
Any foul play, any self-harm, anything in that nature was already ruled out.
And Lima says,
Already
I
ruled
know
out.
They did a toxicology report.
I know that they did a toxicology report.
What?
Only thing she had in her system was Tylenol.
All she had in her system was Tylenol.
A few months would go by, and Albert Monero Jr., who we've met from the last video and who you're going to meet in this video
The
as
chief
well,
happiness officer of
You are under oath.
Aura.
Which means you do not lie.
That guy.
And you tell the truth.
He would go to another podcast on YouTube a couple months later, and he would say,
They just found her, and they did a toxicology test, and she didn't have anything but like Tylenol in her system. So
Yeah, no.
he would allow the host of the podcast to perpetuate the story that Amanda only had
Doesn't make a lot of
Tylenol
sense
in her
because if
system.
she
She
had
didn't have
epilepsy
anything but like
or
Tylenol in her system.
Very interestingly,
schizophrenia
that portion
or
of the
was in
podcast
therapy, she
no
would-
longer exists on Joel Marshall's channel
Oh,
as
wow.
of the date of the recording of this video. But don't worry, I have the clip.
And then unfortunately, you know, she passed away at the facility.
What we're going to do right now is we're going to watch the video that Lima posted herself on her YouTube channel of Amanda's funeral. Let's get into it. So the first thing we have is
even if they had her medical record from healthcare, they would still speak to her outside of that to access her for what suitable services her company could offer.
Cards, gifts, and donations to help her heal. She transformed her life. Well, and I guess now her death, because she's dead. I felt compelled, this is Lima speaking, to make this video to hold on to the positive memories she left behind in an effort to protect the family's privacy.
Exactly, Queen.
Their personal goodbyes.
They should have a complete history of when they had her.
So let's see what's going on in this video.
In their care.
Thank you all for joining us today as we gather to celebrate the incredible yet tragically short life of Amanda Rabb. These past 2 weeks have been extremely difficult for all of us.
The first thing I'm thinking is, what is with this casket? Because I know she was cremated and dumped onto the shoreline of Venice Beach. I'm not a funeral expert. I really don't know. But it's interesting to me that they didn't have enough money to bury Amanda, but they had enough money for like this balloon arrangement and casket, and then there's flowers are very expensive. When I was planning my dad's funeral, I mean, there's flowers, and I don't know. I have questions, but that's just where I am in this case.
But most of all for Larry, who has been the light in Amanda's life through the happiest of her times and her darkest moments.
He turned out to be a molester.
The scholarship I originally started to help Amanda, I've since renamed after Amanda. Her legacy will continue to be one of
scholarship for mental health
care
care
through Amanda's Light Scholarship Program.
This woman has no shame. She is now using Amanda's funeral as an opportunity to advertise the Amanda's Light Scholarship Program.
She will continue to live on through my work and the lives she continues to touch and inspire through her story.
I don't want to give you any of my money so you can do to my family member what happened to Amanda? Listen to your damn self.
I take comfort in knowing that Amanda not only overcame her own darkness, but that she will continue to be a light for those who are lost in
I'm sorry.
Amanda's Light Scholarship Program at her funeral?
Her legacy will continue to be one of bright and happy sunshine days.
All disingenuous behavior, if you ask me.
This is preposterous. This is obscene. This is obscene. Honestly, y'all, I cannot watch one more second of this shit. It is so preposterous and outlandish. I'm gonna get to the next part of the video where they're now dumping Amanda's ashes, seemingly in violation of federal and state statute. When you dump in somebody's human remains on the shoreline of a beach, there's kids out there playing.
Next to Santa Monica Pier, right next to it.
Nice old fancy afternoon at the beach. Comment below. Have you ever poured a relative or a loved one's ashes at sea? If so, what all did you have to go through?
A ton.
What all parameters, loopholes, and all that?
And you definitely can't do it there.
You know what? Let's watch it together.
Well, Amanda Bear, here we are, back at Venice Beach. We went up so often just to get a burger and fries, just to walk around. And no, I'm not getting in the water again today.
Okay, Larry said, no, I'm not getting in the water again today.
Odd behavior of a father who just put his daughter's ashes in the ocean. That's my first thought. That it seems very unemotional and unempathetic about the whole situation. I mean, everybody deals with grief in their own way, but that's... Wow. Sorry, and that's Venice Pier, not Santa Monica.
One of our favorite spots because she loved it here and I loved it here. And every time we would come, it would be a toss-up. What are we going to eat today? So I always let her make the choice. She thought she would make the choice.
What is he talking about?
Coming here today is like a closure for me. Coming full circle with my Amanda Bear.
He turned out to be a molester.
Okay. Now we're really getting into why we're here.
Are you asking me the question or no?
Yes, if you could say anything to Amanda right now and she could hear you, what would you say?
Oh, now he's program director.
Amanda, you coming into my life had such a humongous effect that I could never have known when I first met you.
Y'all might remember him from the Virtual Reality Hell Part 1.
The first to really stand out in the crowd was Albert Monero.
1, 2, 3, drop that. So I can sing, I can dance, I can act, and personality. Yeah, you know, it's like there's 4. You ever heard of a quadruple threat before?
He had appeared in a video with the Takali twins.
Yeah. A YouTuber. Very curious, his involvement with the sisters, right?
Alongside her assistant, perform routine checkups, as well as more complicated procedures.
In the next part of this series, you're going to find out we don't really know where they are.
A desperate search is underway for a woman who went missing in West Hollywood. Dahlia Takali was last seen yesterday around 5 p.m. on North Genesee Avenue near Santa Monica Boulevard.
And all kind of court documents and all kind of crazy stuff's going on with that. But we don't even have time in this episode to get into it. But this man right here.
It's weird that I feel like I know you so well because I've only known you for about 6 months.
Somehow is connected to Lima's twin sisters.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Waterbridge.
He said that used to be his best friend.
You are HIV positive.
Now Lima's his best friend.
No, I just want to cap off about Aura and say, you know, the CEO and my best friend, Lima Yavramovich, this is her baby.
She's
this
intense.
is her child.
Yeah, I've seen her.
And you're going to hear that name, you know, you're going to hear that name in the future, I promise you, because
we've been hearing
I've never met anybody so intelligent and so caring.
In this video, he says Larry Rabb's his best friend.
I feel like Larry's the best friend I've had forever.
The man got all kind of best friends. I only got like 1 to 2 best friends at any given time, but I'm not him. His name gonna flash across the screen as Albert Monero, Aura Program Director. Well, I invite you to go look him up. Because Aura Program Director ain't the first thing that comes up. The man got a prolific acting career.
He sure does.
Nickelodeon on a Dan Schneider show. It's like, what is going on with this man? What are his qualifications? I don't know, but when I was sitting there watching this video for the first time by myself in my office alone, this video quite literally brought me to tears. And it wasn't that eulogy. It was watching Albert Monero Jr., who I don't even know who this man is, what his qualifications are, what he's an actor, he's a program director for a behavioral.
He was listed as Chief Happiness Officer.
The way he's talking about Amanda and
on the website,
and smiling as if her death was anything other than a complete and total tragedy.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know. Y'all, seriously, go watch the video yourself. Tell me your feelings. But when I watched it for the first time, it brought me to tears, and not in a good way. Something's going on here. Okay, the question was, if you could say anything to Amanda right now, what would it be?
I feel like every time I hang out with your father, I get to see you. Love your dad. If I'm being totally honest, I feel like you brought Larry into my life. I feel like Larry's the best friend I've had forever. So you did that for me, Amanda, and I need it, and he needed it.
I love your dad, and to be totally honest, I feel like you brought him into my life. That's your eulogy?
Yeah, that's not far from where the sighting happened, actually. Queen, that's right down the ocean line from it. Maybe a mile.
Thank you, Albert. Man.
I'm like gonna cry. It's so fucked up. These people are living in the upside down, and I refuse to live there with them.
I love you. I know your dad loves you more than anything.
He turned out to be a molester.
The shit is fucked. In that video I mentioned earlier where, you know, Lima says there was only Tylenol in Amanda's system, she mentions that they still, you know,
this
are
is
waiting
what I
for
was
more
playing this video
information
for.
or something like that. Months go by, and now it's December 2021. This is
And
just
it's
last
important
year,
that I
not
play
even a year
this
ago.
as the ender
Lima
this evening
comes
so you
back on
understand
Mark Lata's channel.
All right, Lima.
What really happened.
Welcome back again.
Thank you.
Because
in a video entitled
Lima did not read the truth.
Amanda's autopsy results Lima is 7 months after Amanda has passed away.
They did the autopsy. They looked at her medical records.
Amanda's autopsy results.
So I'm just gonna read it word for word of what we got.
Now, as y'all know,
the cause of death was marked as a seizure
I have those autopsy results.
Yeah, of course she does.
And so I'm just going to read it word for word of what we got. The cause of death.
Why does she have to
was
write in the
marked
big
as
blocky
a
writing?
seizure disorder.
I'm sorry. This is not the fancy
Amanda
cursive with the
never
little
had
heart above
seizures
the eye.
prior to being homeless, and they believe that it was post-traumatic post-traumatic epilepsy, but they couldn't mark it as post-traumatic epilepsy because of a lack of evidence.
Wait,
So what
they
we're
marked
gonna
it
do
as something
today
that
on
they
this
couldn't mark it
video
as what?
is do a little bit of old school comparison and contrast to what is being said.
And so I'm just going to read it word for word of what we got.
Word for word.
And what was written down. Myself
Thank
and the
you.
investigation team have requested Amanda's autopsy report. Then we will decide together what we think might have really happened.
There you go. Yes. In fact, it is, Queen.
So in that video, the first thing out of anyone's mouth, Mark Leta from behind the camera says, "So Lima, you're back."
All right, Lima.
All right.
Welcome back again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We haven't seen you in a while.
Yep.
Yes, she says I'm back. Then he says,
We have the autopsy results for Amanda.
Lima says, "Yes, we do."
Yes, we do.
Now, very importantly, Lima is sitting on that same chair everybody always sits in, holding about 2 pieces of paper in her hands.
All right, Lima.
All right.
Oh, that's right. There's
Welcome
just
back
like 2
again.
pieces of paper.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Oh my God. Remember the size of the actual autopsy report that she just had in her hand? It's like 20 pages
Finally,
long.
After how many months now? It's
Holy
been like
shit. Well, there's a tell.
9 months or something?
Who mentioned that, asking me, was it Fuzzy asking me if there's anything printed on those pages?
Yes, we do.
Which just came a couple days ago. Tell me what.
Looks
what
like
you
some
know.
And
script.
so I'm just going to read it word for word of what we got.
Maybe it's a copy
the
for
cause
some of the
death
pages.
was marked as a seizure disorder.
Remember, Amanda's autopsy results -Lima. First thing out of Mark Leta's mouth, "Lima, you're back. We got the autopsy results." "Yes, we do."
Yes, we do.
And then he says they just came a couple days ago, which I have a really difficult time reconciling with reality.
Which just came a couple days ago.
Because this autopsy report that I have right here, that I've triple checked is the only one, says it was ready in September. That video's in December, so I think she probably had gotten it way more than a couple days ago, but I really don't know. She's holding about 2 pieces of paper in her hand, and then she proceeds to say the reason it took so long was because it was some type of lack of evidence.
Yeah, so the reason that it took so long is because there was a lot of lack of documentation because Amanda was homeless. And so basically what they used was...
And once again, this sounded very not credible to me.
Me and Larry, that's Amanda's dad, who you just saw dumping her ashes onto the beach.
I can't get away from it. Isn't that something?
She's always one step ahead. Thank goodness for fluffy ears.
Me and Amanda's dad actually even sent in evidence. They sent in evidence. Have y'all ever heard of that?
And then Larry and I also sent in your videos to kind of show her condition from the drug use and the beatings that she took. And we also had some photographs.
Now, if y'all don't know this already, if you follow my other channels, you do. Trigger alert warning. I lost my father from a drug addiction. My dad died in 2017 overdosing on drugs.
Oh,
we didn't
that's
find
a
that out
terrible thing.
immediately. The first thing they
that.
told us was he had a heart attack. About 3 months went by, they got a toxicology report, and then they told us the heart attack was caused by drugs.
Wow.
It sent him into a cardiac arrest or something like that. So there was not 3 toxicology reports for that to be done. There was 1. And I promise y'all, did not one person send in evidence to the coroner to get a result. Okay?
Yeah,
Nobody
right?
sent nothing in. We were crying, grieving, trying to go about our lives, trying to recover. We got that news. Of course, that was really difficult for us to deal with. But at no time were we in a communication with the coroner, with the autopsy people.
Yeah, why would you be?
And we did not
There's
get
no reason
3
for
toxicology reports
anybody
done
not
like we're done
investigating
here.
to
So
be
I don't really
involved.
know what was going on during
Or
that time.
unless
but
somebody
I believe that
requested
the public
information,
has a right
maybe?
to know what was going on.
But
I think we should know
voluntarily
who was sending
so?
emails back and forth. What was really going on that resulted in this taking so long? Because Lima told us on Soft White Underbelly it was a lack of evidence.
But they couldn't mark it as post-traumatic epilepsy because of a lack of evidence. So
she and Larry sent in videos from Mark Laita's channel.
Larry and I also sent in your videos to kind of show her condition from the drug use.
Why would someone do that?
If the traumatic brain injury and the assaults were well documented, they would have most likely marked it as a homicide. So that was a major wake-up call for all of us.
Oh, that you got lucky?
So y'all
Is that what you're saying?
The only has Tylenol in her system. Not only Lima said it.
All she had in her system was
Damn, look at how thick that
Based on the time of this video, we're talking about 7 months before the autopsy results video. Lima said only Tylenol in Amanda's system.
And so I think I know that they did a toxicology report.
Joel Marshall said the same thing to his followers, and Albert Monero did not correct him.
And then unfortunately, you know, she passed away at the facility.
Yeah.
She'd had so many physical issues prior that, you know, kind of caught up to her.
They just found her, and they did a toxicology test, and she didn't have anything but like Tylenol in her system.
How would he know that?
You know, the way I look at it, and her father,
He turned out to be a molester.
who I'm very close with now, looks at it, is that she was ready to go to God, and she had done what she needed to do here.
We're going to use Amanda as a case study.
What the fuck? Are people using this out in the field yet?
We are doing case studies only right now.
Now, this is public information. You can call in and request this yourself. Anyone can get that. I'm not special. Anyone can get this because the public is supposed to have access to this information. Amanda was last seen alive in the treatment center
mark cardiac
on
arrest
May 8th,
as homicide?
2021
Exactly.
at about 11:55
She's about to
p.m.
read
and
this.
administered her nightly medications, which were hydralazine. That don't sound like Tylenol.
All she had in her system was Tylenol.
Losartan, gabapentin, clonidine. That don't sound like Tylenol. And risperidone, which also
That's
don't sound
5
like
different
Tylenol.
medications she had in her system.
System was Tylenol.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional
cover their
medications
tracks.
in Amanda's system
Seems like
other than
it, right?
Tylenol.
All she had in her system was Tylenol.
Hello, y'all hearing this?
All she had in her system was Tylenol.
It can't be reconciled.
Tylenol.
She never corrected herself. We're sitting here on August, whatever it is, 2022, never corrected herself. Just wait, there's way more. Now, I do want to point out, one of the things Lima, Albert, they all perpetuate is that the reason Amanda died was because all this time she spent on the streets.
The time that
That's
Amanda
what she
spent
said.
on the street,
She blamed it
is
on
the
her
reason
homelessness.
That she passed away, but Amanda was just homeless too long. Sorry, but so people shouldn't be allowed to be homeless. And
Shouldn't be
that,
allowed
you know,
to be
in Amanda's
homeless.
case,
That's a
the
curious
fact
statement.
that she was allowed to use drugs for so long, and that she was abused, and that a lot of it wasn't reported or documented.
Her first interview with Mark Laita, she had been living on the streets for years.
No, I didn't have a mom growing up.
Addicted to crack for years.
So, yeah.
And how long have you been down here?
A couple years.
She told us that. I am, of course, not condoning that. The issue is it's not my position to condone someone else's life. Amanda was entitled as an adult to make her own life decisions. They said all the time she got beat on the street.
The beatings that she took.
It's an RAPED and all that.
The amount of traumatic brain injury that she endured.
That was so traumatic to her. This is what Lima said, insert clip. It was so traumatic to her that that's what caused her death.
The time that Amanda spent on the street is the reason that she passed away. So the amount of
That
time,
just seems unrealistic when you consider the amount of time that had transpired since she'd been in.
We were working on
Amanda had been in the care of Aura.
She was brutally beaten and raped so severely on multiple occasions, and 3 that Larry shared with me, but there was many more that we don't even know about.
He turned out to be a molester.
Well, page 2 says it. First bullet point. No obvious trauma.
The time that Amanda
No
spent
obvious
on the
trauma.
street
Well, that
is the reason that
contradicts
she
what
passed away.
she's
So the
asserting.
amount of time,
Where's the trauma that killed her, according to Lima and Albert?
the amount of traumatic brain injury that she endured.
There is none, apparently.
Let's get to the cause of death. You know what she said? Nobody made her say it. Nobody asked her to say it. She voluntarily said it. I'm just going to read word for word from what we got.
And so I'm just going to read it word for word of what we got.
I want you to remember that.
The name of this video is Amanda's autopsy results. And she says, and I'm quoting, the cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder.
The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder.
That's not true. The cause of death was marked as a cardiac arrhythmia.
Oh, I'm sorry, folks. Cardiac
Now, there's
arrhythmia.
contributing factors: hypertension. I think
Not
that's like
arrest.
high blood pressure. Obesity. She wasn't obese before she was on gabapentin and the rest. That's all I'm gonna say. And schizophrenia. Hypertension, obesity, and schizophrenia were contributing factors to her death. It does not say getting beat on the street. It does not say being homeless. It does not say not taking a bath.
So
Doesn't say Tylenol.
Can also cause a health risk to that person.
It does not say getting RAPED. It does not say that. It says cardiac arrhythmia. Now, of course, when I see Lima say the cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder.
The cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder.
The cause of death
I'm
was
just wondering
marked as
why
a
that's
seizure
not
disorder.
what
I
the
just wanted
autopsy
to-
results say. And in fact, I flipped through every page. Y'all know I did. Now, some of it's redacted, but not one single place in this whole report does it say epilepsy. Does it say seizure disorder?
Nope.
It doesn't even say she had one seizure.
Nope.
Why is Lima in a video called Autopsy Results, holding papers in her hand, confirming she has the autopsy results 7 months after Amanda died, 3 months after this was available, saying that Amanda's cause of death was a seizure disorder? That's not true. Why was Lima
that's provably
saying
false.
that? Why? When I started calling those statements lies, did she sue me instead of just correcting the record? Hey guys, oops,
And then
sorry. I
she's
was
doubled
reading
down
from
now.
some notes.
After
I was
she
re-
dropped
I
the
was
other
misunderstood.
lawsuit,
Oops.
changed
Let me
legal
correct the record
teams.
publicly. No. She
And
sued
is now
me, and before
suing
me,
and has a
demanded
restraining
that I
order on
retract
BJ.
the statement that was a lie. Well, you tell me. Comment below. If that's not a lie, what is? Should I have retracted that? Lima Yevremovich, the guardian, the person who took
Yes,
legal
plausibly, cardiac
responsibility for
arrhythmia
Amanda's
is not
treatment and
arrest,
care,
but when
person
the
who
heart is not working
collected
properly
thousands of dollars in
and
GoFundMe donations from Mark Late's viewers,
fails
promising them
without
in exchange
actually
for updates
stopping,
on
yes.
Amanda's story. Isn't it
And it's electrical
irresponsible of her
impulses.
not to have read word for word? Isn't
It
it
is interesting, right?
irresponsible of her to
Why-
not have corrected that Tylenol?
What caused that other than
mistruth?
the hypertension, maybe?
The cause of death was marked as
what's really going on?
A seizure disorder.
They got me living in the upside down. I can't even call it a lie.
Yeah, right?
So in the time since I made these discoveries and started
And this
making
is,
videos about them, Lima has come out on Instagram and
a
made a
year
post
ago.
with, like, literally a nasty patty from the Krusty Krab or wherever they were making them at the Plankton, the Chum Bucket, whatever. And
Mhm.
referring to my investigation into these incidents as online drama. And I think that it is very interesting to refer to
Talk about dismissive.
a legitimate investigation being done on a public level and showing people how to use publicly available documents to find inconsistencies in the statements of people who are trying to get thousands of dollars from the public as drama. It's not drama. It is a very, very serious matter. Not only with
It
the
is.
Amanda Rabb story, but with what went on with Bam and continues to go on with him.
And the Takali sisters, her own twin sisters.
He said he wasn't allowed to call people he wanted to call. A podcast just aired yesterday with Steve-O and Bam confirmed a lot of this stuff.
Because Novak said, dude, if you just do a year, you'll understand how much better you will feel. Because you always go 30 to 60 days, maybe 90 tops. But if you just do a year, you'll understand. And I
30
call him up
days
after,
is
you know,
not
Novak,
enough, huh?
I understand. I get it. I feel great now. I just don't want to return to that anymore.
The way we kind of deal with rehab is just not enough. It's not long enough.
Absolutely.
So a grown-ass man said, I'm done, and they wouldn't let him out.
30 days. Okay.
They kept finding
And
reasons
I
to
think
send him back.
That is very good. I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
It's really weird how sort of like preachy Steve-O is in this interview.
Right.
Like condescending and sort of been there, done that.
Steve-O
He
shouldn't
knows
be
better
taking
than
part in
you,
any of that
and it's
shit.
like, He said he doesn't even know what's going on social media. Steve-O said, Bam, can you at least say the things that have been said online aren't true?
We're up on next, if you don't mind.
Okay, Bride of Chucky, like, what are you talking about?
Let's put your...
I've seen a lot of activity on social media with the hashtag FreeBam.
Yeah.
And people seem to think that you're the Britney Spears of Jackass. The evil villains have taken over your life and stolen all your money. And, like, can we safely say that none of that is true?
Bam said, well, not really. I can't tell you what was going on social media because I wasn't allowed to have my phone.
I don't know what's been going on because I haven't been able to look. As a matter of fact, I can't even post on my Instagram. Everything has to go through Johnny Schiller from Heart Supply because I had to sign a contract because when I was dealing with the lawsuit with Paramount and Jackass, I was posting shit like, fuck these motherfuckers, blah, blah, and it was potentially ruining my lawsuit. So I had to sign a paper saying that only Johnny can clear what goes through my Instagram. So I don't even know my new passcode. I can't control what goes on it.
Can I tell you, I think that's good news.
I do know there was somebody sharing videos of me, in the back of a police car, whatever. Yeah, I was. But another thing that Bam did say in that video, he was suspicious of her in that video. Well, who's keeping Bam from being able to go on social media? There were a couple big accounts that had, in the early days of Aura, endorsed her, promoted her, collaborated with her.
This video is in collaboration with 16 Leo.
I don't know any of the details behind what went on in those conversations. Lima's first video on her YouTube channel ever.
She ended up suing 16 Leo, by the way.
A creator called Dissociated.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another video by Dissociated.
Hi everyone, welcome to my first video with Chloe from Dissociated.
That Dissociated, the channel, has come out and said on a community post that they do not endorse this type of behavior. They did not know that that's what they were endorsing whenever, they did the collab. I do not endorse or condone anyone attacking. I say it at the beginning as a disclaimer in every video, and I really mean it.
I'm glad she's ending with this.
We have the truth on our side.
Yes, we do.
I'm begging you not to send any hateful emails. Don't even send any emails. Don't send any text messages.
Don't
to
contact
Lima
anyone
or anyone related to her. That's not what we
research
do.
the information.
That's not what I do.
Go deep.
And I am
use
begging
Google
you not
all
to
day.
do that.
Use the public
Leave the girl
resources.
alone. There's some truth we
Do more
don't yet
sleuthing.
have, and we're going to get to it.
But
I'm
we
not
don't need to
saying
knock
that
on their
Lima
door.
was definitely threatened or attacked.
The information
but
is
I
out
just want
there.
to make a disclaimer.
I guarantee
that ain't
you.
cool. That ain't the point. My point is the truth, justice, and bodily autonomy.
Yes,
Nobody
ma'am.
should be entitled to take over the rights, privileges of another human being. And damn
Don't
sure
let the fuzzy
not
ears
the
fool you,
medical
folks.
choices. It's
That's
not something
fact.
I endorse. I know it happens all the time, and that's why I started making these videos. It shouldn't. And I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is because I have lots of experience losing people close to me. I could have did what these people do and rushed over and forced them into rehab and did all these interventions and taken over their life and made them miserable and did all that, and then they're calling me the worst guardian ever. That's not my place. It doesn't matter what your religion is, if you have one or not, spiritual, whatever. Everyone would agree we come to this earth with free will. Free will to make the decisions that are right for us.
True.
Free will to make the decisions that are wrong for us and to learn from our mistakes.
Agency
That's
is the
thing.
ability to
When
make your
somebody
own
dies, what do y'all
mistakes
ask?
and learn
What's the
from
first
them or
question you
not.
ask? Well, let's think about it for a second. How did they die? Then when that person's in their 20s and you don't know of any pre-existing health conditions, what's the next question you ask? Was it drug related? Did they do a toxicology report? The two most important questions, the two primary questions when somebody dies. Lima did not tell the truth. That's why I'm telling this story.
Yeah,
And
that's why I'm telling this
I
story.
called those statements lies. As a result,
I'd
I'm
say
getting
it's
sued for it,
untruthfulness.
for defamation. I deny all allegations of wrongdoing.
As you should.
And I expect to be vindicated in a court of law
And
by
I
a
believe you
jury
will.
of my peers who probably will agree with me.
Yep,
That
and
the shit is
I'm
shady.
telling you, the
You
paperwork
shouldn't
that I
lie.
saw,
No, I do not like to ask for stuff.
discovery
I don't.
is going to be enough to
It's very
lead
difficult for me to
everybody
do so. But unless
into
someone
some
is spending,
serious
like I said,
questions
every
about what
waking
the
hour
other side
fighting
is
this
interested
case,
in
which I'm
and
prepared
why
to
they
do, I'm
filed
trained
the
to do,
cases they
I'm able to
did.
do. That's not something that I really feel like I can do in a sustainable
And whether
way.
or
I
not
really do
Dahlia
need
actually
help.
wrote her own
So if you agree that something's going on here that's a little
Complaint.
outside of the ordinary and you would like to
Because don't
assist-
forget, Dahlia was reported as being developmentally disabled in a missing persons report, and that will come up. So if she's developmentally disabled, how is she able to write a multi-page, distinctly descriptive, and seemingly partially formulaic explanation of her experiences. To be frank, the language, if you read it, sounds a lot like the complaint from, well, Lima. Did Lima write that too? I don't know. We don't know. Did Dahlia write it on her own? We don't know. Did she dictate it to someone? Did they dictate these things to the lawyer? We don't know. That could be an answer why it sounds similar. But I could say the other complaints don't sound the same. They aren't using the same kind of language. Yeah. Shit's questionable at best. And at the worst, Amanda Rabb lost her life. And that's a leap too far for anyone. No one should be a test subject. Nobody should be taken under the control of others who don't have the background or the education. No one should be subjugated because they're poor. No one should be held like a possession because they're on drugs. Those are the people who are vulnerable and need help, not the people who need to be tested on by those who think that they're superior in one way or another. And supremacy, honestly, seems to be one of the greater interests of those who would subjugate others who are the vulnerable, who are the poor, who are the homeless, who are the psychologically disturbed, the emotionally hurt. I would compare the behaviors to vampirism. Because at the end of the day, somebody's figured out how to make money off of this. And the pain, and in this case, the death of Amanda Rabb. Because after her death, they were still calling their work successful. And if my client passed under my care, I would not be talking about it, much less calling it successful or misrepresenting how that person passed. And then suing others to, for whatever reason. My friends, the world is a cruel place. And it's up to us, you and I, each one of us, in our own way, in our own time, to help those in need. It's up to us, those who are interested in these stories, interested in the troubles of the world, interested in well-being and happiness and joy, who don't want to be bogged down by the drama, who don't want that to rule the world that we live in. Because you and I know that the world is a heaven, that we walk amongst angels, and that you and I are gifted with a sentient life in a rare display in a dark corner of the galaxy. You see, it's up to you and I to be aware of these things and to speak loudly truth to power. Because without the legion of those who would, I can assure you, those who would subjugate those who would will, even in small numbers, overwhelm the rest of us who just seek to live well, kindly so, amongst our fellow humans experiencing their life. It seems to me Amanda Rabb has become victim to many of the strange, bizarro world allowances of the modern day. Thank you. And yes, it's parasitic. vampiric. It's otherworldly and it's inhumane. And it is the archetype of man's inhumanity to man. That we would see science somehow hurt the person that science hoped to help. My friends, at the end of the day, it comes down to you and I. Standing on this hill, most of the time fairly lonely, looking off into the horizon, knowing that more will come. But it takes you and I to reach our hand out. And when we reach our hand out, it's to allow others to grab, to pull them up from the fall. What fall is that? The fall that others have made for them by digging a hole so that when the hole is filled, that other can walk right on top of them and keep moving forward at the expense of others. Now, most of this is done by mere psychological play. Most of this is done by bullying, by usurping others' well-being and agency. So, I urge you, everyone, one at a time, person by person, to plant the seed, to be the flower that grows in the sun, who allows the bees to carry your pollen onto the breeze, and by way of which, spread the love, individually, one by one. Be the flower in the sun. And as you well know, if there's really anything that I might ask any of you to say in warning as an act, a call out, a word of action, it's pretty simple. When you see your loved ones or those you care about or just someone you think is about to get hurt because that bar is about to come in mighty low, we really only have one responsibility. It's pretty simple. Say it with me. You know what it is. Look out! Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you taking the time to learn Amanda's story, to see what happened to her, to understand the greater depth of somebody who was hurt in this process. And I hope that we can all keep moving forward and learning more. Resto, what's happening? I missed you, buddy. Sorry, you just came in right there at the end. It was a deep one today. Yeah, folks, means a lot to me, and I know that the memory of Amanda, and for the memory of Amanda Rabb, we should all keep her close to our hearts because somebody took advantage of her when she couldn't defend herself. And in fact, they utilized her vulnerability, in my opinion. And no one deserves that. To be on the low, to be kicked down. No one. Because, whoever's kicking you down, I'm telling you, you know what time it is. Folks, they better start looking up. Be well, be safe, or have fun, whichever comes first. Or all at the same time. I'm AronMSound. You've been watching Look Up. Good night.